The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
You don't discuss business at the table, but it's all business over the boards at the U.S. Women's and U.S. Open Championships in St. Louis. Watching the country's top players in the capital of chess is an offer you can't refuse. Defending champ Wesley So is playing like a boss again, taking out Elshan Moradiabadi in a Sicilian opening. Talia Cervantes is shooting her way to the top, winning her fourth game in a row. We're beating a dead horse, but the leaders remain the same. Will anyone emerge to threaten their title hopes? Day 12 of Novel Chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to Day 12 of the 2022 U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's Chess Championships held here in St. Louis. We start the day in front of the Arts Museum as we are waiting for the players to arrive. There's been a lot of artistic expression for the last couple of weeks here in St. Louis. Who's going to come on top? Let's go to the studio and start today's action with Yasser and Anastasiya.
From the home of chess in the United States, welcome to the St. Louis Chess Club and the 12th round of the U.S. Chess Championships and the U.S. Women's Chess Championships. Hello everyone, I'm Anastasiya Karlovych and I'm joined here by Yasser Seirawan, 4 times U.S. champion and the Grandmaster. Yasser, hello, how are you doing today?
I am doing well, Anastasia. Good to see you. I'm having so much fun calling the action and the determination of the players. Yesterday, Lanier.
131 moves, and he managed to win the game. Unbelievable, right?
Oh my goodness, that was really quite something. Hello everyone, and thank you for joining our show. Indeed, we are in the championship rounds. Today's the penultimate round, tomorrow the last and final round. It's during these rounds that a tournament is made or broken. Who is going to win? Well, first of all, let's take a look at our leaderboards. Not to flog a dead horse, but are our leaders still the same in the ladies?
Yes, exactly. Jennifer Yu has 8 points out of 11. Irina Krush just follows her step with 7.5, only half a point behind her on the second place. Talia Cervantes won 4 games in a row and jumped on the third position, clear third place for Talia. And Alice Lee is on the 4th place, the youngest participant still fighting for the best places in the tournament.
Very nice. And in the open section, what's our leaderboard look like there?
Fabiano Caruana keeps leading with 7.5 points. And Ray Robson is on the clear second place with 7 points. We have some changes. Liang Dominguez and Sam Sevian, who won their games yesterday, jumped on the 3rd position. Now they are tied for the 3rd place. And they're followed by the group of rivals.
Right, just in the mix.
Yes, Jeffrey Xiong, Sam Shankland, Avonder Liang, they're really looking forward, and try to catch the leaders.
Absolutely. And our format for these 2 national championships, Anastasia?
We have 14 players in each tournament. It's round-robin system, so everybody will meet with everyone.
All right.
90 minutes for the first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for the rest of the game. And we also have 30 seconds increment from move 1. And no draw offers, everybody fights until the end.
And our remaining schedule is not much.
Yes, only 2 rounds to go. Today we have our round 12, and tomorrow the last round, 13th. And if needed, if we have tie for the first place, we'll have playoffs on October 20th, as well as a closing ceremony, which will take place at 6 p.m.
A little more details on the closing ceremony, please?
Everybody can join the ceremony. Everybody who's in St. Louis, at least these days, you can just buy the ticket for $25, and then you can visit the closing ceremony as well as cocktails party and after party after the awarding part. And if you are not in St. Louis, you can still join the live stream on YouTube channel.
And as always, we are very fortunate to have in studio our dear friend Cristian. Cristian, drill down on the players, our leaders, and tell us what they're facing. Good to see you, my friend.
Good to see you guys. Great to be back in the studio. As we enter the last championship rounds, it's all about those last few drops of energy left in the tank of our players. And let's take a look at where our leaders are standing right now. We're going to start with the open section, and one Grandmaster Ray Robson. He's been having a stellar event so far. 3 wins, 8 draws, and absolutely no losses. He also crossed for the first time in his career the 2700 rating barrier. Just an impressive performance for this young man. And let's take a look at his road ahead for the last couple of rounds. Today, a big opportunity. In my opinion, despite the fact that he's playing the black pieces, he's playing against a struggling player, and that is Christopher Yu. You guys were talking about his matchup with Dominguez that lasted 130 moves yesterday, and he actually lost that one. So psychologically, he's going to be in a rough situation. This is a big chance for Ray with the black pieces, and tomorrow in the final round, the championship round, with the white pieces against Jeffrey Xiong, but he still has to catch up with our leader, Fabiano Caruana. A stellar event for him as well. He is winning actually 4 rating points, and at his level, 4 rating points are not easy to win. 4 wins, 7 draws, 0 losses, +4 for the tournament, and right now half a point in the lead. And let's take a look at his road ahead, because I have to say this one is quite difficult, especially today with the black pieces against the 2018 US chess champion Sam Shankland. That one is going to be a big fight. And of course the last one, these players know each other so well. In the final round they are actually quite good friends. He will be having the white pieces against Levon Aronian. Couple of, well, actually one of our leader, and Tatev Abrahamyan, who is struggling in her event, but definitely having a lot of fun here at the US Chess Championships. These guys are having, well, they're maintaining a very positive attitude. We know that they are extremely tired. I mean, we are tired as commentators as well. These guys have been under severe tension for the last couple of weeks, but right now, you know, they look relaxed, chatty. A big game for Tatev as well. But let's take a look at what's happening in the ladies section, because we have some big matchups coming your way, especially in round 12. This is the match of the tournament, the one between women grandmaster Jennifer Yu against 8-time national champion Irina Krush. 2 wins, 0 losses, and 1 draw for Jennifer. I have to say she's quite dominant in this matchup, and if she wins today's game, she might actually clinch the title with one round to spare. That depends on other results as well, but she has a huge chance. And let's take a look at what's happening tomorrow for one Irina Krush, because she has today a very difficult matchup, but tomorrow as well, she's finishing with the white pieces against Anna Zatonskih, and we know they have such an incredible rivalry for the last 10-20 years here at the US Chess Championships, Irina Krush and Anna Zatonskih. No matter how their events are going, how their respective events are going, this one is always going to be a critical and explosive matchup. And how about Jennifer Yu in the last round? Well, she has a difficult one as well against the surging Talia Cervantes, and we can see this one is a very stable matchup. 2 wins, 2 losses, and 2 draws. And Talia is surging. She has won her last 4 games. She's just in incredible shape right now. I mean, this is going to be a fiery finish in both sections, guys.
Saving the best for last,
Exactly,
isn't it? And
yes.
Anastasiya, do the honors. Tell our viewers what they can expect for all the pairings. Let's start with the ladies.
Let's start with the ladies, and we have on the top the game between first place and second place. Jennifer Yu will play against Irina Krush. That's of course our main focus. And then we have the bottom of this standings. We have Talia Cervantes facing Begim Tokhirjonova today.
Another great matchup.
I think so, especially that Begim is trying, of course, still to fight for the best places in the tournament. And we can see also Alice Lee, who will face Sabina Foisor.
And in the Opens, what are the key matchups there?
Yes, so Fabiano Caruana, the leader of the tournament, will play against Sam Shankland, yes. And then we can see also Ray Robson, also he plays with black pieces against Christopher Yu. And two players who share the third position will play against the Liang Dominguez will play against Jeffrey Xiong.
Right.
And Sam Sevian will face Hans Niemann.
Very, very nice matchups. They've been fighting really, really hard these last few weeks as we get ready for this penultimate showdown. We see Tatev at the board. Players still coming into the club. They go through that security wanding check as all part of the fair play rules here in St. Louis. But what are they playing for? In terms of prize funds, let's go with the ladies first.
With 2 rounds to go, it's really time to check the prizes once again for everyone and for the players themselves, because every half a point will matter now, because the winner will get 40,000 and the total prize fund is $160,500. $160,500. So the second place also get really decent 30,000, third place 20,000. Really great prizes for women event.
Absolutely,
I'm enjoying every time I see this.
These numbers.
These numbers.
Thank you, St. Louis. Thank you, St. Louis Chess Club. And in the open section, very handsome prize money there as well.
Yes. 262,000 total prize fund. The champion of America will get 60,000, and then for the second place, the player will get 45, and then 35, and all the way to 14th place with 5,500.
And there you see Jennifer, you are tournament leader in the ladies section, getting wanded coming into this penultimate round. Sam Sevian just behind her, and Ray Robson.
Also, yes. The leaders are a bit late, you know. Maybe they were
Exactly.
preparing until the very end, you know.
Exactly.
Yes.
Now, in these, we talk about how you could play a 5-hour game and one single move could cost you that half a point or the full point. Well, that's the way it is also in the tournament. You could play a terrific tournament. You could do really, really well. And these last 2 rounds could spoil a very, very, very nice event, or, it could just turn it into a tragedy. And these 2 rounds, I mean, you feel the tension too, don't you?
Yes, of course.
Anastasia, when you got, your butterflies are a little bit more flying.
More active.
More active.
Exactly.
There you go.
No, I feel the tension, actually. Yes, it's really important. These are always very important days. I don't know, Yasser, if you enjoyed to play the last rounds when you were fighting for the best prizes, or some places which would...
Just as you said, the butterflies were more active. That's just the way it is.
And you have to enjoy it. I mean,
Yes.
you worked so hard and you actually managed to get in the position to have these butterflies, because you could be fighting for the last position and then you wouldn't have too many butterflies. What you would want is for the tournament to end, but
Right.
at least you're in the right position. And you should be happy with that situation.
In this event, we had so good prize money. You even enjoy fighting sometimes, even for the last places. You know?
Exactly. I just noticed that when Jennifer came and sat down, she went on her score sheet and drew a kind of line in between. Usually that's for time, but I really enjoyed it. Was Juan Bayong, Grandmaster Bayong from Spain. He would come and literally with crayons, he would make these colors on his score sheet, like the first 10 moves, the next 10 moves, and it would all get,
Really?
go yellow, blue, and then the last 10 moves were red. Because it was like he knew he was going to get into time trouble. And he had this color code. It was pretty funny. And we have 1 D4, 1 knight F6. Now, in that matchup, Cristian, you showed that Arena has a bad score with Jennifer, but Jennifer was saying that she had black, and it was like Arena was coming out after her to explain her.
But I can guarantee you, Irina is coming after her in this one as well. She wants to win this game with the black pieces, and she was mentioning that during the interview yesterday.
Yeah, what a
She
great
was like,
attitude.
This is going to be a good opportunity for me to actually right that score, right that wrong. Right? I've been losing against this young player. It's time to punish these youngsters.
C7, C5. Okay, for me, this is an invitation after D5 to play the Benko
B5.
because I don't
Volga.
think
I
she's
think
going to
we're going
play.
to see the Benoni.
You think so?
Yes.
That's even more dangerous.
I agree. I bet on the Benoni, but let's see.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, here it comes.
Let's see, let's
D5. The gauntlet has been laid.
She's not shying away
taken.
from it.
Taken up.
Yeah. No, okay, so here we are.
G6.
No, we were
Okay.
both wrong. It may well transpose into
But
a
it will be a
Benoni.
Benoni.
can-
It will be a Benoni. It's just going to be a late Benoni. With
Okay.
E6, maybe E5 as well, even though E5 in general. In fact, does it make a lot of sense to start off with G6? Because
Maybe there is some.
Okay.
I know it makes a lot of sense to do that if the knight is still on G8. And then you can play E6 and actually get the knight to E7. But now with the knight already on F6, I'm not sure why she's doing this.
This particular move order. Well, that's what I wanted to say. The funny part was that Talia, who will be Jennifer Yu's opponent tomorrow, Talia has in her repertoire the 4 pawns attack against the King's Indian. So after D6, Talia just absolutely loves this double-edged opening. Uh-oh. We have 2 very late arrivals in this empty table
And it's better to play with black in such situations, right?
because White's clock has been started. Jeffrey Xiong.
No, it actually
And-
hasn't. No, Jeffrey has played his move.
Oh,
So it
Jeffrey.
means Jeffrey is.
Jeffrey arrived
Jeffrey
earlier.
was at the board.
Yeah.
He played,
and he's waiting
now
for
he's
Lanier.
waiting for Lanier.
That's really funny. Yes.
Lanier, who enjoys using all of his clock, arrives a little late as
And
he
it's
sits
important.
down.
I like that jacket.
Me
I
too.
mean, it reminds
Yeah.
me of
Oh, this,
Indiana Jones somehow.
Well, I was thinking World War I fighter pilot. If you want to go with the anthropologist, that's okay.
I'll go with the anthropologist.
Nice.
Yes.
Time's running, and away he goes. What's caught your eye thus far, Christian, in the penultimate round?
Oh, I was just looking at what's happening in the ladies section. Of course, we've seen what happened in the Jennifer Yu. That one is going to be a big fight. This one, we need to keep an eye on as well. Begim versus Talia, because once again, Talia is on 7 points, 1 point
Exactly.
behind Jennifer Yu, but she's been surging in the event. The last 4 rounds, she has been majestic in her execution. And right now, she's playing with the black pieces, a player against whom she doesn't have a very good score. She actually lost a couple of games against Begim, I think, in the U.S. Chess Championships last year, as well as in one of those Grandmaster Invitationals held here at the St. Louis Chess Club. So now we have this particular game right now, and of course, we know Talia in general is a Grunfeld player. And if she is a Grunfeld player, if she stays true to her nature, she's going to probably go D5. She actually doesn't play too often this move C6 and goes into that hybrid between a Slav and a Grunfeld. So in general, we see a D5 from her. Of course, D6 is also an option to try to transition into more of a King's Indian setup. But then I'm just simply going to go D4. Right. And if you don't play the King's Indian, and we know that Talia doesn't play it, at least not as often as she does the Grunfeld, then she might have some trouble in the opening. Let's wait and see what she's going to choose. C6, D6, or D5. If she stays true to her nature, she will play the move D5. This one is going to be very intriguing.
Thank you for that. I just noticed, by the way, in the game between Tatev and Rochelle, Tatev played, well, a little bit off the beaten track. This move, Queen D1, D3. I think Queen D2 is such a main move that almost the other things are just kind of distractions. Queen D3, a little bit of a wrinkle here. I mean, it gives the queen an opportunity to come over to G3. Whether the queen will be well placed there or not, that's a different question. Castles and
Knight before.
Yeah, we
can ask questions or knight d5.
Right. Just I'm going to be very curious to see how this Queen D3 works out for Tatev in this game. But let's jump to our open section and just see what our tournament leader Christopher Yu and Ray Robson are doing. Well, Ray has said, hey, look, I'm not going to deviate from what's brought me success this far. Berlin, castles, knight takes e4, rook e1. Now, rook e1 is, if I'm going to play for a draw in the Berlin,
Yes.
I'm playing
This
rook
is-
e1.
this is a move,
This
yes.
is like this is like
Okay.
almost a stone cold guarantee. Knight takes e5, bishop e7, bishop f1. So many games have been played, and we've got knight takes e5, rook takes e5 on the board, followed by castles, and we will likely see knight c3 and or d4 are the main moves for white. And because of the 4 versus 4, 3 versus 3, the open e-file, it's like the chopping block. Everything
is.
gets traded on the e-file, and draws are the most common result. Now, the big matchup was between Fabi and Sam Shankland. And the question is, can Sam Shankland get an advantage out of the opening?
The only thing
Anastasiya?
I can tell you that Sam, at least, he's very fresh today. He had almost 2 free days, right? There was a free day. Yesterday he
And
made a
then
quick
the
draw
draw
with
with
Levon
Levon.
Aronian, so he had lots of time to prepare for this game.
His energy should be
Definitely.
soaring, right?
Exactly, yes. So actually he has 2 white pieces in a row, right? So he had yesterday white pieces
Exactly.
against Levon. Will he be able to use white pieces today? The advantage
Exactly.
of, let's say, so-called advantage of white pieces.
Exactly.
Yes.
So symmetrical English with d7, d5, early d7, d5. And we've seen knight c3, knight c3, knight c7 earlier in the tournament. We've seen these d4 endings earlier in the tournament. And I think, this was not played, it's knight c3, g6, queen a4. Whoa.
Something new?
Well, it's there. It's been around. It's a little bit off the beaten track. Over to you, Cristian. A little bit rare.
So I've actually analyzed this from the black side, because I play the Grunfeld, and sometimes they can trick me into this
Transpose,
position.
yeah.
And sometimes against c4, I like to open up with c5 as well and go from the English setup. Now, the idea of this queen to a4 is that I immediately have a big threat. And that is the move
e5.
knight to e5.
Right.
For example, if you play something like, let's say, h6, right? Knight to e5 pretty much kills the game. Right now, you're losing at least a pawn. You have to take back on c3, then the knight on c6 is going to be lost. You're going to lose at least a pawn, and a very important pawn. So you have to defend against that. Now, how do you do it? If you try to get this knight off diagonal, still knight to e5 is a problem. So you have to start with bishop to g7, it seems like. And now, there's a couple of options. If you do go with the natural castle, now I have time to get this knight out of dodge and play this move knight to c7, because knight to e5 is no longer an option. So in general, instead of castle, actually this has been seen at the elite level between Wesley So and MVL. And I do believe that this was the game that I was basing my repertoire on as well. Knight to g5, and this is a critical position. Knight to b6 is an option to give a pawn like this. Knight b6, take on c6, take on c6, take on c6, bishop to d7. And I'm just saying that I will have enough compensation based on the activity of my pieces, as well as the lack of the light square bishop in your position as white. So you will have some problems on the king side. Now, there's also this move, e6, just simply defend the pawn, the knight on d5. You can go knight to e4, and now after knight b6, queen to c2 or queen to b5 as well. If I'm not mistaken, it was queen to b5 that was played. Yes, that was the move played in Wesley So versus MVL, and I think it was castle in this position, or the move c4. c4, actually this was the move, c4 and knight to e4, knight to a4, and at some point the pawn on c4 was lost. Nevertheless, black
Very
has a lot of
concrete game.
compensation for the pawn, because after castle, you will see this knight landing on d4. Once you take on c4, the c file opens up. I have ideas of bishop to d7, rook to c8, and putting a lot of pressure on the c file. There's a lot of compensation in the position. For example, you don't even have to go c4. You can go castle, take on c5, knight to d4, queen to d3, and now the other knight is coming towards the c2 square. Knight b4, knight c2, lots of compensation for the pawn. But we know how well prepared Sam Shankland is, so I'm very curious to see what ideas he has in mind. He was not happy with yesterday's game. We know he's actually a proponent of playing for the win with the white pieces against anybody in the world. Against the world champion, yes, I will play for a win. I do not want to make a quick draw just because I have the white pieces, and he was very upset with the result in yesterday's game against Levon Aronian. So today, we're expecting something big from Sam, and I'm kind of surprised that Fabiano is actually thinking at this point. What is he thinking about? Maybe he's thinking about the move e6. That would surprise me. I think bishop to g7 should come, but it does seem like Sam Shankland has won the battle of the opening.
Maybe he's just trying to remember his files. Sometimes it's not successful.
Exactly. Sometimes you wake up and it's just not there. What do I play in this position again?
Yes, and you try to remember. Some people, they have this good memory, yes, visual memory. So like they even remember which page it's and in which.
That is crazy, of course. There was one move that you didn't really discuss. Bishop g7 is natural.
Yes,
I mean,
absolutely.
But also knight b6. Just say, look, why did you develop your queen?
Knight b6 is a move as well. And then once again, my whole premise is to try to get the pawn for all this expansion.
Exactly. And then knight
right?
d7, and you just say,
yes,
okay,
yes, this is
I
a
don't
move as
give
well.
you. I don't give you a pawn.
I don't give you the pawn?
I
No.
think you're a bit too passive like this.
Okay.
I just don't think this is in the spirit of the position. So right now I will just go d3, and maybe when you put the bishop on g7,
Right.
I'll even try ideas such as h4 and try to put pressure on that side like this. I still think white has an
H4.
advantage in this position. So in general, I don't want to do this. I want to give you the pawn and get the compensation for it. This is in the spirit of this type of, let's say, hybrids between the Grunfeld and the English setup with c5. Very, very interesting middle game position arising in this one.
Well, in the spirit of brotherhood and happiness, I want to take your pawn.
Absolutely.
I want to make everybody happy.
That's why I don't go knight to b6. I go bishop g7 first.
Right.
You convinced.
You have to lose some more. By the way,
E7, E6 on the board.
E6 is on the board. Wow.
Kind of inviting knight e5. We'll keep an eye on that. I want to just turn our attention quickly to two games. First game, Lanier Dominguez on the outside looking in. Now, come on.
Yes.
Somebody stop Fabi. Somebody stop Ray. I just got +2. Isn't it wonderful? I'm playing
I didn't
Jeffrey.
lose any game, and
Right.
let's say I will try my best to push against the.
Yes, against the field and Jeffrey.
against Jeffrey.
So, again, most of my career, Queen's Gambit accepted, has been a part of my repertoire. So whenever I see my repertoire being played, I'm always very curious as to where it's going to go. E2, E4. Mainly, I have played in my career knight f6. I've also dabbled in E5, but almost never. I mean, like I've never gone down this road because I was always afraid of the move A4. I have to play C6.
Yes,
I
A6
don't,
is not possible.
A6, unfortunately, just is a terrible move for black. So C6 takes. And I've always thought, well, gee, after knight C3, I have to play this lousy move, Queen B6, and after B3,
Like what to play now? Yes, everything like falls apart. in a way.
right, I'm losing back my pawn. I've developed my queen early. I'm starting to worry about moves like knight d5, and I'm falling behind in development. And I just never went any further than
Yeah.
this. Like this was my
Enough is enough.
And,
yes.
yeah,
So it was enough not to play.
Exactly. I
Okay.
pulled the parachute, and Lanier just took it and said, no.
Let's play.
Yeah, let's play. I'll
Yeah.
stop knight d5 with the move e7, e6. I played b3 for a reason. I have to follow through. Bishop, that's a nasty pin.
Yes.
Bishop
this
d2. And I'm assuming we don't want to play queen takes d4, knight f3, and eventually white will win back the pawn, and it's going to be nice for white. So Lanier captured, bishop takes, played knight e7, and he's just sitting there saying, okay, I'm going to go castles, I'm going to go a7, a5, knight c6, and convince me that I have a pawn weakness, 5 versus 5. So I'm just like, wow, this is really kind of opening my eyes to new possibilities, because I would have never gone for this 20, 30 years ago. I would
And
have said,
no. Maybe they
no.
analyzed it and they think that it's just, let's say, equal position or possible position to
Right.
play. Yes.
And I wanted to jump to you, Christian, because Christopher, you sacrificing in exchange, say what?
Do you remember when you said that,
Yes.
yeah, if Christopher Yu plays this rook
Draw.
one,
Yes.
he just
Draw.
wants to make a draw. Guess
Exactly.
what? He's not looking to make a draw right now.
Unbelievable, these youngsters, you know.
know.
You play 131 moves, game, you
I'm
lose, and
exhausted.
next day you want to beat your opponent.
But that opens
Unbelievable.
up the door for Ray Robson potentially
Also.
to get the full point as well and
Excellent.
catch up, maybe even surpass Fabiano Caruana, depending on that result. So
Tell us
check
what
this
happened.
out. Bishop to f6, bishop to d3, and this has been played recently, in fact, but mostly in rapid competition, not in classical chess. So if Ray knows knight to c3, d6 is a critical move, which was played, by the way, queen to h5, you have to defend against the checkmate. There's only one way to do it, g6.
Clear.
If you go h6 after bishop takes h6,
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
you
whoa,
can
whoa,
resign.
whoa, 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 whoa.
It's
That's
game
it,
over.
yes?
Yeah,
Terrible.
Take, f6 or f5, bishop to h7. Oh, sorry.
Queen h7 will
f6 is
be-
checkmate, but f5,
F5, yes.
queen g6, king h8, and now probably something like bishop,
Bishop
to c4
C4
just
check.
finishes the game,
Uh-oh.
right?
Bishop
And then
c4,
queen g6
yes.
once
Wow.
again.
This
This is
just
game
game
over.
over.
Right.
Of course. So you cannot do that.
You have to
You have
play
to go
G6.
g6. Now I have to get the queen to h6, right? Because I need to start setting up things such as bishop to g5, followed by bishop to f6, right? Put the grip on your position like that. A couple of moves that black can play here, and I have to say, I think it was queen to e7, which was, no, never mind, it was bishop to e6. There's this game between Predke and Kovalev, yes, 2016. I think this was the big one. Bishop to e6, bishop to g5, and now queen to d7. And the question is, how do you develop your attack? Knight to
Right.
f6,
That
this
looks
has
like
a
a
clear
good
threat,
start.
right? If you take here, knight to f6 finishes the game.
Checkmate.
You take,
Yes.
take, there's no way to defend against queen to g7. So that one is game over. And by the way, the queen is already on h6. It seems like they are following this line. So there's only one defense. You have to go f5
Right.
in the position. Now if you take, at least there's no more knight to f5. I sacrificed the pawn, you have a lot of compensation, but you don't have the checkmate coming anytime soon in the position. So now I can just simply go bishop to f5, try to eliminate some pieces and play the position as such. I'm wondering, what does Christopher Yu have in mind? Or is this like a semi-gamble in the position? Maybe he's affected by the fact that he lost, maybe he didn't look at any new ideas. Up until this morning, maybe he was very upset at night, and he didn't have time to find a clear-cut way to put some pressure with the white pieces, and then he decided, okay, let's just gamble today.
What about
And he
this
went for
game?
this line.
What about this game you were mentioning? What was the result? Let's say, because probably white still has some kind of compensation.
And
right,
by the way,
after
there's
F5.
another game in 2022, and this is why I know this line, because
Bishop
it was
F5.
also played by my student. And I told him that somebody will play this line against him. And we started looking at this, and he analyzed it. He kind of find the right way to arrange his pieces as black, and it seems like he didn't have any problems to not only equalize, but actually win with the black pieces comfortably. So this is key. You have to go bishop e6, then f5. That's one way. I'm wondering if queen to e7 also works in the position. If I remember correctly, queen to e7 was working, but it was giving white some very decent compensation. Take on d6 with a knight, bishop to g5, long-term compensation on the dark squares. Bishop to f4, you get the queen to g7, then I go back to g5, or I have even ideas of knight to d5, right?
Oh. Wow.
Involve my knight into the attack. You cannot take on h6, because after bishop takes h6, you actually lose on c7, and you lose the exchange as well. So it's not looking good for you in the position. Very interesting. And by the way, if you do this, I can do this, check this out. And now bishop to f6 is an interesting idea. There's a checkmate coming, right? You have to go h6, and then I will take on c7. Knight f5 doesn't work because of bishop takes f5. So there's a lot of intriguing lines in this one. Ray has to be very precise. But if he is, and if he knows his preparation, if I remember correctly, there's not much as white. But once again, Ray has to find the very precise moves to get out of this initial bind that white has set up on the dark squares on the king side.
Yeah.
Well, it's pretty simple. He's a half a point behind. He has to score. If he loses, there goes the championship. A good prize, no question about that. But he's got to score. He's got to make at least a draw. A win, of course, is brilliant, but it's that simple. Queen d7. Is it a how do you say, is White taking a big risk in this exchange sacrifice?
Again, it's going to be like a long-term compensation.
So that's why probably Christopher is playing this one. I mean, if you're not really losing with White
but
in
it's
this
not
variation,
compensation for equality.
you just enjoy.
You will be worse.
He will
in
be
the position.
worse.
Yes, you will be worse.
Okay,
in
he
the
takes
position.
some risks.
You are taking
That was
some
my
risks.
question.
It's a semi-gamble.
How
Okay.
This
big
is a
is
semi-gamble.
that gamble?
I would say
semi-gamble?
like 40-60. 40-60.
I see. So it all depends if Ray maybe checked this position before, if he feels comfortable in these positions. It's not only about the evaluation. Sometimes players really don't like this situation when somebody attacks them from the very beginning. Like you change the track of the game. You play this variation, you think, okay, I have a draw here, most probably. It's a very calm variation. And then suddenly your opponent gives you an exchange and tells you, okay, now, yeah, I know that probably I'm worse here. Maybe I'm gambling a little bit. But still, I have some chances, you know, if you play one move unprecisely.
Exactly.
Ray
And
is
we
not
will
one
see.
of those people, though.
No?
Ray is
Okay.
very precise in his defense. And actually, we spoke with Fabiano Caruana in one of the interviews a few days ago, and he was
Podcast.
mentioning how good Ray is on the defense.
Yes, okay,
He
this is a
mentioned
good
that,
point.
So I generally trust Fabi when it comes to reading these players and their weaknesses and strengths. So I do believe, and also from my own experience, I played Ray many, many times.
Yes.
I feel he's a very, very good and calm defender. And that's very important, to be calm under pressure.
Of course, it's very important, although he doesn't look really happy at the moment. But we know that he doesn't. He looks the same even in the winning position.
I don't think he ever looks too happy.
Exactly. Ray is not the most expressive. I mean,
No,
he's got
no.
that kind of like poker
Face, yes.
face,
Poker face,
so to speak.
Chess is not a happy game. Yes, it's really it's a game to suffer, guys. No jokes.
You're defending the central squares all the time, Anastasiya. Let's just jump back to the marquee matchup in our ladies section because, again, Jennifer Yu, #1 in the tournament versus #2, Irina Krush. And how about that?
How did we get here?
I mentioned that Talia, Cervantes, Talia, who's on this incredible streak of +4, loves to play the 4 pawns attack. And I strongly suspect that Jennifer, in her preparation for the tournament, looked at Talia's games and maybe was inspired to play the 4 pawns attack herself because she's played F4,
Yes.
castles, knight F3, and E7, E6. And now there's a major, major diversion. Now, D takes E6. That was famously played by Larry Christensen against Garry Kasparov way back in the day. But Bishop E2 is a completely different and massive labyrinth of opening preparation. D takes E6 is the choice of Jennifer. F takes E6, Bishop E2, and basically Jennifer is saying, okay, with this structure a little bit compromised, especially the king's side, Black's king could come under pressure. The pawn on D6 is potentially weak. The pawn on E6 defends, but it's in the way of the bishop. Like
Exactly, yes. You also have
like
to
for
keep
example,
an eye.
yeah, knight C6, castles, E5. While that might be rather suggestive to open up the bishop, well, there are issues. First of all, I can take, completely symmetrical, and White could say, hey, I've got the better of the symmetry. And White also has these very dangerous, just, go for the pawn sacrifice type of thing, because the king,
It's a little bit exposed.
a
yes.
little bit. So if you, and knight c6, pardon me, castles, if you don't play for e6, e6, e5, what exactly are you doing? Let's say you go b6, because you got to do something.
Yes,
Let's
of
say
course, yes.
I go king, because somehow tucking this king away is always a kind of a good idea. And then after, for example, a move like bishop g7, once again, you've got to be a little bit cognizant that f5 is a move you don't necessarily want to see. So
I
I'm
like this knight h4 also with knight f5 ideas.
Oh
Yes,
yes, oh
if
yes.
you can place your knight there, you will be really happy.
Right. And so there are some challenges for Black. Now, on the other hand, now that the knight can come quickly to the d4 square, Arena's probably thinking, okay, I can go knight to c6, move my knight, control the d4 square, and I'll have a good game. Because after all, white did move her pawn, d4, d5, d takes e6. She spent a lot of tempi, and the d4 square is a great outpost if black can utilize it. Basically, I'm saying I'm really excited for this game. The imbalance already, this early imbalance, says there's a great fight ahead for us.
Exactly,
Anastasiya.
yes. I think both players are ready for the fight, and this is really, really nice and inspirational, especially that so many things can happen, and also, you know, they're fighting still for the first, second places, and it's really important that both kind of, with this opening repertoire, they tell to each other, I'm ready.
Exactly. And once again, a reminder to everybody, why we've been talking about this marquee matchup? Well, look at the scoreboard.
Exactly.
Number
Jennifer is on the first position, and Irina.
And with a victory, she would score 9. Jennifer, only Talia would have to win.
In order to try to catch
and then
up with her.
Talia would have to win against Jennifer tomorrow, and
To
then
be
there
able
could be
to catch
a
her.
playoff.
Yeah.
But a victory almost clinches. Well, let's just take a quick look at Talia's game, because, again, today Talia is playing against Begum, a big, big matchup, and it's a Grunfeld with a7, a5, knight. Whoa, knight h4. I'm trying to think. I remember Boris Gelfand playing something like this ages ago in a candidates. Knight h4, but maybe I've got the wrong position.
I see that Cristian is also.
Right. I'm going to have to go to our oracle, our all-knowing, all-telling, all-wise.
Explaining everything.
Christian.
Yes,
Save us.
It's terrible.
Knight h4.
It's a
What the
terrible.
coach will say.
What will the coach say? Knight h4.
We had this position on the board in the morning. And
This
of course-
morning?
Yes, of course. And after a5, I showed her queen to e2. Against rook e8, I showed her knight to h4. So
I see some
she
big
did.
stuff.
completely different.
She mixed it up.
This is completely different. Of course, knight to h4, there's an idea in the position. You want to go f4, right?
Right.
Because black is setting up for the break with e5. So,
Actually, it's logical. Knight h4 after
right.
rook
It's a
move.
very ugly knight, by the
Yes.
way. The knight on h4 is an extremely weak piece, and you will have to get it back into the game very, very quickly. Now, black can usually play the move e5, d5, knight a5, knight b4, knight to e7 are all very playable moves, and then the theory continues after that. With the move a5 on the board, knight to h4, I don't think it works that well, because I can go a4, and this is the plan behind the move
A5.
a5, a4 expansion on the queen side, maybe even a3 followed by knight to a5 and c5 open up the dark square bishop. So right now after a4, f4, which I'm expecting that is going to happen if we see the position after the a4 on the board, black can play the move a3.
A3 is very
Now if
strong.
you take, there's a big
Knight,
problem.
yeah.
Knight takes d4.
Knight h4. Wow.
Exactly.
Nice.
And now you soften up the pawn on b2, the support of the knight on c3, and after knight takes d4, I mean, black is
Better.
pretty much close to winning.
Okay, don't
Yeah.
need to
Close
take
to
on
winning.
h3. Don't take. I don't like it. No,
You
no,
don't
no,
take
no.
on
We
a3,
don't.
sure, but
Yes.
what do you do? Probably you go back with the knight,
Maybe,
right?
because
Knight
I
to
just go
f3.
back.
But then the bishop
Knight
is stuck
c4.
on b2. You can play the move knight to
Yeah.
a5 followed by knight to c4.
No.
Everything is coming with tempo, and you
Wow.
will have the move c5 coming. And by the way, a4 has been played in the position. So she's just messing up her preparation. She
Mixed.
forgot it. And right now she's not in time to set up the bind, that controlling bind with the move f4. That's the only reason why you would play the move knight to h4 in the position. And I have to say, Talia is looking good right now, and she could potentially, once again with a victory, close in the gap between herself and the leaders, whoever the leaders are going to be after this round, whether it's going to be Jennifer Yu still or whether it's going to be Irina Krush.
Talia looks like she's kind of happy, even though she's hidden underneath those
yes.
hands. I like I mean, her expression to my mind is like, I'm really, really alert.
Yes.
She's checking it all out.
Win 4 games in a row, Yasser. You will be
Feeling
also
very good.
really happy.
I believe you. I certainly do. Turning our attention to the game of Sabina, I think. I've got my thing hidden a little. I got some tape. Versus Alice Lee. I mentioned not too long ago that one of the things I like to do as black was to play this London, put my pawn on h6, and then tuck my bishop back. It's not a fianchetto, but the bishop on h7 does a good job at defending the king and eyeballing the c2 pawn. Well, Alice says, you know what? I like that as well. And the players have quickly arrived at this kind of very, very standard London system. And when I see this move A to A3, it's basically a kind of a red flag for me. I start wanting to play moves like C5 and B5, because once I get those 2 moves in, I don't think White wants to play A4 anymore.
Because he already played.
She already played A3,
already played A3,
exactly.
yes.
So for me, it's sort of like, okay, I'll castle, as I said, I'll tuck my bishop on H7, and then I'll expand on the queen side. Well, keep this Sabina versus Alice game, and there you see the 2 players. Alice, yesterday, I wanted to ask you about the.
What a game! Yes,
she
had
so bad
she had so
against
good
Tatev.
chances against Tatev, and yes, she came so close to win this game,
Right.
which would put her immediately on the 3rd place, right?
Exactly.
Together with Thalia. I mean, this was
Right.
really important game for the standings. It's clear that she could make more points out of the games she had, like Anna, Zatonskih, yesterday with Tatev. So poor Elis, I mean, really, it's not easy, but seems like she's ready to fight today. And I think it's the first time she managed to save the bishop. All the previous times her opponents would go knight h4 and take this bishop of g6.
Right.
So now it's the first time that she got something she probably desired before.
Right.
Bishop will go to h7. I also like to play this type of positions, and I think Black normally should feel comfortable right now. Yes, it's going to be an interesting game. I just wanted to mention once again, Sabina has already 4 points out of 11. You remember she started really badly.
She did.
And then she showed with her example that it's not time to give up, never give up. You have to just keep playing and try to believe in your strengths. She came once here to the studio and she gave the interview explaining that no, the tournament is not over. She is a fighter. And she proved it by, I mean, she's not in the last position anymore.
No.
She has four points, hoping to get even more.
Absolutely. And for Alice, again, celebrating her 13th birthday during the competition, but like you said, she's had some very, very good positions, so she certainly could easily be in tied for 3rd,
At
possibly
least, yes.
even
Maybe
2nd.
even, yes,
Yeah.
2nd, yes. No,
Okay,
she's doing really great. in
back
this
to
tournament.
Jennifer and Irina for just a quick second. We do see knight c6. We do have castles on the board. And this is actually, again, a very, very important moment for Irina. She's kind of happy, safe king, her fair share of the center, but now she starts to look for effective development. She has to answer a question, very salient question: what am I doing with my light square bishop? Am I going to be playing e5 and keeping the bishop on the original diagonal? Am I going to go b7, b6 and look to fianchetto the position? From White's point of view, White's play is actually remarkably easy. She's going to go king h8, bishop e3, queen d2, pile up the pressure.
Yes, you're right. Really easy to play for White, right?
Easy
You
play.
can understand the plans.
And maybe on a good day, when you're not, when you're moving your bishop over to the queen side, I'll hit out with f4, f5. Again, lots and lots and lots of theory. I don't mean to say that Irina's position is bad or anything like that. I just like
Yes, yes,
the
yes.
imbalance.
I think it's
Anastasiya.
funny that remember she came yesterday and she said maybe it's a way to play. You get a bit worse positions and then you try to win.
Sometimes
it's funny.
Sometimes when you have a worse position, you know what to do. Other times you're like a little bit awkward.
She
what's
said at
going
the
on.
same time she didn't realize it was so bad. You know, like
Right.
she said, okay, I didn't think it was so bad.
We were talking about
Yes.
her game with Naja.
With Naja
She
yesterday,
was
yes.
really, really awkward. And Cristian, back over to you. What's caught your eye?
So this game between Christopher Yu, who by the way is blitzing out his moves, every single one of them,
Like, it's all
up
known.
to this point. After bishop to g5, and by the way, queen to e7 was played by Ray Robson. We were looking at ideas of bishop to e6, which we thought is the better approach. Bishop e6, bishop g5, knight e4, and then f5, that
Right.
critical move. Not easy to play it and allow that pawn to stay on f6 if you don't know the position very, very well. So
Right.
this is understandable that he chose to play the move queen to e7, a very practical choice. Take on d6, and now knight to d5 has been played 3 times. But Christopher came with the best move according to the engines, bishop to g5, a novelty, and he played it extremely fast. 1 hour and 36 minutes right now for Christopher Yu. So he's been blitzing out his every single move. Don't play the move f6, even though even f6 equalizes in the position. It's quite funny. Knight to d5, queen to g7, and now most likely we have to go into this endgame. Take, I take on c7, you take on g5, I take on a8. Maybe this is something Ray is considering right now. Bishop to f5, everything is forced pretty much. Knight to c7,
comes
rook
out.
to c8, knight to d5, you take on d3, I take on d3, and then I infiltrate via the c file. I have very active pieces. I am a pawn down, but I have plenty compensation for that pawn. And most likely we're going to see a repetition, something along the lines of knight to e3. You run away with the rook, knight to c4 to attack it. You run away again, and then you go back to attack it while I try to put the knight on a d4. So Christopher right now maybe understanding that, okay, yes, sure, I had tremendous preparation, but most of the lines, especially if my opponent knows what he's doing, are going to end up in equality. That's not the only one, and you can see right now Ray is trying to remember. He's not looking at the position. He's trying to remember his preparation. Bishop to g5, he has a few options. f6 is not the only one. At that point, queen to e6 makes a lot of sense as well. Queen to e5, and to be honest, after queen to e5, you kind of have to go for this line. Bishop to f4, queen to c5, bishop to e3, queen to e5, and bishop to f4.
Ah, really? So it's
Unless you
possible
want to
repeat.
be much worse as white, which I don't think Christopher Yu is trying to be. So perhaps after queen to c5, rook to e1, but I think there's something after rook, oh yes, rook to e8. That's problematic. Rook to e8, if we exchange any pieces in the position, you're going to be in deep danger as white. So this one, it says that black is close to winning in the position.
It's
you have
because,
to be
let's
very
say,
careful.
You need to keep your pieces for the attack, right?
Yes, yes, and
at
I
the
think you
moment-
have to just go bishop e3, bishop f4, and make a draw at that
Wow.
point. You have to take it. Again, it's a mini gamble by Christopher Yu. He probably didn't have enough time to prepare this game, and he decided to look in his archives of gambits, and he came up with this idea, putting some pressure
Gambit
early on.
archives.
If my opponent knows, then I'm going to make a draw.
Yes.
Speaking of archives and gambits, I don't even know what to describe as going on between Sam Sevian
gosh.
and Hans
whoa.
Niemann, because I just have never seen a position like the two players have achieved. In fact, it looks kind of hilarious, like somebody you gave a box of chess pieces to a 6-year-old and said,
Just try to play this position. Yes.
put some pieces on the board. And I'm looking at this pawn on g2 and I'm thinking to myself, how did it get there? And then I saw this knight on g5 and I said, oh, of course, I'm going to play knight f7 check, fork the king, fork the rook, and completely
about
forgetting the bishop.
yes.
Bishops can come backwards. What a mess.
What a mess.
Exactly. Yes.
Explain this one.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck. I mean, I'll explain it to you. Hans knows exactly what he's doing.
Okay.
Sam Sevian doesn't, and he's trying to figure out the best moves over the board.
Wow.
The theory ended up long time ago.
Okay.
Bishop to f4 and rook to c8 was, in fact, the first move that is not part of theoretical knowledge. This was played between Urquedal and Carlson in 2021, and that was played with the move bishop to b3, getting out of dodge of this knight takes e6 attack. Rook to c8 was new. G3 was played quite quickly also by our friend Sam Sevian. And let's see, where did he think for a very long time? After f3, take, rook to g1, knight to f6. Okay, he's been thinking for a very long time after knight to f6. So it seems like both of these players were actually aware of this particular line up to this point. This move, knight to f6, which, by the way, is the best move according to the engines. We're expecting rook takes g2.
Is h6 a potential move here? That's a crazy move.
h6, that's a move as well. So I guess I have to get out of dodge.
And we take the pawn on g2?
You take, and now I can even take.
Really?
Take and bishop
yes.
e7.
Wow.
Right?
We just take like this. Wow,
Yes.
that's really nice. Yes, I mean it's not what I would expect.
I'm
yes.
like really unexpected. I mean, I think like
You just can
6 or
take,
7 or
yes.
8 moves ago, everything's unexpected. There we have a very
remember what he analyzed
clear
at home.
shot of Sam Sevian. Again, he's having maybe his most outstanding U.S. championship. He's undefeated after
+2.
Yeah, after
He had a good
11
one
rounds
last
of
year
play
also.
and 2 victories. Sorry, Christian.
He had a good one last year. He went into the playoffs last year.
Yes. He went.
That
He
is
went
true.
on. Yes.
So
That was an outstanding success.
he's just confirming.
What he
He's
did last
confirming
year,
right now.
yes.
Oh, he's definitely one of the best
stand
players
corrected.
here.
Yeah.
And actually now they have only 1 point distance between Sam and Hans. You see 6.5 points for Sam and 5.5 for Hans. So Hans probably is looking forward to find some sharp positions where he will get some
He
chances.
got it.
And he got it. Yes, he plays really fast. I mean, it's lately this is how he plays in the opening, really fast.
I gotta ask, how do the engines evaluate it, Christian?
0.00.
Yeah, of course. Okay, let's try it a different one. What do the engines consider
take
the
on
best
G2.
moves?
Just take on g2. Take the
Just
pawn.
rook takes g2.
Yeah.
Rook takes G2.
And then I'm assuming black plays bishop c5?
Bishop c5, yes, very good.
Okay, very good.
You see, you can
I
play
got
without
one.
the engines.
I got one.
You're
Play
the-
without the engines, Yasser.
And
you
then
know everything. Come
and
on.
and now this is
Bishop
the
takes f6 and knight takes c4.
Oh, that was I was very reluctant to give up the dark square bishop.
I know, yeah. It doesn't feel very natural, right?
Right?
But
Yes,
at
you
the
give
same
two
time, you're
bishops.
getting a lot of activity. So, for example, bishop to d4, you can go knight to e2, hunt this bishop down. And where do you put the bishop, by the way? You can
Bishop
take,
E.
but then I go
Rook
here.
b1, yes.
You go bishop here. I take,
take.
and then
What
I
is
go. No, I don't go there. I give you a check. Okay, it's a mess.
It is. I mean,
I was looking for something
it's a
more
complete mess.
obvious than it's a mess.
Yes.
I had a mess already 10 moves ago. We have
This
a
is
move
not practical at all for
I
white
will
because
tell you
you're a
something.
pawn down and you don't actually see where the compensation lies, right?
right?
I
Other
think
than the activity.
It's the craziest position which Sam Seven had during all these rounds. I mean, normally he is like very, very solid, right?
Right.
And I think Hans at least got the position which is like more for his style than Seven. Yes, maybe he feels better here than Sam at this moment, if we speak about psychological point of view.
Well, also, Anastasia, boldly stating the obvious, look at the difference in the clock.
Yes, exactly. Yes, it's like almost half an hour.
Hans, I mean,
it is half an hour.
Well, I'm saying Hans has gained time.
Mm-hmm.
So not only are we deeply in Hans's preparation, Sam's figuring it out at the board, and Hans saying, "Okay, come on, you got to catch up to me. I know the next 3, 6, 7, 8 moves."
Oh, yes, and you don't.
And you don't. That's exactly what he's saying. You
Yes.
don't know what I've got prepped for you, and that whole bishop takes f6. That I think I'm giving up the advantage when I do think I can go with rook takes g2. I'm so reluctant to play bishop takes f6. If that's my best move, I'm not happy with the outcome of the opening.
What if I take on c5? Like
Yeah.
just to understand, like.
Please,
so if
I'm with you 100%,
Yes, rook takes
Anastasia.
c5, and then like, can I take on e4? No, I don't think so. Yes.
Well,
Or
the issue
rook
here
e8 comes, no?
is you instantly play the move rook e8 because
F3.
you have no choice. You're
Yes.
going to have to play f2,
Yes.
f3 in this case. And now, should I defend g7? Should I
Take on h5.
take on h5? The problem from White's point of view is it's incredibly desirable to play the move castles.
Yes, but so
But
if we
the-
try, same as Christian tried last few days ago.
the software won't allow us to castle.
No.
I mean, this bishop on b3 is a massive irritant to White's development. And here again, whether I should defend g7 or whether I should go rook takes h5 and continue,
Take on h2, and now I have some issues also on the first rank, right?
But like it's somehow a kind of mutually assured destruction going on.
Yes,
It's
crazy. I
it's
don't understand
crazy.
anything actually. It's really
I don't
funny.
know. I don't know
But
what's going on.
he took on g2, so Hans
He
now
did.
is thinking, yes.
He did take
at the
Okay,
moment, yes.
so we got one right in a very, very chaotic position. But what an important game this is for Sam Sevian. I
Yes.
came into the show saying, Sam, you played a great tournament. Last two rounds, these championship rounds, you can spoil your event or make it one to remember.
If he wins now, for example,
It's
he has
a
huge chances even
memorable-
for the first place. This is
Precisely.
really, really important, yes. So
Yeah.
And he's still
Back over
dreaming
to you,
about
Christian.
it. I mean, he's only 1 point behind Fabiano if he wins
Right.
this one. And he has white pieces against a player that is only on 50%, right? So
Right.
you're going to try to put as much pressure as possible. I'm not
Absolutely.
sure if he's very happy with the outcome of this opening. Obviously, Hans seems to be very well versed in this line. He has ideas of his own. Once again, the theory ended 5 moves ago, so Hans still knows exactly what he's doing. Maybe this move, rook to g2, which is it's a very natural move.
Of course.
So you probably should know how to respond to it. We're going to have to wait and see. Hans is probably trying to recall his preparation, and let's wait and see whether he's going to find the best moves in the position.
Or maybe
And
he's
equalize.
pretending that he knows everything. It also happens. Sometimes you're
Right.
gambling in a way. You are trying to kind of pretend I know everything.
No, but he
Okay.
played the best moves up to
Yes.
this point.
Okay,
Yeah,
it happened
yeah.
too. It happened, yes. Sometimes it happens.
With 1 hour and 30 minutes, I'm not sure
I
if...
know. Okay.
And you've got our marquee matchup game going on in the ladies section. What developments have taken place, Christian?
Well, let's take a look. I think we left it after this move, bishop to e2, knight c6, main line.
Right.
It seems like Irina was still within her preparation. Castle, and now a b6, still the main line, but Irina thought for a very long time. Now, it makes a lot of sense. You're trying to get the bishop to b7,
Right.
put as much pressure on the pawn on e4, and at some point maybe even have ideas of playing the move d5 in the future.
Okay.
Very intriguing position. How are you going to develop your pieces as white?
King h1,
King to h1, sure. Let's go bishop b7.
f5.
Oh,
Immediately.
f5, really?
Yeah.
I'm going
I
to take
mean,
that. Yasser, I think.
Rex Sinkfield
Are you okay?
will be loving
are you
this.
okay?
This
I
is
mean, come on, I'm
this
gonna
is the Grand Prix attack.
I'll take it.
Knight
Knight
h4.
That's fine.
I learned
Knight
the
d4
lesson.
probably.
Yes,
Yes, knight d4.
Knight f5.
But where's your
take.
attack?
I don't know. Do I have an attack?
No, you're lost.
Oh
Already
no!
lost.
You're completely lost.
Oh no!
Actually, yeah.
Yeah, so
I think you have to
development,
develop your
development.
pieces.
Bishop
Look,
b3.
Yasser.
Yes.
The second
I've been
variation.
teaching back game. I'm letting her to develop her pieces first and then go crazy. I can teach you as well, Yasser. No problem. No
I'm
problem.
gonna sign up for your course as soon as I get out of studio.
So just go
Old
bishop
dog,
to
new
e3.
tricks.
Yes.
So bishop e3.
You
Bishop
said
b3,
bishop
yes.
b3 before, by
Yes,
the way.
and
It
queen
was the
d2.
second line we
Right.
discussed. That f5
Something
is
like
one
this,
option,
and
bishop b3 is of course.
Piano. Just play it slow. H3, queen c2, develop,
Queen
defend.
c2,
yeah,
not queen
c2,
d2.
then rook to d1. I don't think you actually want to go this way.
No,
and
too
attack
slow.
me. Once you land here, I have all sorts of ideas of discovery attacks because the queen is on d1, and I'm attacking to exchange the queens.
Okay.
If I manage to exchange the queens, you are a bit overextended. with his pawns on f4 and e4, and you also have to worry about this monster on g7. Once diagonal opens up, I'm going to have a lot of targets on that diagonal. So this one, very interesting game, but I have to say, if Irina wants to win this one and surpass Jennifer Yu, she got the perfect position to do so.
All right.
Very balanced, remains extremely balanced.
Turning our attention to the game between Sam Shankland and Fabiano for a moment, because again, this is also our tournament leader game, Anastasiya.
Yes, of course.
We saw the move e7, e6 by Fabi. I mean, I think a lot of people would have played bishop g7, you know, rather instantly. I would have definitely been considering knight b6. He went for e7, e6. And my database stopped, by the way. Like, it just like said, that's a novel move. I find it hard to believe that's a novelty, because after knight e5, bishop d7, white wins the two bishops, but it's not so cut and dry. Black has a great outpost on the d4 square for the knight. So I wouldn't imagine that white's advantage of the two bishops is so overwhelming that this hasn't been tried before, only that in our database we don't have games from b7, b6, castles, rook d8, and we're up to date with the play. Essentially, Fabi is ready to play knight d4. Okay, we can trade queens, and I'm looking at this pawn on e2. By the way, this is another one of those reasons why players love to fianchetto the bishops. If you look at that bishop on g7, you go, oh, you're charming. You're just such a beautiful bishop. You protect my king, but also you're eyeballing the b2 pawn. So you're doing double duty, offensive and defensive work by this great bishop on g7.
Once Fabi gave up this bishop c3, there was a famous game when he decided to get rid of this fantastic bishop, but it was for the reason. I remember two
exclamation. Marks.
Marks for this move somehow.
Yeah, I've always thought about that, you know, like these Sicilian dragons.
Yes.
You got this dragon bishop, and in my mind I have this image of the dragon breathing fire, and then the people give up the bishop, and I go, what are you doing? Idiot. Did anybody teach you about dragon bishops? What's going on in the Fabi game?
Well, actually, there was a big opportunity a move ago.
Oh.
Check this out. So instead of castle, which is very natural, and he thought quite a long time for this move, knight takes d5 was an option.
Okay, we got to take.
b4.
b4 immediately.
Take advantage of this pin, right? So if you cannot take with the knight because you lose the queen. So you have to find the compensation, because I am taking your pawn.
You're taking pawn on c5.
So you have to go for rook to e8. Now this creates an immediate threat. If you take on c5,
rook e2 check.
Nice.
Knight to d4, you lose the queen, right? You cannot allow this. So you have to defend against that. e3 most likely, instead of taking on c5, reinforcing the threat of taking on c5.
Okay.
And then we see this type of situations. Rook a d8, you take, knight to e5, take, knight takes d3, king to f1. You cannot go to e2 because I take
check.
with a check. So you have to go to f1, take, c6, and this position is very difficult to assess. Most likely it's going to be very close to equality. At the same time, black does have the two bishops and quite a powerful pawn on c6, right? So you have to be quite cognizant of that. Now we see a completely different situation right now. Castle, rook to d8, rook to d1. The queen is defended, so you don't have any ideas of b4 anymore. Because if you take, instead of rook to d1, if you take, and b4, I can just simply take with the knight on b4, right? Absolutely no problems. For black, rook f d1. And as you mentioned, Yasser, you see this move, knight to d4, you see a beautiful outpost. If you try to kick the knight away with e3, then d3 is going to become weak. I like black in the position. I think Fabiano Caruana has probably equalized this game and doesn't have any problems out of the opening against the 2018 champion, Sam Shankland.
Wow, and I remember that championship. It's still a kind of a funny moment when Fabi was complaining to me after the tournament. You know, I was tied for first with 3 rounds to go.
Yes.
I scored 2.5 out of 3. And I said, you know, mail me my first place check, you know, or did I tie for first place? No, you got second because your rival got 3 out of 3. Sam Shankland
Unbelievable.
went on a last-minute tear. That was a very intriguing line that you showed with B4, because in that line with E3 and
Good
knight
opportunity,
D4,
yes, yes.
I mean, I don't even have to trade queens. I would even just kind of just sit there and consider, okay, what if I just drop back with the queen for just a moment? I mean,
But now,
for the moment, I'm a pawn up, right?
let's try to do...
Maybe queen
You are a
F5?
pawn up. I have ideas of queen
Queen
F5.
F5,
Maybe
knight
take on
F3.
C5 and rook to B8. That's an option as well.
Maybe take on C5 and rook to B8
And then
as
queen
an option.
F5.
There's a rook B2.
Where do you put the queen?
The desirable queen C2 does run into rook B2.
That's a
Sometimes
problem,
D4
yeah.
also maybe sometimes can
Maybe
be.
you can take on D5, but
I'm
actually taking on D5, take on
living-
D3. Yeah, that's a
Yes,
problem.
I'm
knight
living
D3.
a very,
That's
very dangerous life there. Okay, maybe it means queen A3?
Queen
Queen
A3.
Queen F5.
Now
Queen
I have
F5?
queen B5
Or queen
ideas
B5.
also.
Queen B5 ideas. Okay, this isn't.
But now I can take on C5 as well, and you cannot take with the rook because of bishop F8, right?
That is true.
Oh.
That is very, very true. Yeah. Okay. I'm not
Interesting.
getting.
So you probably have to trade the queens.
I'm sure
Yeah.
Fabi had all moves written in his files.
in its files. You think so?
Yes, I think he was
Well-
provoking Sam to go for this line somehow.
Absolutely. Well, we've come to that point in the show, Anastasiya, where we want to again welcome our viewers. Thank you all for watching, and also invite them to
Or
join our discussion.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Pose some questions to Anastasiya, Cristian, or myself. How do they do it, Anastasiya?
Yes, so we have to, first of all, everybody has to follow our social media. It's must do.
Absolutely.
If you have Twitter
Prime
account,
subscriptions, always
Yes.
welcome.
Absolutely, St. Louis Chess Club is your way to get to social media in Instagram, Twitter, and also don't forget to check to follow YouTube channel as well. We have many nice videos and interviews there. So
Okay.
if you want to ask the question, the commentators, you can use hashtag US Chess Champs or mention St. Louis Chess Club as well. We have a question.
We do. Good. And this one is from Sam Films.
Would love a hot take from Yasser on the Aman Lawrence chess boxing match.
Well, this is incredible. Well, thank you very much for Sam Films. So the hot take is Amon Hamilton of the Chess Bras is going up against the pugilist Lawrence, and they're going to play. They're going to have a chess boxing duel, and what that is, it's a hybrid boxing match. You
And-
play some good chess moves, then you get up, and then you box your opponent. And you get so whoever checkmates or knocks out, that's it. The duel is over. And I have to confess, I've never gone to a chess boxing
Me
match.
too, but I'm always
But there is so much at stake. in this
absolutely
one.
yes. Your health, your head.
everything. I
Yes.
think it will be a lot of fun. I just don't want anybody to get hurt.
This is for sure, and we could see all these videos of Lawrence preparation, pushing Magnus.
Oh,
you know,
really? Is
with-
that what it's? Yeah, he's
Yes,
in.
he's
in
really
training.
trying. Yes,
You know,
yes.
he's got the Rocky music going on
Absolutely.
and everything.
I think Cristian may also give some information. I'm sure
Right.
he's following closely. Are you coming to LA to watch this match between Lawrence?
I'm not 100% sure. I would love to go to LA. Yes. I think
Is it LA or Vegas? I apologize.
I'm not
it's
sure.
in LA.
In
yes.
LA,
in
yes.
Los Angeles.
It's in Los Angeles.
Wow.
Okay.
Yes, December 11th. So shout out to Mogul Moves. I think that's the organization organizing the match. And yeah, that should be a good one. I don't know. Who do you guys have in that?
Hey,
match?
look, you know, I'm with the Chess Bras.
Okay,
I have an affinity there. You know, I gotta support
I'm not going to give
Amon.
my take on this one. Yeah. I'll be thinking about it. But
Yes.
it's
By
an
the way,
intriguing
Cristian,
matchup.
would you like to take part in such events? Everybody
I'd love
knows
to.
about your great shape.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Of course.
Your
I mean,
jiu-jitsu, man.
I've done some kickboxing for a few years, so I think I
Nice.
can take pretty much anybody in the chess world.
Ooh, that's a challenge. There it is. Cristian, open challenge.
Yes.
Crazily enough, Cristian, you had this game of Ray Robson earlier, and you were calling
This line,
exactly
yeah.
this line.
Yeah,
Spoiler.
this
It
line.
was a spoiler.
alert.
Yes.
Yeah. And
He's going for it.
he's going for it.
He's going for it, and right now he has the option of, once again, f takes g5, knight a8, bishop f5. That's the line we've seen.
Yes.
Right.
Or even rook to f7. Rook to f7, you can take on f6 first, or you can take on a8, take on g5, and now the question is, how do you get the knight out? Right?
Exactly.
Because I am going b6, bishop b7, and I capture the knight if you don't
Okay.
do something fast. So you have to target my knight on d6 with a move rook to d1.
Okay.
Again, I'm looking at the position from a practical perspective. I don't think Ray Robson is going to allow these ideas, rook to d1 and target knight on d6. I think he will be looking for something a bit more forced in the position, and that is taking on a g5 and bishop to f5. He's down an hour on his clock right now. Well,
That's
55
Yes.
minutes or so.
Christopher's gained
nevertheless,
5 minutes.
again,
Wow,
he
this
knows.
is really.
He had this in his preparation, for sure.
What preparation?
Yes, yes, yes.
In
But
rapid, he would already win this game, right?
Yeah, right. Oh my
Wow.
goodness. But I had a question for you, Christian, because that line that you showed had a flaw.
Yes.
If you take and I take, and you went bishop f5,
Sure,
and I
yes.
went knight c7, and you
Yes.
went rook c8.
I did.
I don't move the knight. I'll take your bishop.
Okay, and I take with the knight.
And, well, I've got to check.
That's okay. And I go king
You
f6.
just go king f6.
Yes, and
Oh my gosh.
And then actually knight is what?
The
trapped?
knight, I was...
You wanted to go to d4, I know.
I know.
Yeah,
But
but my
knight
knight on
is-
f5 is
yeah.
nicely protecting that square.
It certainly is.
Actually, you were worse after.
Yeah,
king
well,
f6.
if I have to do that, you're absolutely right. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's pretty much forced, to be honest, because if you try to go knight b5 and then say that I'm going to take on d6 and then on d3, it's not working. I take on d3, no. Or I can do that also, yes. I was thinking of taking on d3 and taking on c2 with the rook.
Also, good point. You're still coming out
Maybe I'm
on
even
the better
slightly
side.
better.
Yeah,
Yes, and this
yeah.
bishop
I
is
won't
better.
argue. I won't argue that point at all. Well, from Ray's point of view, if I'm down an hour on the clock, I want to play the most forcing line I can. So in that case, taking on g5 and bishop f5.
Everything
makes
with
them-
tempo, right?
Yes,
with
everything is forced.
At the end of this whole ordeal, you are a pawn down, but you're so active, I don't think white has a great way to do anything in the position.
This is the line, excuse me, with rook c8 that you had showed. Knight d5, bishop takes, and rook c2. And you're getting great
Compensation, yes, for the pawn.
with such active rook.
Okay,
hitting-
to be honest, let's try to actually capture.
By the
pawn.
way,
And by the way, that
takes on
yes,
g5.
Yes, and
Knight
we're
A8,
expecting bishop
everything.
f5.
I got a feeling we called this whole game already.
We might have, yes. We might have.
Like what? Rook c2. Yes, and continue.
So
the,
let's try to find a way to capture the pawn. Maybe rook d2. Just
well, you mean
simple as that.
b3, rook d2?
Or rook to b1. I think you want to play rook to b1, right?
Okay, rook to
Okay,
b1.
rook d2, then what do you play actually?
I mean, if you go knight before, I go a5 and I capture
Yes.
the pawn. Yeah, I
There
guess
is
this
no
is
way
easy.
to protect
this
this
is
pawn,
easy
right?
enough, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way you win this one.
Or maybe like a 4 also doesn't work, right? Something like that. Or maybe some tricks with knight c7. No, there are no tricks.
Not looking like there's anything.
I'm just simply not keeping the pawn. I mean, the only thing I can imagine is, well, something of this
And rook
nature
d1,
where, you know, if I could
But
get
they go
in
knight
king
f5.
e2 and rook c1, maybe
I
I'm
go
having
knight
some...
f5. I exchange everything.
Well,
Knight
knight
f5.
f5,
Yes, knight
exchange
f5.
I
everything.
exchange everything in the
Yeah.
position.
Yeah.
Get the rook to d7 to defend everything on the 7th rank. And
Yeah,
we'll call it a day very soon.
very soon.
Yeah,
I
looks like
agree
a very
wholeheartedly.
drawish.
Okay, well, once again, let's go back to our. By the way, thank you for the question about the chess box.
Yes, it was
I mean,
really good
that
question.
is,
really appreciate.
A real hybrid, I want to say. B7, B6 in our marquee matchup. The two moves that we expect white to play: Bishop E3 for Jennifer, and or King H1, or maybe H2, H3 with the intention of Bishop E3, and just get the development and see what the middle game is going to bring. Again, out of the 3 games these two ladies have contested in the past, Jennifer with a 2.5.
Yes.
Again, Anastasiya, for me, I would not have guessed that. I would have lost a serious wager.
Yes, exactly. But I
this
really
one.
like the attitude of Arina yesterday. She said that it's not really bothers her. I asked her if it affects somehow her mood before this really important
Exactly.
match.
To
And
have
she
a
said,
bad opponent.
yes,
yeah?
it's really hard sometimes, right?
Right.
Now we can see on the screens this score, like 2 wins for Jennifer. Sometimes you really don't like this type of situations,
Precisely,
right? And she was so optimistic. She said, if you have this opportunity to fight for the first place and you have to play this game, it's already great. Like I have my chances actually to,
Right.
to
Remove the
strike back.
obstacle,
Yes. Remove the
myself.
obstacle. Yes,
Right.
a fantastic phrase actually. So motivational for all chess players around the world because we
Exactly.
don't know how to deal with these situations. And I think this was really right attitude. Like I'm not hiding from it. Yes, I have a bad score, but I'm the one who can improve it, right? And
Exactly.
she gave as an example her long-term rival with Anna Zatonskih. You remember they played like 30 games and before, and she was not doing so well, Irina Krush, and later she managed to change the score on her favor, maybe even on her favor. Yes.
Yeah, wow, whoa, 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 whoa,
What
whoa.
happened?
Jennifer played a move that's simply bad. I mean, there's no way the move knight f3 to e1 even came into my mind because the knight on f3 was desperately needed to protect against knight to d4. If I'm black, I'm playing knight to d4, not even asking questions as to why you played that move. Knight on d4, the bishop will come to b7, and Arina will have simply the advantage. I'm at a loss.
You're
I just,
shocked.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
I see,
just
yes,
can't. I mean, I understand that Jennifer's thinking that the bishop will neutralize its counterpart on f3, but you're wasting time, and you really need to get your pieces out. Bishop e3, king h1, and
It's the first time I see you so shocked, Yasser. Really,
right?
I was
it
really
just
like.
like okay. I mean, I understand blunders. You know,
Yes,
you
yes.
make the wrong capture at the wrong time, or you play a combination out of turn.
Yes.
But this is just a strategic question. Why would you play knight e1? And, Anastasiya, I mean, was that in your
No, it was not on
option?
my candidate's move, definitely. I don't know, maybe she wants to put her knight on c2 later, and then e3.
Knight to c2.
I don't know, what is the plan?
Bishop to e3. Well, again, if I'm in
Like
arena,
shoes,
I'm in
so what
arena
do you
shoes.
do?
I'm saying, thank you very much. I appreciate your retreat. I'll take up
So bishop e3, for example.
bishop
Yeah.
e3. Okay, and I'll take take and take and
This is what I was
bishop
trying to
e7.
understand. I mean, you're fine to take the bishop on e2, right? And end up with
Yes.
2 nice bishops in this position.
I very reluctantly accept the advantage. Yes, exactly so. Anastasiya, we've come to that point in our show where we have to check in on our good friends at Q Boutique.
Q Boutique, yes. Q
and
Boutique
ask,
is
well,
open again.
Yeah, what's the special?
So we
for
have
today?
Champs button-up dress short. Let's check it out. It's with
I've got
long
that shirt.
sleeves.
It's very nice.
Yes, and yeah, well, I also have one. It's really great. So look at your best in this with the Champs button-up dress short with long sleeves in men's and women's sizes. This comfortable button-up features an embroidered Champs logo
Beautiful
on the front.
embroidery. Yeah, you did it.
And also with St. Louis Chess Club logo on the back, which is also important. Shop online right now at Q Boutique. And by the way, I've seen many players who wear
wearing
this short, which is really nice.
Yeah, absolutely. The model looks really, really good. And we'll see you all on the other side of our break.
As part of the World Chess Hall of Fame lecture series, author and international master John Donaldson will be doing a live presentation on the 1972 Fischer-Spassky match, examining their early lives and careers leading up to their classic match. You can join John live on October 18th at the World Chess Hall of Fame, or watch the live stream on the World Chess Hall of Fame YouTube channel. That's October 18th, John Donaldson Live. More information at stlouischessclub.org.
Be surprised. Be intrigued. Be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect, and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and creativity behind the game. Explore chess in ways you never imagined. It's a one-of-a-kind cultural institution where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. The World Chess Hall of Fame. Mind, art, experience.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show. It's my boy, look at that kid! You guys gotta see this. That's our show. Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
Welcome back, everyone. It's round 12 of US Chess Championships, and we can see the standings on our screens. Jennifer Yu keeps leading with 8 points, and Arena Krush is following her with 7.5 points. And today they play against each other.
Huge game.
Yes, and Cervantes is on the third position, and she plays today against Begim Tokhirjonova, who is on the 5th place right now.
Another huge game.
Yes, many battles.
Many great battles going on. And the open section?
And in the open section, Fabiano Caruana is on the lead. Right now he has 7.5 points. Ray Robson plays against Christopher Yu today. He has 7 points, and he is also looking forward to improve his position. Right. Dominguez with 6.5 points, as well as Sevian, also with 6.5. They share the third place.
That matchup between Fabi and Sam Shankland, very, very important. But let's jump right into it, as we've got this game between Jennifer and Arena. And I did not like, as we went on break, I did not like the retreat that Jennifer played. We start to understand her idea. She played knight f3 to e1, bishop b7, bishop d3, knight d4, just, you know, taking up residence in the middle of the board. Now, Jennifer definitely did not, and she did not take on d4. She didn't want to walk into this very I want to say problematic discovery of knight takes e4. The bishop on g7 would be uncovered. And instead, she just said, look, I'm going to play around the knight. I'm going to put the bishop on d3. I'll protect the pawn on e4. So long as I have this situation, I'm happy. I want to invite the move d5. Like, please play d5 so that I would take, and then with the move e5, I've got this pawn chain that shuts down the bishop.
I see. And if I continue like with knight e4, just to understand what's going on?
I mean, the game does continue. It's not the end of the game. It's just that from Jennifer's perspective, she's saying, okay, I'm fighting for an advantage, or I'd like to believe I'm fighting for an advantage, because the bishop at least is not radiant.
Yes, I got it. Yeah.
Okay, so that's what she says, bishop to d3. And Arena says, look, I don't care about your problems. I've just connected my rooks. I've completed my development. My bishop's looking good. I've got more than my fair share of the center. And my king is safe. And Jennifer says, you know what? You're right. Your knight is
really
looking good. So even though she's lost a little bit of tempi, she's hoping that she could induce her opponent to, well, even here, d5 and d4 starts to be problematic. She's hoping to get a situation where the knights just simply come off and she's happy. For me, my problem as white is I'm thinking that black will want to maintain her knight on the d4 square with a move like knight h5, and I'm not one of those who are inclined to play g4 in such positions. And
it
for the moment,
really dangerous.
Like really dangerous,
too much.
opening up my king, and to maintain the knight on d4. Also, something to think about e5. But Cristian, jump right in on. I see you got that chaotic position, Sam Sevian behind you. What's going on?
Lots of things are actually happening in a lot of games, and we will be discussing that in just a second. Let's take a look at what happened in this game between Sam Sevian and Niemann. So Niemann did play the move bishop to c5, which we thought was the best move in the position, and you also recommended it, Yasser, quite quickly. It makes a lot of sense. You're putting as much pressure, and you're trying to maintain the initiative in the position. Now, white has a couple of options. Knight to e2 was the move that we were looking at. Bishop takes f6 is another one. Check this move out. by Sam Sevian.
No
Rook
way.
to D1.
Look at this.
Whoa,
He just played a move.
Rook D1?
We did not even consider
No,
this
no,
move.
no. Right?
Oh.
How to consider this move? I mean,
Now you take on D1 and knight
Yes.
to E6. This
Check.
is the key, right? Because otherwise
Yes.
you're just losing a rook. You don't want to do
Right.
that or an exchange. King E7, knight takes C5, bishop takes H5. Everything is pretty much forced at this point. Take on F7, bishop to F7. I'm going to cover that as well. And this is the position that it seems we're headed towards.
Okay.
How do we assess it? There's an exchange for black. I understand you have a lot of weaknesses, and I can immediately take one of the pawns with the move knight to B7. You still have to worry about the pawn on A7. It's an interesting position, and we're on to a collusion course right now. Take, take, take. I take on A7, 2 pawns for the exchange, but you still have some weaknesses on the queen side. And if I manage to capture this pawn on H2 and then start going down the board with this H pawn, maybe I even have the opportunity to be better as black. So Hans Niemann, a golden opportunity perhaps to win this game against Sam Sevian. Still a very complex battle even in this position, but definitely it seems like black is in the lead.
Wow.
And let's take a look at
Rook
what's
D1.
happening in Sam
Wow.
Shankland versus Fabiano Caruana. Take a look at that one as well. Hans definitely thinking, looking at his opponent, trying to understand what Sam Sevian has calculated in that particular line. And what do we have in this position? Take a look. After H6 makes a lot of sense. You're taking away this bishop to G5, which was making life uncomfortable for the rook on D8. Makes a lot of sense to play the move H6. King to F1 was played by Sam Shankland. Now, what's the idea behind this king to F1? In a lot of lines, we were seeing ideas of knight to D4, right?
Exactly.
Knight to D4, exchange the queens, and then always at some point this pawn on E2 was hanging. So this is what king to F1 is getting ready for. Ideas of knight to D4, try to meet those with queen D7 and not have to worry about the pawn on E2 after that.
Okay.
And F5 was Fabiano's response. You put a king on the F file.
Okay.
I'm going to open the F file and I'm going to try to get an attack going. I like this move F5 by Fabiano. And right now the engine is saying this.
Takes and B4?
And B4
Yeah.
in the position. Take on B4, take on D7, take on D7, take on B4. Everything is forced. And then just play for initiative. We do have opposite color bishops. I am going to get one of your pawns, most likely. I'm going to close down the bishop, D4 followed by E3. You still have to worry about the weakness on a D5. And then I'm just going to try to corral around this pawn on D5. Rook to C1, rook to C8, rook to C6, the other rook, and try to gain an advantage based on that. How do we assess this position, guys? Do we think that white has enough compensation for just equality, enough compensation for maybe even a slight advantage in this one? By the way, it's not clear whether he's going to play like this. And white, to be honest, has, and he's not. He just played the move A3. We have the move A3 in the position.
Preparing that line.
Before.
Preparing the move B4, yes, later on in the line. Take and then go B4 and not give up the pawn. Makes a lot of sense. 2 bishops, you do seem a bit overextended on the king side. I'm starting to like white's position right now.
What about F4 move still, if we can kind of check it? Yes, I mean, you said A, you
looking
said B.
at it.
Yes, I was waiting.
Aggressive.
Maybe
Yes.
it's a bit
Very
too
aggressive.
much.
Yes.
And I'm going to take that pawn.
Yes, so now I can take probably with the knight. Ah, no, cannot, because
No,
of
you
the
cannot.
queen. Yes,
That's-
of course.
That's,
no,
that's
way.
the key. Yeah,
So-
you cannot. You're actually just losing the pawn.
Yes, I lose the pawn like this. Yes, I thought there is.
Well-
You will take on D5 and then
Well, you're
thought about
losing
B2
the pawn,
or-
but G5. Go
Yes.
ahead.
What,
take
you want to play
G-
G5?
Well,
Wow.
now you go bishop to D4 and let's
but I
go.
have knight
Yasser, I
D4,
like
right?
this idea.
Okay, well, you mean now I'm going to leave you with the rest to
Yeah,
follow
okay.
up. The rest is easy. The rest.
Yes,
Come on, Anastasia. let's see what you have working
in the
here.
pocket. No, actually, I
In the
don't
pocket.
have that, not that much. You know, it seems like this attack is not working so well.
Well, don't
But
give it up.
I wanted to
Queen
try.
F7.
Yes,
Queen
really,
F7.
Queen of 7.
You really are trying to checkmate me.
I mean-
all right,
But I
that's
mean,
fine.
this knight on D4 is like really
Bishop.
annoying.
Yeah.
Calm, calm.
But we
No
tried.
problem.
No,
No
but
problem.
I really
tried.
must say
No
that
problem.
We tried very hard.
very hard.
Very
no,
hard.
but it's important to understand, let's say, that sometimes this kind of side attacks, they're simply not working. I
Yep,
mean,
exactly.
That's
Yep.
true. I mean, so,
And it makes sense because white didn't actually make any ugly moves in the position, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
White just developed their pieces. There's absolutely no premise for why he should be falling under a tremendous attack, right? So you have to get ready for that. You have to go G5 maybe, but G5 comes at a cost. You're overextending as well. An interesting position in this one. Let's see what Fabiano Caruana is going to come with as a plan in the position.
Yes.
Well, let's just remind everybody, Ray Robson and Christopher Yu came unbelievably well prepared. He
Yes.
went bang, bang, bang. I mean, he played like 20 moves and he gained 5 minutes on his clock. I mean,
Yes.
what to say? That
puts
game
pressure on
is
his
really,
opponent.
really looks like it's going for a draw. It just doesn't seem like either player has a chance.
Yes.
Which opens up a door. Half a point going into the game. Fabi's had as a lead.
Yes.
Should Fabi win, that guarantees him at least a tie for first, depending on what happens between Sevian and Lanier. He could potentially win the game, win the tournament, I apologize, with a win today. But again, nothing terribly amiss in Sam Shankland's position. And I'm turning our attention to a game of Talia, and I really like her position. I'll come back and explain why. But first, Christian, you have a guest in studio.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, we are here with Alex Kerford, financial analyst at Edward Jones and a good friend here in St. Louis. Alex, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Christian.
You're also a trustee of the U.S. Chess Trust Fund. Tell us a bit about that and what's the mission of the fund?
I mean, for several decades, the U.S. Chess Trust has been a sponsor of scholastic programs across the country. Very excited to have the opportunity to be added as a trustee and continue to see the something that I'm passionate about be able to be put into action through the trust. And most recently, we're involved in a new library project where we're seeing different types of boards and tournaments happening in libraries across the country. So it's been a good endeavor. Really enjoy it.
That's definitely a cool mission that you guys have at the Trust. Also, you are a founder of the Corporate Chess League. I know that we have the Collegiate Chess League. You guys have the Corporate Chess League. Tell us a bit about that and the vision behind that.
I mean, the whole idea of the St. Louis Corporate Chess League was to find a way where different companies could come and have cross-industry idea sharing, have an opportunity to network, build friendships across something that we all really enjoy, which was playing chess. And so when I had talked with the team here at the St. Louis Chess Club, of course they go well above and beyond to make this little idea an amazing reality. I think we have 7 teams now, as you can see on the dates there. The fall season has just kicked off. I will say there seems to be a correlation, Christian, between financial folks and chess. Edward Jones has won 6 of the last 7 seasons, and so I'm pretty proud about that. And we need some new talent, some new teams need to come in. Someone come and take this
You're the
championship from us.
captain of Edward Jones, right?
Team captain, yeah. So it's been a
How is
real
the team looking
fun
this,
thing.
this semester, Captain?
Hey, we're going to compete again. We always have our arch rivals over at Enterprise who are ready to jump on and take it to us. But I think the team's going to do pretty well again. Hopefully we get to the Final Four.
And we also have this cool thing, strategy across the board. You're involved with that as well. What's the plan for this year?
The vision of strategy across the board is the St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame and the amazing things that we're doing throughout the entire metropolitan St. Louis area. Some 80,000 students throughout Metro St. Louis are being taught, mentored, given opportunities to enjoy this game and seeing it translate to excelling in the classrooms, different studies that we've done that show a correlation there. And so a lot of the proceeds of this gala will help go and continue to support the scholastic program and then also the World Chess Hall of Fame. So having the different composer series, music series, of course the amazing art exhibitions that go on throughout the year is also being supported through the gala. And it's just a lot of fun to be able to plan and be a part of chess boards that you've never seen before, very exotic ways that you can actually have an opportunity to bid on those. and some amazing keynote speakers and different chess folks that you'd love to meet. So come to the gala, December 3rd. It's awesome.
No, absolutely. It's a lot of fun. We usually go there. I think the after party, we have some videos on YouTube with Yasser dancing, Alejandro dancing, and things of that nature. It's a lot of fun. Guys, any questions for Alex?
Absolutely. First of all, thank you, Alex, for all you've done, and congratulations to being a chess trustee. U.S. Chess Trust, I think, when I think of the U.S. Chess Trust, I think of this separate body from the USCF that supports the chess in schools program. That's Dwayne Barber and all of these national championships. And you guys just impact so many lives. I mean, it's extraordinary. Talk about the history and how it is, how the U.S. Chess Trust has evolved, because what you've been doing, it wasn't around, or maybe it was, it just wasn't, it was kind of dormant, but it wasn't around in my age.
I mean, so another aspect that I can see, I mean, is exhibited by the players that you see on the screen today, many of which have been recipients of the Samford Fellowship and receiving funding to continue their chess careers. And it had a lot of relationship historically with the United States Chess Federation, now has grown into its own entity. But those are some of the things that will be the legacy of the United States Chess Trust, as well as being the voting members of who gets into the Chess Hall of Fame, both the United States and the World Chess Hall of Fame. So a lot of rich history and folks that I feel like I get the opportunity to work with, who I've looked up to, or maybe you haven't heard of, but have had massive influences on United States chess overall.
Well, again, the Samford, because you mentioned, a big shout out to Al Lawrence, the managing director of the U.S. Chess Trust, and everything that he does. But the Samford Fellowship, these are huge grants that allow the players to really hone their game. And I think in this event, the Samford has sponsored, over the history, 11 of the 14 players in the Open.
Wow.
And Alice Lee, for example, today is a Samford Fellow. Talk about the leadership that's going on there with the Samford Fellow grant awards.
Sure. Well, it's really inspiring that chess can reach so many different people, and the desire for someone to want to give a donation in perpetuity to continue to see the opportunity for chess careers launched has, like you said, produced numerous champions, some of our up-and-coming prodigies in the United States, and allowing them to continue to travel to different tournaments, be able to receive the coaching and mentoring that is necessary to compete at a high level. And so that type of donation and vision for those behind the Samford is really special for the United States.
Thank you so much again, Alex, for everything you do, that the Chess Trust does. And again, a very big shout out to Al Lawrence, everybody's favorite chess supporter. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you for being on the show. Again, I wanted to just take our attention. Ooh, whoa.
Uh-oh.
Kite. Is he not the youngest looking 65-year-old in the world? I mean, he's just amazing, isn't he?
Are you joking?
No, he's coming down to beat me up. Happy birthday, kid.
Happy birthday.
Kite. Yeah, I mean, seriously, without Kite, we would not be on air. He does so much. He's great. I just want to turn our attention to the Jennifer versus Arena match, because seriously, I like what Arena did, the knight d7 move. But, you know, we're talking about development and effective development.
Yes.
I see the move rook b1, and I go, Well,
Where do you go? Yes, like what do you want to achieve with this move?
I mean, the rook's better on b1 than a1 because it does defend the b2 pawn, but it's not what you would really describe as effective. Like in my mind, you know, you're playing queen d2,
And then you put your rook on d1 probably.
or d1
e1.
or e1, or maybe you go rook to f2 and you put your rook on. So I don't see this move as benefiting white. Now, Irina played the move rook f7. I got no problems with that move. I think that's a decent move, and I can really understand why she wants to double her rooks. But another move I'd really want to consider is, for example,
d5 immediately. Okay, let's check.
So what's going on here after d5? So if you take, right?
Okay.
I mean, okay, we can see that after I take,
there are some
well,
issues.
there are some issues. But you do have an escape valve. You can capture and maybe the worst is passed.
So you can maybe explain that now it was a threat. You cannot just take on d5, yes? After e takes d5, you cannot take because knight c2 and rook e3 is coming, yes?
Yeah, queen e3, exactly.
Sorry, queen e3,
yeah,
yes.
exactly. So you can see that that's a possibility. Another possibility is the knight on d7. If you ever take, I see the knight is going to go to c5. So I start to think, well, maybe I can play e5 with the idea that I want to take and put my other knight on the e5 square, right? So from Irina's perspective, she starts to think, I have this break.
I have
this break. And crazily enough,
G5 also, yes,
is another one of those, you know, breaks that you've got to consider. Finally, she did play the move rook f7, which prepares everything and just brings the rook into the game. So for me, the trend is in Irina's favor at this moment because I just don't like the sequence that Jennifer's come up with exactly at this moment.
So
also,
like
I just wanted to go to the game of Talia, who, as we said, coming into the show, she's been on a tear. And, she played the move h7, h6. And I wanted to say that I really, really like Talia's position a lot. I see not a complete development, I want to say, but I see a very good development for black.
Yes.
This bishop looks really good. This bishop looks really good. The knights look really good. The rooks. Only the queen. I really want to play the move c5 like many Grunfeld players would like to play. When I play the move c5, I open up the diagonal. So let's get the knight out of the way.
Threaten something like bishop
d3.
Who knows, maybe sometimes knight c2 and we'll play c5.
Yeah, it might be. But knight b4, if you play, I don't know, rook d1, just a sidestep, you know, just a little bit the bishop to coming to d3. Now we understand. c5 comes. And if we ever get a position, pardon me, let me just put this on the board, like this, you go, wow, everything's opened up.
Nice. Also a3
the bishops,
as well.
a3, excuse me, Begum, what are your pieces doing on a1 and c1? Talia played the move h7, h6. Okay, I understand you want to give yourself a look, but sometimes this kind of opportunity, you know, doesn't knock all day long, you know.
Yes, your opponent can prevent them. Yes.
Exactly, just a little bit. So I like Talia's position. I think there was a more effective way of play than h7, h6. Cristian, over to you, and what have you been looking at?
So I've been looking at the open section and what's happening in that one in the critical matches. Let's take a look. So this is the Fabiano game, Sam Shankland versus Fabiano Caruana. And actually, after this move, a3, b4 came on the board. So Fabiano immediately responded with the move knight to d4, offering the queen trade. Queen d7, rook d7, knight d5, take on d5. And now it's all about the pressure on this pawn d5 against the activity of black's pieces. Black has very active knight, the bishop on g7 is a beautiful piece, the rook coming to e8 potentially putting a lot of pressure on the e file as well. On the other hand, white has some ideas on the queen side, specifically related against the pawn structure. b4 had to be played, knight to b3, take on c5. Don't take on c1, because after c6, in fact, this position is pretty bad for black. That is rook to d6 or rook to c7. Rook to d6, I can go bishop to b4 first, get my exchange back. You still have a lot of weaknesses in the position. You're going to be a pawn down. That's just simply going to be a losing endgame. You cannot do that. You cannot look at the exchange. You have to take on c5. Rook to b1. This is the position we have currently on the board. Big moment right now. How is black going to respond to this situation? If you go c4, the problem is after bishop to b4, you might be in trouble. The d file opens up. I have bishop to d5 coming. After that, with the support of the rook on d1, this is not looking good. It's not stable for black. Black's position is not stable. So if you do take on d2, which makes a lot of sense, I'm looking at the position. I see as white I have control over the b file.
Yes.
I have a nice pressure on this pawn on d5.
Like
I have a
b5.
nice pressure on the pawn on c5 after the move rook to c2 coming. I'm seeing the position as clearly better for white. I have all the trumps in the position. This is not looking good, so you have to find something else as black. The only other candidate move that I can see after the move rook to b1 is the move rook to b8.
With 92 idea, yes.
With, of course,
Creating this small trick, yes.
That's a big one, of course. Yes, very nice trick. So rook to b1, rook to b8. Now you have to worry about that. If you go h4, knight takes d2 finishes the game, of course.
So king e1, maybe?
King e1 is a move, yes. King e1 is definitely a move, but now it seems that black gets the king to e6 in time and then manages to double up on the b file. That's going to secure his position, and most likely black is just simply going to be fine. But what you can do is play this move.
That's very challenging.
An interesting one, right?
Very
Bishop to
challenging
b4,
move.
still putting a lot of pressure on the knight. You have to do something about that. c4 doesn't work because you have problems on the d file. You have to take on b4.
Okay.
Take on b4, take on b3.
You got to play a5.
a5, absolutely. And now I have to lock this bishop out. At least not allow it to go to c3 because that's going to create some
then
problems.
you can have some problems, yes. g4.
Let's go with d4, right?
Okay.
Bishop to f8.
Okay.
Now you're threatening to go a4.
Now I really have to take.
I have to take on b4,
Yeah.
right? Take on b4. And how is this position after bishop takes b4? Does white have anything in the position? I understand. You have control and pressure on the pawn on d5. That basically keeps this rook to the tied to the defense of the pawn on d5. So I can go something like rook to c1.
Rook a1 with the
maybe
idea
rook
rook
to c6.
a5 looks tempting as well. Rook
Ooh,
a1 and rook
I see what
a5.
you're
Yes,
doing.
I didn't see it
Yes,
at the beginning.
yes. So let's get out
Yes, sidestep that tactic.
out of that file. There's no more rook takes a5.
Tricky. Rook c8, yes.
Very
You
close
took
to-
the
Feels
Very close to equal,
even.
I have to say.
Yeah,
I'm looking at the
bishops of
position,
opposite
opposite
color.
color bishops. I only have one weakness as black. I will secure that with the move king f7, king e6, and then I'm going to start exchanging pieces on the queen side.
Feels drawish.
I think this one is developing in that direction. Probably is going to be a draw. Ray Robson, that this one is almost done.
3
At this
versus
point,
3, yeah?
Yeah, I think we're expecting something like this.
Perpet. Yeah.
That's
Yes.
a perpet in
Okay.
position. And then what's happening in the Niemann game? Sam Sevian versus
The
Hans
exchange
Niemann.
sacrifice.
Yes.
Accepted.
But he didn't take on h5. He played
did
bishop
not
g4.
take on h5.
Yes.
He played the move bishop to g4.
Closing
Whoa, whoa,
g
whoa,
file.
whoa,
He
whoa.
closed the g file with the idea that rook g7 in that
You want
variation
h6,
was
don't
possible.
I desperately want
I want
h6.
to go h6. Yes,
H6.
that is a very, very concrete move. But how do you defend after rook to d8? And that might be the problem in the position.
Yeah, because if you move the bishop, well, then
Okay, knight
Well, where do you
b3.
move the
Knight b3. I want to keep the option of bishop takes f6
You
check
have to
alive.
come back. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Right?
You have to come back with the move knight to b3, and now I go rook to g8.
Jeez.
So now there's no
Are
more
you
knight takes
sure?
e4.
I mean, I don't understand anything. Like h3 sometimes immediately or later.
Knight takes e4, Anastasiya?
H3 makes some
She'll
sense.
take it.
Probably I will take on
You'll take.
Yeah.
No, first on g7.
Knight takes e4? Knight
Yes.
takes e4?
First
Knight
I
takes
take
e4
on
here,
g7.
yeah?
Knight
Okay.
takes e4.
I have this idea.
No way.
Why not?
Look at this. What is this rook c2? It's not possible to find this for human beings.
I like
Check.
it. By the way, none of this will happen because
Because
he
he
played the
just
best
took
move
on
in the
e4.
position. He took on e4.
took on e4.
Immediately.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
Yes. And now actually we're going straight into a very forced line.
Okay.
So you
knight.
probably will take back.
And we
It
take
seems
on
like you have to.
g4.
Take on g4. You take on c3. Seems like you have to
Take
do
on
that as
g7.
well. Now I will take on g7. King d6. I take on c3.
With a pawn.
With a pawn, yes.
To
I want to
maintain
keep
the
the
bishop
bishop in the
protection.
center
Yes.
of the position. And now I have this idea. Rook to e8, you move the king somewhere, and then rook to c7. And
So
finally, I defended the pawn on e8. If I lose this
H6?
one, I'm in trouble.
H6, rook e6.
H6, let's go.
H6, probably rook to e6, yes. Maybe even rook takes. Is that a move?
What?
No, I don't
You
think so.
can't
No,
put
come
my
on.
Why not?
HG, and you're telling
Yeah,
me
and
that.
now I get to f7. And then my
How many
rook is
pawns do
quite
I have
free.
for the exchange?
2 for the moment.
2, but
I can get a third? Give me the third.
You can, yes, you can. But I'm probably going to get some
rook
pawns back,
A8.
right?
what happened with the mess? We don't have too many pieces.
The mess became...
The position is too simplified. I think this
Right.
one is going towards a draw as well
Yes.
if both players play the best moves. And they're quite forced, so I'm not expecting them to shy away too far from this variation that we just looked at. So this
Still
one
more than
most likely
half an
will
hour
finish in a
difference.
draw as well.
Still more than half an hour difference, right? I
in
mean,
favor
Yes.
of
Yeah.
Hans Niemann. Hans' prep really seemed to be shining
To the-
through in this game. A game that's I find very confounding is the game between Tatev and Rochelle, because even after this queen d3, as opposed to the usual queen d2 move, the
Yes.
players have played right through to one of the most, I want to say in this Richter-Rauser Sicilian, one of the most debated positions, but they've done so at an incredibly slow pace. It's like they're almost reinventing the variations, even though at this moment after e5 and queen f2, this has all been played before.
Yes.
But they're playing it as if everything is new.
New.
Like, and
Uh-huh.
and it's like really confounding
Who
when.
spent more time? I just wonder. Maybe is it new for both or for only one player?
Yeah, you have to ask yourself who is reinventing the wheel here because again, a lot of games from this exact position have been played before.
Yes.
You'd expect that they'd have
Yes.
be much faster,
Faster,
in
but they're
their
not.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, maybe
And it-
remembering this variation or trying to maybe switch it to something else.
Right.
You
And
never
again,
know what
the marquee
through.
matchup in the ladies is once again the Jennifer Yu versus Arena Krush game. And guess what? After the move rook f7, Jennifer said queen to d2.
Queen d2, okay.
Connecting the rooks. This is
Rook
always a
f8.
good rook f8 and well.
And rook e1 now.
So this is where gets
Getting
me a little
confused.
crazy, you
Yes,
know,
yes,
like
yes, yes.
why did you play rook b1? Why did you play knight on f3 to e1 to c2 if you wanted to challenge?
Okay, what does it show, Yasser? What do you think? I mean, she's kind of like losing the track a little bit of what she's. There is
Right.
losing the logic a little bit.
Well, it's one of those things that
Mm-hmm.
you sit there and you say, okay, at this exact moment, I'm inspired to do this. And then you go, well, that's not really working out, so I change my plan. And then at the end of the day, it kind of looks like a camel instead of a horse. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you started with this idea that you were going to create a horse, and then suddenly you've
It's a
got
dead
all of
horse.
you've got all of these bumps and lumps and different mishmash. Now, having said all of that, nothing
Crazy
untoward.
happened, yes.
Right? It's still
How
a
many
good
tempers
fight
Can you lose like this, Yasser?
before you get punished.
Yes.
You will be punished if you
Sometimes,
continue.
yeah, you will be, especially with such a player like Arena, who is really
Exactly.
like looking forward to punish you at any moment you
right?
slip away.
Exactly. But Arena also has her difficulties at this moment. The knight on d7 moved specifically to open up the bishop.
Yes.
But the knight on d7 isn't great. You would be happy to play knight takes c2 if this knight would take its place. So you start to think that I
Knight
should play
d8,
knight to
knight
d7 to c6, or once again you start to think, should I be playing for g5, sacrificing a pawn in order to put my knight on e5? Should I be playing for e5 with the idea of capturing and once again putting my knight on e5? The problem with a move like knight e5 is you are inviting white to jump into the middle of the board, and if you take, well, now suddenly this rook starts to say, okay,
I'm placed well.
I'm placed well, exactly.
Yes, just in front of your
so,
queen, yes.
And by the way, we do have a repetition between Ray Robson and Christopher. And if this game is a draw, once again, it does.
This game will be a draw.
Yes.
It opens.
We'll say to
game is going to be
Fabi
a draw
a
in 30
win,
seconds.
and you've got to guarantee part of first place. So, what else do you have for us, Christian?
Well, I'm looking in the ladies section and I'm trying to figure this position out between Begim and Talia. She just played this move, bishop to d2. At this point, I think is where we left it. a3, b3, and now knight to b4. This is the current position, and I'm starting to like white, specifically because I see this move, knight to e5. To my eyes, this is the most natural move. Of course, bishop to d3 is a threat in the position, and take the rook on f1, take the exchange. Even that, I have some compensation as white. Another threat in the position is to play c5. We were discussing about this dream that every Grunfeld player has in the position, open up the dark square bishop with the move c5. I can challenge both of those ideas with the move queen to b5. Immediately take advantage of this exposure of the knight on b4. How do you continue after this? Do you want to enter the Lions then with knight to c2? Probably not. You're not getting out anytime soon after rook to c1. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Bishop to d3 doesn't make a lot of sense anymore because of queen takes b4. So you probably have to go knight d5. But this position, I'm looking at it right now. I see rook to c1 coming. I see knight to e5 coming. It feels like white has achieved everything she wanted in the position, especially after this move knight to e5. At some point, you're going to have to kick this with a move f6, and then that's going to weaken the position as well. Or you're going to exchange this knight for the bishop. That's going to weaken your king's position as well. So I'm looking at the position, and if Begim finds this move queen to b5, I think she will have a pretty significant advantage in this game. So, and you were mentioning about losing time in critical moments. Talia, this is exactly what she did. Only one missed move, this move h6.
Missed time.
Feels like it allowed white to get back into the position and finish her development with this move, bishop to d2. Bishop to d2, a3, b3, and knight to b4. Still, a lot of things to play for and a lot of nuances in the position, and queen to b5 is not an easy move to see. You can easily play something like rook to c1 and be in trouble because you have to deal with ideas of knight to c2. Very interesting game developing in this one. But still, it's Jennifer Yu versus Irina Krush that is heating up. And by the way, this one is over. Officially, Ray Robson has tied Fabiano Caruana at the top, but Fabi is still playing.
Absolutely. That half a point lead, so crucial. I'm sitting here looking at the game between Sabina and Alice Lee, and I really don't like at all what Sabina has done. After we got into this London system, I was talking about, dropping the bishop back to h7 in most positions. G3 provoked Alice to putting Sabina in a pin. So h3, bishop back. And after this move e5, Sabina really wanted to break the pin. She played g4, and I'm okay with that move. But right here is where, in my mind, Sabina made a really strategic error. She played the move e4, and I really don't like this move whatsoever. That weakens the square f4, and in truth, the e5, e4 wasn't a threat. If I was in Sabina's shoes, I would have played knight to f1, brought the knight to g3, and I would have been happy to meet the move e4 with the move knight h5, give me the bishop, and if the bishop drops back, I would love to occupy the f5 square. Look what happened instead. Alice got a great opportunity. After the move e4, Alice played very, very well, d4. That shuts down this bishop.
Exactly. Both bishops actually are close right now.
Exactly. That shut down the other bishop as well, because now you have a pawn on e4. But much more importantly, after the move knight f1, guess where Alice is going? Knight to
f4.
Exactly.
That's
and after
a nice
bishop,
one.
we're caught up with the players. But I really like Black's control of the center. She's got space in the center. But more importantly, she has like a permanent square which she can play. And F5 might look like a really good square, but it's not permanent. There's always G7, G6. So I like Alice's position very much as she's up against a former U.S. champion.
And social media right now, yes?
Oh, great. Are
you ready for questions?
Oh, yes, Anastasiya.
Yes, so let's see.
Let's go. First of all, who is it from? It's from Lars Togo? Lars Togo.
Lars Togo. So he's asked, who is the most promising of the young contenders, let's say under 20, yes, we're talking about, to succeed Magnus as the world's strongest player?
Well, we always talk about these juniors, and we have a lot of very, very, very strong juniors. We saw from the Olympiad and what the Team India too, as well as the Uzbekistan.
There's also Uzbekistan team with Noderbek,
fantastic.
Satorov. Yes.
But then we're always reluctant to say future world champion, because the junior players have this habit of going to the university and finding other careers outside of chess. Jump in on the question, Cristian.
And I think we should definitely highlight the American players
as well.
Yes.
Coming up, we have Abhimanyu Mishra, who just broke the record of the youngest grandmaster
ever
in history. He's only 13 years of age, and he's almost close to 2,600. So that guy has a bright future ahead of himself, and very dedicated, as well as Christopher Yu. As you can see in this event, he's coming up with brilliant preparation. He can beat the best chess players on the planet. He proved that against Wesley so in this tournament, at least. So Christopher Yu, we have Hans Niemann as well. He's still under 20. He's only 19 years of age. So there's definitely an emerging crop of talent in American chess, and we have our eyes on all of them, to be honest, at this point.
But also, let's not forget, of course, Indian team, the one you mentioned, Yasser, I mean, with Gukesh, you know, with Pragnananda and other players. I think they made a big news now in India after beating Magnus Carlsen in his event, organized these days as well. I mean, all of them actually already managed to feel how is it to beat Magnus. And
it's just sort of like the Indians in progression.
Yes. It will not be a mistake also to say that one of them will definitely fight really soon for the World Championship title. I'm sure we'll see some of them in the next candidates tournament. I mean, and actually, I think maybe they have even more chances because, like what you mentioned, Yasser, that some of the juniors, especially the American juniors, have really great opportunities ahead. They can study in some universities. Indian players, of course, they also have these opportunities, but I think they're kind of more focused. And they have such a great example of Vishy Anand, who won, became the World Championship match, who won the title 5 times, and proved that you can be a professional chess player and you can be still the hero of the nation. You know, he is the hero.
But I want to ask you another question related to this. I mean, we here in the United States are seriously missing Carissa Yip. She's not playing in the championship because she's going at Stanford. She's a freshman at Stanford. She really has to work hard. In the ladies' game, who are the up-and-coming female players that you go, wow, that's the Pragananda of the ladies' game?
This is really good, actually, point.
You'll think about it. We've got another question coming up.
No, I know. Of course. Jan Sayab, Dumalik, as well as, Baby Sara. You know, Kazakhstani players from Kazakhstan are doing really great. But we have a second question.
This one is from the Texas Big Data.
Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Question. How much does Cristian bench
press, squat, and deadlift? And is the amount more than 1,000 cumulative? If yes,
pounds.
How does that help? Now, I think the questioner really was thinking in terms of 1,000 kilos.
No, pounds. I'm not touching the pounds. No. I actually don't lift too much. I only do body weight exercises. I don't lift too much. I do jiu-jitsu, and that's about it.
Only.
And how does that help me staying active, staying in shape, help my FIDE rating? I mean, it helps me as a professional commentator. It gives me more energy. It helps me as a professional coach. It sets a good example for my students and as a player as well, because it gives me a lot of energy. And we see this in 13-round events like we have here at the US Chess Championships. These players are relying on their last drop of energy going into the championship rounds. And it's so important that you stay fit, you stay active, you maintain a good cardio routine as well as good lifting routine. So I think it's critical, and all of them are doing it. You look at Sam Sevian, he's always in the gym. You look at Hans Niemann, he's always in the gym, at the pool. We've seen him plenty of times. You look at Caruana, he's always in the gym as well. All of them are doing something to maintain their energy levels. It's critical.
I believe that Cristian has to also keep some energy for an after party, you know, some dancing, you know.
I was thinking as a lowly podcaster.
Bottom of the barrel.
Got to keep his energy.
Bottom of the barrel. That's right. You gotta leave those podcasters alone.
So weights aren't a big part of your training.
No, not so much my thing.
Okay.
I think also Maurice actually, he's also, you can see him in the gym all the time, yes.
He's much more
I tried to go to gym a couple of times, but he's always there, you know, if he's in the town, you can find him.
Pretty impressive.
Yes.
You have the game of Fabi behind you as...
Yeah, not a lot of things have happened. Actually, they're following the lines that we were discussing. He played bishop to b4.
Right.
Take on b4, rook to b3. This is the position right now Fabiano is thinking. So this one, I mean, we'll let it go for the moment.
Right.
We'll see what's going to happen in the future. This is the game that intrigues me the most, to be honest, because Hans did find the best moves, it seems like. Sam decided to take with a bishop on c3, not with a b pawn. Okay. And now we have this position, rook to f7. How do we assess it? I mean, we know that black is better. Black cannot be worse in the position, right? The rook on f7 nicely protects h7. You're not getting to my weakness anytime soon. And in the meantime, maybe I will have a way to arrange my pieces and put some problems on your overextended pawns. I understand this move, a4. He's trying to put a pawn on a5. And that's going to mean that the bishop on c3 most likely is going to be untouchable. Because if you leave the pawn on a3, I have ideas of a5, b5, and then b4 at the right moment. It's not easy to make it happen, of course, because, of course, a5, I take on a5 and you lose a pawn. It's not easy to happen, but you can see that in the future, the potential of that. Rook to a8, a5, b5, rook b7, king c5, and then b4. And finally, I made it happen. If I manage to kick your bishop from c3, where it has a very nice outpost given by this pawn on b2, then probably I will develop a nice initiative as black. So that's why we see this move a4 played by Sam Sevian. Still, Sam Sevian, only 22 minutes on his clock right now, definitely in a worse position. Maybe Hans has an opportunity to score a hat-trick. Is that correct? I think he won his last two games against Lenderman and Moradiabadi, and now has the opportunity to put some pressure on Sam Sevian.
You're absolutely right.
Okay, and still Hans actually said that his participation here and the result so far is not so great, right?
No.
He was really not so optimistic.
Well, he keeps saying that, but he's on 50%. It's not bad.
I don't know why he...
Exactly. This is his first U.S. championship, so a debut where you score 50% and potentially even better.
I'll take it.
By the way, Yasser, when you had your first championships, what did you think about the result?
I was 19 and, gee.
Would you consider it? What would you consider it good? 50%, or you would also put some pressure on you?
No, I would have put pressure
you
on
see?
myself.
So it's a sign of the person who really tries to achieve something.
Well, now I have to think. When did I win the U.S. championship? Maybe I was...
You don't remember?
Well, I don't think it was my rookie year. I don't think it was my debut.
Yes.
I remember drawing a few games. But I was close. I was like 20 maybe when I won my first U.S.
So
championship.
you have to put goals, real goals in front of you. Like maybe something which is not achievable at the moment, but somehow you have to push, right, for big achievements. Yes.
Indeed, that's exactly right.
Let's see if Hans will manage to win today, maybe, and even
improve his score even more. I'm looking at the game of Irina and Jennifer, and this one kind of defies the I want to say accepted practice, because after the move rook e1 came e5.
E5, so she decided,
to try
interesting,
yes.
and closing this e file, yes?
Exactly. And, you know, we're always told to take the two bishops, and Jennifer jumped at that opportunity, but in this position, you kind of look at this bishop on d3 and you kind of go, well, that's maybe not a great bishop. Like, for example, let's just imagine I took on c2. Anastasiya, how are you going to
bishop, for
recapture?
example.
Recapture with the bishop.
Yes.
And then I really, really want you to capture the pawn on e5.
Because otherwise you'll take the pawn by yourself.
Right,
So
I will win the
take.
pawn on f4. This is the situation I want. I want to play this very, very nice knight.
Oh,
I call it a
I
Thor.
really like it, yes, also.
In the middle of the board versus, if I can get you to play b2, b3, the bishop is really kind of septic. It doesn't
It's a
achieve
sad
anything.
bishop, yes, it's a sad bishop. He's not really happy.
And I really like
This knight is
Irina's
really great.
choice. Pardon me, I really like Irina's position, not her choice. I'm not saying that knight takes c2 is maybe there's some reasons why I don't really have to trade the bishop, and I could start with a move like bishop h6. But my first initial reaction when I saw this position is, give me black. Irina is in really, really a good position at the moment. Is time a factor?
Yes, let's
Because
check the
Jennifer
timing.
was taking a lot
It
of time.
is, I would say. 25 minutes for Jennifer with 21 moves to go.
Yes, and
Exactly.
42 minutes for
42
Irina
minutes for
here.
Irina. But I have to say, Irina's position is much more fluid, much easier to play.
Much easier to play,
Yes.
yeah. So I like this position for Irina.
Do we have other options, like just to take
Oops.
on f4, for example, in this position? Just to understand, like, I don't know, maybe we can we have something
this
else?
exact moment.
Yeah, but we cannot
Okay,
do it,
we-
yes, because this rook is on the same file, yes?
Exactly. So immediately.
Bishop d4, and even if we have check, knight recaptures on d4, and your queen is under attack, yes, here.
Exactly.
Yes, so just to demonstrate.
To finish the thought, yeah. But this move, bishop h6, looks good for Irina. We have guests in studio, Cristian.
Thank you, Yasser. We are with Ray Robson. Ray, first of all, how is this game? Because Christopher was just like blitzing out every single move, giving you an exchange for the attack. How did you feel at that point?
Yeah, it wasn't that pleasant, but it also wasn't that unpleasant. It would have been unpleasant if I didn't know about this line at all, but I did, fortunately. So yeah, bishop d3, I knew I'm supposed to take the exchange, and it's fine. Actually, I thought maybe black's even supposed to be a little bit better in this line, but of course I didn't remember everything. So I knew take...
And it feels like it's always about when you studied this line the last time. When did you study this line the last time?
Well, originally, I probably studied it a while ago, but fortunately, sometime during the tournament, I looked at it for 2 seconds, so I had a slightly better memory than I would have, but still, I didn't actually concretely remember anything. Except, okay, I knew d6, g6, this position should definitely be fine, and I was almost certain that queen e7 should be the best move, but...
That's one of the moves. Bishop to e6 seems to be pretty decent as well.
Yeah, that's the main other one I was thinking about.
But then you guys almost by force you go into this line, and now you have to go f5 and this type of position.
Yeah. I think I completely hallucinated. I thought queen d7 I would get mated somehow, but my knight's still covering g7. Yeah, so maybe this one was also possible, but I think queen e7 is probably what I analyzed originally whenever I first analyzed this. So,
and if you do want to equalize the position, this seems to be a very good path forward.
So after take, I thought knight d5 was the main thing I had looked at, and now I think I should play queen e5. The thing is, if I check on e1, bishop f1, he always has, besides the mating threats, he has queen f8 check and bishop h6 threats as well. So I thought...
So for example, if you, let's say, go something like this, take bishop h6, and then that's an extra piece. Very nice.
So I thought knight d5, queen e5, and for some reason I thought c4 was what I had analyzed, and I was trying to figure out why can't he take on c7 instead of c4. And I figured probably it's knight f5. He can't take his now back rank mate, so queen f4. And now I can do check, bishop f1, and something like rook d8. So now he doesn't have this moving his bishop with tempo, and now I counterattack him, and probably I win or something, yeah.
Going to c4 or something like bishop e6.
e6, yeah. I assumed I was winning here.
Yeah. You're going to get the checkmate.
So yeah, queen e5, c4, and I didn't remember, what's happening. I mean, what exactly I should play, but I knew I should be okay. Instead, he went bishop g5.
And he played it super fast.
Yeah, well, he knew both moves, and I guess he just decided to play this one. I think he was also trying to figure out if I still knew this position or not. And yeah, I was thinking obviously about queen e5 as well. I think he was going to play bishop f4.
Yes.
And
c5, bishop e3. Maybe like
yeah, he was saying it should be around equal. But I saw like f6 is very safe. Like probably the line we go for is kind of forced, and I didn't think I would really have any losing chances there. So yeah, in the end I decided just to go for that. But obviously I didn't get many winning chances, I don't think either.
Coming into this game, obviously you have a point behind Fabiano. Playing against Christopher Yu, who is struggling in the last few rounds. Were you trying to get something out of the opening? Were you trying to equalize? What was your strategy?
Yeah, I was thinking at first, I was like, oh yeah, I should like really just go for it. I mean, I would really be great to at least be tied going to the last round. But that's not really the way I usually play with black these days. And then in the end, I decided, okay, I'm just going to play normally, just play my normal openings. And he usually goes for a fight, so even against stronger, high-rated players. So I was hoping, yeah, we might get a game, and then we just see what would happen. But yeah, obviously, I never expected this line. I mean, he doesn't usually go for the Berlin, and then I was thinking, okay, maybe he's just gonna like make a quiet draw, and then of course he went for bishop d3. So it was he kind of reverted back to his usual style anyway. But yeah, it seemed like he was just well prepared.
Jeffrey, tomorrow with the white pieces in the final round is the must-win for you.
I don't know how Fabi's doing. Is he like winning or something?
Equal.
No, probably not.
Okay.
Probably more like a draw. Maybe.
Yeah, because I was trying to figure out when this bishop b4 move. Yeah, move 22. That was I left. So a5. There's bishop a5, I guess, right?
Yes.
Because I was thinking, what if he tries a5, a4, and then he gets
a5, the idea that bishop c5
yeah,
doesn't
knight
work
d2.
because of knight d2.
Yeah, but I guess you could just take on a5. Okay.
Yes, you can take on a5. This seems to be pretty decent.
Well, yeah. So if I'm half a point behind Fabiano, I mean, I think he's white against Levon.
Levon, yeah.
So it is a must-win, I would say, if I want to have a chance to tie. Yeah, that's always a difficult situation. I think I was in the same situation once in the U.S. Championship. Going to the last round, I was half point behind Hikaru. He was going to, yeah, he was going to be white against Onishuk. I was going to be black against Gareev. And I managed to win that game, but unfortunately, he also managed to win. So at least I did the best I could in that game. I'll try to do that again tomorrow. I think I've had 5 draws and 3 wins, and then a bunch more draws. So hopefully I can squeeze one more win in for the end of the tournament. But yeah, it's been a really tough tournament.
Guys?
Yeah.
Congratulations, Ray. All success for you tomorrow in the final round, and well, keep up the good work.
Yeah, looking forward, because I hope we'll still have this motivation. You spoke that you really want to win one day the U.S. Championship, so it's going to be a really interesting fight tomorrow. Looking forward. Thank you.
Absolutely. You've got to have goals. And here it is, our current standings with 1 game already in the history books.
Exactly. Ray Robson made a draw, and now he has 7.5 points, the same as Fabiano, but Fabiano still keeps playing his game.
Yeah.
In case of draw, Fabiano will have 8 points and he will be on the first place, and Ray will be half a point behind him.
Let's say that he's rooting for Sam. Come on, Sam. And we've got another happy birthday, this time for the big boss,
Yes.
Randy Singfield.
Congratulations.
Very, very nice, Randy. Yeah, I was going to say it's his 21st anniversary. Nice. And by the way, Arena Krush, as we go to break, did play the move knight takes c2. And she's enjoying an advantage at this moment against Jennifer as we go to break. See you on the other side.
Welcome to the chess capital of the United States. The St. Louis Chess Campus, in the heart of the vibrant Central West End, has established itself as a premier global destination for chess and is comprised of 2 unique nonprofit institutions. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis is recognized as the top chess facility in the world and plays host to all major tournaments, including the U.S. Chess Championships and the Sinkfield Cup, one of the strongest chess tournaments globally. Tournaments are broadcast online to more than 150 countries, led by an expert commentary team of grandmasters. The Chess Club is an educational organization committed to promoting the game of chess, with a specific focus on bringing the benefits of chess to children throughout the St. Louis area. Research shows children who play chess exhibit improved analytical skills and increased confidence. The Chess Club is highly engaged with the local community, bringing scholastic chess programs to more than 100 schools, providing hundreds of classes each week. Directly across the street from the Chess Club is the World Chess Hall of Fame. This one-of-a-kind cultural institution invites visitors to experience chess in imaginative ways and is home to the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame. Cutting-edge exhibitions feature rare, historic chess artifacts paired with world-class art. Innovative programming explores the intersection of chess, art, and culture. Visitors can enjoy interactive programs designed around the exhibitions and monthly music in the galleries. The World Chess Hall of Fame is nothing you expect and everything you love. 3 different galleries and a premier gift shop highlight the culture, history, and creativity behind the game. Come visit, play chess, leave enriched. To learn more about the St. Louis Chess Campus, visit stlchesscampus.org.
welcome back to round 12 of US Championships. We have current standings in women's section first, and Jennifer Yu keeps leading with 8 points. Irina Krush has 7.5. They play together against each other, and Irina, I think, has slightly better position, but
Absolutely.
there are some adventures happening right now. Anyway, we'll check it later. Thalia Cervantes is on the 3rd place after winning 4 games in a row, and Alice Lee is on the 4th place with 6.5 points.
And in the open section, we already have one result in the record books. Ray Robson made a draw.
Exactly, with Christopher Yu, and now he actually shares the 1st place with Fabiano Caruana, but Fabiano is still playing his game against Sam Shankland.
Let's say Ray is rooting for Sam Shankland to do well in this game, but Lanier and Lanier and Sam Sevian also still playing. Let's just jump right into the game of Irina Krush for a moment, because we had a moment of blind panic.
Yes.
Okay, we left it at this moment when knight takes e2, bishop takes c2 had been played, and I was really kind of expecting bishop h6 is kind of a nice move. Let's trade off the dark square bishops. Let's get a good knight on e5. We already know. No, Irina went for something completely different. Takes, check, and he went here.
Yes.
And then you said...
And I'm like, rook f4,
Rook
Yasser,
f4.
look at this, rook f4.
And I went, oh my gosh, that's completely winning.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, queen takes f4, queen takes e1 with mate on next turn.
Yes.
That one's easy. I take your rook, oh my gosh.
Rook f1.
Look at this, Irina just wins.
Yes, and we were shocked until we saw the move.
Wait a minute. Jennifer couldn't have blundered so routinely as that, and then it's sort of like, oh. G3 just kind of saves the day. Maybe black is still better, but whoa. That it doesn't lose. So let's say after the move king h1.
But if you don't see this move G3, I mean, you really panic. If my opponent would take on f4, maybe I would just resign without, immediately, you know, like rook f4, finished.
How could I have missed such a strong move? Now, a couple of options here for Irina. One is, okay, let's attack that bishop. Let's reinforce the threat of queen f1. We're probably forced to play g3 anyway, and then, you start...
g5?
You start looking at those kinds of things.
Let's check.
Yeah, let's check. Or you kind of go, well, after g3, I'd like to put my knight, bring my knight into the game first, and, should I now, check this move g5? Wait, what, And
actually, yes, bishop f5 is not possible in that position because of queen f1, yes? I mean, knight e5, is g3, knight e5, bishop e5? Is it
bishop
possible?
e5.
Yes.
Yes.
You could have queen f3, but it's queen g2, so it's not so dangerous.
Well, still a nice position for black, right?
Black,
I mean,
yes. Queen takes.
I can even do rook f2 here.
Yeah, good question. Where to
Probably
go?
going, and this is just a great position for Irina. How big is Irina's advantage? I really like her position. I just don't know how big the advantage is, Christian.
Objectively is pretty decent, but I think she lost a little bit of her advantage previously.
So really?
Yes. Maybe rook to at this point after taking with a rook. Now, why don't we just simply take this guy? What's the problem with picking up a pawn?
What about some bishop g6 ideas?
So bishop to g6, I have a feeling you're going to lose something.
Yes, something,
I go rook takes
doesn't
f4,
feel
you
good,
take. Now I go queen to g7, I'm defending and attacking at the same time.
Uh-oh.
And what do you play
Bishop
next?
c3 is on tap,
If you go something like, let's say, bishop to d3, right?
Yeah.
Then bishop to c3 is coming.
Yep.
That's a problem,
That's
right?
key, yeah.
So just taking the pawn seems to have given Irina a completely decisive advantage.
Wow.
She did not take that
just
pawn.
take the pawn, yes.
Just take the pawn, but it's easier said than done, of course.
The training.
The training. She might have missed rook takes f4, g3.
Probably.
Maybe
yes,
this is
I'm
what she
sure.
missed.
It's so easy to miss. I mean, you think you're winning from
And
far.
perhaps you look at this position and
Exactly.
you stop calculating king h1 because you see rook takes f4 and you only look at bishop to e3 and you see that after rook to e8
you're winning.
Again,
right?
yes.
Yeah.
And you can take on b2 whenever you want. You can start calculating later
later on. If king f2, you don't have anything better than just take the pawn.
Unbelievable.
But maybe she missed this move king to h1, and after rook takes f4, g3. And by the way,
I've never seen
yes,
this
it's still
idea,
equal, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure
It's really
who
great.
has the better side of equality in the position.
Okay.
Still better, knight to e5, but you see the trend is definitely in Jennifer's
Arena's
position, right?
favor.
In her
Arena.
favor, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. You
Wow.
can play the move b3, you can take on e5. I don't think you want to take on e5 because, I mean, this is just going to be such a difficult
Unpleasant.
defense, right?
Yeah,
Queen to h4
unpleasant.
is coming. I have so much control over the dark squares, and you don't have any counter chances
Agreed.
in the position. I don't think you want to see this on the board. But what I do think you want to see is probably just play normal chess, defend the pawn with b3, maybe even bishop to d3, and just wait. It's not going to be pretty. You're not going to have a good position for a very long time, but the material is quite limited, and maybe you will be able to save this one with perfect play. And this is what Jennifer needs to do if she wants to maintain her lead going into the final round.
Absolutely. And for Begum fans, unfortunately for Begum, she did not find that move Queen b5 against Talia.
She did not,
She
no.
did not. She actually played it. This is the moment where Queen b5 would have turned the tables. This is kind of a surprise move. First of all, you get out of the bishop d3. And second of all, you make it that much more difficult for your opponent to play c5 because the knight on b4 and b6 would be hanging in those cases. She actually played the move rook d1, and this is what Talia needed to play this very nice sequence of moves, starting with c7, starting with bishop c2 and c5, blasting open this diagonal. Everything is working. Everything is working for Talia. And after this move, knight e5, knight d3, she even had this nice tactic. Bishop takes d3. Black is better. I don't think there's any question about that. Talia said, maybe I'm just winning with this move. C5 takes d4. The idea is two knights are hanging. If you try to move one knight, well, you do get the bishop, but whoop,
Yes.
and it's all
Black
Talia.
takes more
It
pieces.
feels like bishop d3 was much more proficient, though.
Was it?
Yes, because once you take on d4, I think this opens up the possibility for white to try to get back into the game through some compensation. And that is with the move knight to a4. But she needs to find this move, white.
Knight to a4.
a4, yes.
I wasn't even looking in that direction.
Exactly. And now you take on a4, most likely.
Right.
And now I go knight e5.
Knight e5.
I still attack the knight on a4, and I still threaten to take on d4. If you do take on e3 and I take on e3 back with the pawn, it already feels like I have enough compensation.
Right.
Rook c1 is coming, the knight on e5 is nicely blocking the bishop. You are a pawn up, but it doesn't look that good.
That's not what I had intended. Wow, what
so
a
knight
move.
to a4
Knight a4
is important. If she doesn't find knight a4, though, Talia is definitely winning.
Probably
this
she
game.
will, because I mean, you don't have
The
other
alternatives
moves.
are
It's
not
kind of the
very
only move.
attractive,
Really hard
right?
to find something else, yes.
Right.
But maybe it's not that easy because maybe you're not even thinking about going towards
No.
that side,
Of course
right?
you don't.
Yeah,
have
you're kind of blocked. Your mind's not looking at knight a4. That's
Yeah.
not the move that comes readily to mind. But
And
what
of course, even after knight a4, black is still better.
Right.
But it feels like white slowly but surely at least gets some play in the position.
Yeah, so need
Exactly.
to find 95, yes, I mean, yeah.
Wow. Okay, we'll keep those two in mind. I just want to see how Alice
But
leads.
guys,
Yes, sorry.
if Talia wins her fifth,
That's what I'm
If
saying.
she does, I mean,
she
it's just
bounces right up and
unbelievable.
could potentially.
and if Irina wins her
Jennifer-
game, then she ties with
Jennifer.
Jennifer,
That's-
in
that's-
second position.
No. If Arina wins, she actually
Well,
will
she-
be the
she-
first.
yeah,
she
she
replaces
leaves
Jennifer.
Irina will be the
Jennifer.
first,
Yes.
and Talia
But
will tie
Talia
with Jennifer.
will tie
Talia will
Jennifer.
tie with Jennifer.
And
yes.
guess what? They're playing tomorrow.
Jennifer and Talia
And
play.
Talia,
tomorrow.
they play tomorrow, yes.
Yes.
And Irina will play against Anna Zatonskih, which is also like
Right,
really
I mean-
interesting. Yes. So once again, like if Irina wins her game, she will be on the first position immediately, and Jennifer goes to the second place then, and then perhaps they will share it with.
Now,
Dragon.
the crazy part about these two competitors, and you look at that line score, 11 wins, 9 losses, 9 draws. Irina's sitting there saying to herself, of all the players in the the field going into the last round game. Why do I have to play Anna Zatonskih? I mean, please, couldn't it be Alice Lee or even anybody else? But Anna has had, well, her fair share of victories. And for Jennifer tomorrow, this is well, if Talia wins, Talia's soaring. I mean, 4 or 5 wins in a row.
Yes,
wow,
no,
wow,
it's
wow,
one
wow.
of the fifth one, yes, in a row.
Wow.
Yeah, it's going to be a really big fight. I mean, what else we could ask for, right? For the last round of the U.S. Chess Champions.
In fact, that's all I ever ask is a dramatic final
exactly,
round.
like we need some drama.
And just a second, I'm not used to hearing this. Levon, who has been having just a dreadful tournament. Let's just, put that out there. It does happen. He is actually winning the game. Let's jump into that one. I haven't seen. Where are you, Levon? I haven't paid attention to your game. He's up against Elshan, who, my goodness, when you talk about bad tournaments and let's get out of here. For Elshan, he's just, it's been all bad. Well, Levon is enjoying an extra pawn at this moment. We can see A5, there's no counterpart.
No.
H5 is hanging. There's also what you just said.
There was some ideas, bishop before bishop B1, I don't know. How to save the bishops.
And yeah, well, if nothing else, that's pawn number 2. And maybe, no, bishop C4. Probably this is the worst of everything. I just, rook takes. Good morning, St. Louis.
That's okay, that's okay. You're allowed to give away a couple of pieces.
Also, knight D7. It's crazy.
Where the bishop goes.
Yeah, otherwise knight B6, right?
Yes.
The bishop would have to go to this
A7.
horrifying square, A7. No, this looks wonderful, of course, for Levon, and many promising. And I think what you just said is maybe
really
just the simplest. Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying, but bishop D2, bishop B1.
Yeah, I guess bishop A3 is maybe the only possibility.
And then what you play?
Bishop
rook
B2, rook takes. Or rook C2.
Then bishop B3, yes, comes.
Right.
Look at these bishops.
I know, they look a little bit weird, but you haven't
bishop
lost
A3.
material. So maybe bishop A3, but looks very, very good. But more importantly, how is Fabi doing in his game with Sam Shankland? When we left it, it looked even at Steven. Is that still the case?
It is. Yes.
It is.
Yes. We still have pretty much the same configuration. Nothing has happened. No new weaknesses in the position. The A pawn is not going anywhere anytime soon. This one seems to be going towards the draw. But guess what? Hans has built up pretty much a decisive advantage right now. Take a look at what's happening in this game. Sam Sevian versus Hans Niemann. Separation has been created on the queen side, and finally I have a potential passed pawn on b5. Rook to d2, we're expecting somehow to be able to defend this pawn on f2, and then at the right moment I'm going to take on b2, and I'm going to transition into a rook's endgame, and that might be problematic because this b pawn is running down the board and is running fast.
Right.
This seemes to be just simply decisive advantage.
Rook S3, rook F3 is the only way maybe to defend, or what?
Yes. So let's see. Rook to F3. Take.
But now wow.
Now maybe we can go towards this. I cannot go to B4 because of bishop C3. I have to be careful about that.
Could I just ask you about rook F3 check, king A2? Rook takes, rook F3.
Yes.
Do
I have rook A3 though?
Yeah,
rook A3,
king
king
B1.
King B1 and now...
I like what you were saying about take the pawn on B2.
So let's see, are we in time though? Take, who's first? King to, where do you put the king? Let's go.
Yes,
I don't want to go to E4 because
that's check.
Yes.
To be a check. So probably I have to go to G4, right?
Okay, B4, F4, and this is just a queen and pawn ending.
Oh my gosh. It's not moving again.
And then we get into this position.
No, this is not what...
This is a draw.
Yes,
this
is going to be a draw.
That's
so
really
Hans has to squeeze in a tempo.
And
Well, for good reason. Sam is not getting far away from his board. He only has 2 minutes on his clock
Really?
right now, and still
Okay.
there's a couple of moves to go. So actually just one more move for Sam, 2 more moves for Hans in the position to reach 40 moves. But Hans has 55 minutes on his
55
clock.
minutes,
so
by the way.
there's no problem for Hans in this situation.
Wow. So, I mean, again, we're seeing great prep by Hans Niemann and also Christopher Yu today. I mean, both of those players had big advantages on time. And sorry about this game with Fabi. Excuse me, but why isn't Fabi just better? You're saying
With
it's
a
an
pawn?
even,
Yes.
but I'm just thinking the A pawn, isn't that like the dangerous critter?
But there's no way you can push it.
So if I go king e6 and rook a7 and try
Then
to
I go
push
a4.
Rook
Rook a4,
A4.
sorry.
rook
Yes.
a4.
Next move.
So
yeah.
then your rook is kind of well, okay. Let's make a move for
Okay, sure.
for king e6.
Sure, let's go e3.
E3.
E3 is
Let's
a
go
fine.
rook a7.
Even though after king e6, maybe I can even start thinking about giving you a check with rook e3. And maybe that's why he's leaving the e3 square open.
That's
So you
really
go king
smart.
e6, I give you a check.
And rook e8, maybe with some ideas of rook d8, who knows, or...
Okay, so just a second. So h4, I went king e6. You went not e3, but rook e3 check. I'll move my king. Are you sure you want to allow me bishop c? I mean, yeah, you could go
Maybe
down.
or rook e5, I don't know, what's the
Rook
main
e5?
idea.
Okay, but
Wait, but rook e5 doesn't threaten anything.
No,
Exactly.
not yet. I'm trying just to kind of... so you will just keep moving your pawn with rook
I'm
c4
trying.
and stuff. Okay, rook
I think
e8,
this one
rook
wins
e8.
wins the pawn, right?
Yeah.
Rook
Bishop
e8,
c3.
rook e8.
but when you, I mean,
Rook
now
e4.
Rook e4, rook e4.
rook a4. Okay. Where's my rook? I could go rook b4.
Tricky. I cannot take on a5 because of
Discover
yes,
check.
discover check. So now rook
You're.
d8.
I'm trying to advance
Maybe
my
rook
pawn.
d8, just in case. If you play king e7, I take on b4.
Okay. I'm getting my pawn going.
Yes,
I
and
feel
rook d5.
rook to d5.
You play b3, I play rook b5.
But aren't
How
but
how dangerous it is? Is it so? b2?
Probably, yeah.
Yes.
I'm
And
one move away from bishop takes and I don't-
Coronation is
Yes.
coming.
No,
Yeah,
but
maybe not.
Okay, king g2, you will because I cannot play e3 really, right? I mean,
I will
bishop
take
d4,
it in
yes,
any
yes,
way.
yes.
I'm still ready to go rook here.
And I don't have any defense. No, I don't. I'm not on time.
But it's certainly. But I was thinking
It
that
feels
you.
like this is a bit too much.
Okay.
right?
Yes, yes. No, I mean just to
but-
try. I mean, what if I win d5? What if I trade d5 pawn for like?
Right. The question that I was asking is, okay, you get your rook in these awkward setups, but
I don't think there's any progress.
there's no progress to be made here.
I don't see it.
I'm kind of like mystified that this rook is tied up. So let's say I go back and
Okay.
I don't know, you go.
Let's go king e2, sure.
Yeah. And
Seven.
somehow I thought I would, maybe even if you sacrifice an exchange, how big an advantage is that? I don't know.
If you
I
manage to
thought it
connect
was
your rooks on the
Fabi for
second.
choice.
Yeah,
I
maybe
mean,
there are some
he's
issues.
the one
yes.
with the passer. It was kind of confusing to me. All right, Sam Sevian, we kind of lost track of Lanier because Jeffrey Xiong and Lanier,
It's another important fight for the standings.
Exactly. And this was that Queen's Gambit accepted a long time ago, and I was explaining, I never played this as black. And Lanier said, you know what, I've been working with my chess engines, and
it says it's
I'm-
okay.
they say I'm okay. I believe them. Wow. Okay, and
After all these exchanges, what do we have? I can see that it's pretty equal, right?
right,
I
4
mean-
versus 4, Anastasiya.
Yes,
Nothing, no problem here. I expect a draw in that game. A wonder versus Darush? Whoa, what's going on? Hold
Wonder.
on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6, and the
1,
same
2, 3,
for
4,
black.
5, 6. But I'm thinking, I like black's position, even though there's 2 sets of double pawns and a split pawn. I'm seeing active play for black. Oh, wait. Knight d5 check.
Ah.
Oh, I had wanted just to
Yes.
simply step back, but
But
knight d5 check.
and where do you go? You will lose your pawn on f6 and then knight goes back maybe. But then you will lose a pawn on a2. Yes.
Two. Yeah, I think that this is okay. This looks okay, d5 and or knight e4. Cristian, turning it to you, what has caught your eye?
Well, actually, it does seem like Levon might just be taking this one very soon. Right now, there is a pawn up. There's probably the second one dropping. This right moment, knight takes h5. You cannot go, I mean, you can go bishop to e2, but you're not actually winning my piece. I go rook to a1, and unfortunately, you're just simply going to be lost. You can do this, but now after rook to b1, you cannot take on e5 because of rook to e1. So all this geometry is working in white's favor. You can take on h5, but after taking on e5, you have so many weaknesses. You're losing another pawn, and then my h-pawn is going down the board.
Okay.
Also, my a-pawn is still there to keep some pieces, some resources on that side for black. So this one is just pretty much over at this point. If he takes on h5, and that's not the only way. You can start with rook to a1. You will lose some pawns on this side. What's happening in the Wesley game, guys? Is Wesley building up some sort of an advantage against Alexander Lenderman, who, once again, has been struggling?
Yes.
Not only in this event, but going into this event as well. In the last 2 months, he actually lost 60 rating points.
Wow.
He went from 2,600 to 2,535 right now. So it's not looking good. And of course, you move the
95
rook,
is the
you
threat.
get checkmate.
Rook h1. Yes.
Right? There's a nade on h1.
So there's a big threat right now. I'm threatening to take on
95,
e5.
yes.
You have to defend against it. How do you defend against it? Maybe f3. Like this, I don't think you have time to take. And
Wow, rook
queen takes
g5.
f3 because I have rook to g5.
Who is mating whom?
Wow.
Exactly. Who's
No, but
mating who?
still.
And if you go here, queen to c5, king here, I give you another check, I put you on a dark square, and then I'm getting my bishop involved. And that's going to mean that you're in trouble. So quite an intriguing position in this one. Knight g6, we're expecting f3, and then the question is how much of an advantage Wesley has managed to get in this position. Still, the material is quite limited, so if we exchange a few more pieces and then we get into a major piece endgame, queen and rook versus queen and rook, the king on g7 is also a bit weak, right? So you have to keep an eye out for that as black. This one is quite intriguing. Wesley
we
definitely putting the pressure.
Can we take on e5 and then rook h1 check? Maybe there are some ideas.
Rook h1?
Yes, can I give some perpetual or not?
Oh, but I'm not trying to make a draw. I don't
Yes,
think
you
I
try
want
to
to make
win.
a draw.
Yes, okay.
Right.
I'm sure there might be a perpetual at
Yeah,
that
but maybe
point.
g4 is something better. Maybe not, maybe not.
What?
Yes, I think maybe there is no actually. Yes, king will run away maybe. Yes.
Yes,
you keep
yes. And
track.
I don't think Wesley's thinking about making a draw.
F3,
I think he wants to
G4?
win this one.
G4.
Maybe G4 here. Yes, yes.
So some
G4.
ideas.
But now I can take.
You walked into a pin.
Wow, and it's a pin again, like bishop e5, queen e5.
Yeah,
Yes.
Exactly.
So it's like it's double-edged. Like if you
Very
play
double-edged.
inaccurate move, you can lose immediately.
Very
yes.
double-edged. And actually, they're pretty close on time as well. 20 minutes for Wesley and 15 minutes for Alexander Lenderman. Still 11 moves to go until the time control. So it's a very complicated position still. This
Still another question for you in that Wesley So game.
Yeah.
F3, knight takes e5, rook
Yes.
takes e5, king g8.
King G. No, but I can take.
Tactical move.
I can still
Oh,
take.
you still
Rook
take.
to5.
Check,
Still
check.
take, yes,
Wow.
yes.
Yeah.
Again, how
Yeah.
many possibilities? Like
I have a whole battery on
Yeah,
that.
that is true. That is
Yeah.
true.
Yeah, I still take.
Really
Alice
nice.
Lee, it looks to me like Alice Lee is crashing through Sabina's queen side. Last few moves, we've seen some action taking place on the king side. There was a trade on h3, c5, c4 by Alice. And look at this, takes, queen c3, hitting the tender pawn on b3 as well as the rook on b1. Help me out here.
for example, rook b1, just to protect
I wanted
the pawn.
to
Move the
go knight c5 pawn
Wow.
hunting.
And how to defend it?
Exactly.
I
We've
don't
got
see
these-
the move to
No.
how you can protect
No.
it.
And also with the light square bishop missing,
Yes.
It means that the king side, there can always be, this light square bishop on g6 can, if this bishop somehow, let's drag it to the g4 square, you can see how Sabina's king side will be really Swiss cheese. Jennifer, you versus Arena Krush, let's catch up with them. When we left this, and it was that rook takes f4 shot.
Yes.
Anastasiya, when you pointed out rook f4, I was like, oh my gosh, Jennifer loses the U.S. Women's Championship in a single move. Queen f6, g2, g3, knight e5, big ideas. That's a fork, as well as give me the pawn. So she dealt with both of those threats, knight f3 and knight c4, but maybe offering her pawn. Arena said, I'll take that one.
h4.
King g2, and Arena's a pawn to the good. But here's where it kind of gets a little bit weird. If these two bishops were removed, it's completely lost. I mean, it's gone. But with that bishop, how can I say it? Defending f4 for just a moment, maybe. Well, I mean, I like the extra pawn, but it's not.
It's not that clear. Yes,
dead,
this position.
dead.
H4 actually is a good move to prevent G5 move,
Agreed.
right? Like
Agreed.
just she keeps control over F file with this move, and maybe sometimes, who knows, hoping to create something on the king side.
Exactly.
And open the position a little bit. Anyway, the fight continues here in this game.
Big time.
I was thinking that if Alice Lee, if she wins this game against Sabina, then she'll have 7.5 points.
Right.
Also, trying
But
to...
she's on the outside looking in as far as the podium is concerned. It's all about Talia, too. If Talia were to win her game, Jennifer were to lose, then she's a half a point behind Arena going into the last round, saying, if I can beat Jennifer and go on a 6-0 streak or something of that nature, I'll be doing really good. But how good is it? Well, guess what? I mean, I can't blame Begum. I mean,
for
knight
not
a4,
this move, yes.
that was, she played knight e2, captures, rook c1, captures, queen e6. And after all of the excitement, it looks like Talia is just a pawn up.
Pawn up, yes.
Yeah, you can take this knight, but I'm going to take this. Oh, wait a minute, b7. Oh,
What about the rook on d8 on a1? What's going on here? Everything
Yeah.
is...
Hold on, just a second.
Yes.
And by the way, Levon, his first win in the tournament, and it comes against Elshan, who's just been giving points to everybody. Levon said, I will take it.
Yes,
but
12th round.
Yeah.
Okay.
Take him 12 rounds to win the game. Wait a minute, I'm hanging everything. I'm hanging the rook on a1, I'm hanging the rook on d8.
Well, that's the problem. You're not only a pawn down, right?
Okay.
I mean,
Like
there are some other
everything
issues.
is hanging.
Everything is hanging.
And actually, you cannot defend the rook on a1.
For
What do you
white.
mean?
For
yes, because
white.
the bishop is on d3, yes.
But wait a
Yes.
minute.
Takes
Okay, so I
control over
take,
b1.
and then what
Okay.
do? You take with the
I
queen?
can take on a1, let's say.
You can take on a1,
Take
but then
on
I take
A1,
on d8.
yes.
Yes.
Take on d8.
I guess you just...
Sure, let's take back.
You take back rook
Or-
a1.
So how is this position? I have bishop b2 also. That needs to be... Actually, what do you play after bishop b2?
I have no idea.
Yes, let's see. Bishop b2.
Bishop,
Let's try it out.
What?
Let's try it out. Bishop b2.
b2.
Bishop
Yes,
b2.
threatening the rook also. So
That's
the idea is that you want
nasty.
to, yes, do it later. So how many pieces we have? Rook e1? Maybe I still can play something like rook e1.
Rook
Yes.
takes d8.
But
Rook
then
d8.
she takes...
And the problem is that somehow I feel, of course I feel it, the position is just bad, like you don't have a move, knight c1, but queen
Bishop
is hanging.
d4 is also a move.
But
No, bishop d4.
you
I
played
think.
bishop d4? Ah yes, rook e6,
Kind of like
bishop
bishop
f2
d4.
check.
By the way, bishop takes b6 is on the board right now.
Bishop
Oh
takes
my
b...
God.
With all of these pieces hanging, you just sense...
There is something
you,
here.
You have to be very, very aware. Okay, so bishop takes b6. Just a second, hold on. I messed up. So bishop takes rook. Bishop takes a1. Bishop takes d8. Bishop b2. Sorry, I'm just going into a short stall here.
Maybe there is something like rook e1, rook d8, knight c3.
I'm thinking of
F5.
F5. No, you take my knight. Sorry. Sorry,
No. I also don't like.
Anastasiya?
Literally after rook d8, it feels like really bad for.
Yeah,
even if you
well,
look at the pieces.
If I have to go rook
Yes.
e1, rook takes d, I feel like I'm in deep trouble playing like this. I don't think I can get away with it. At the moment, I don't see the refutation, but it definitely feels like Talia has big advantages, big advantages at this exact moment. Again, I'm sorry, I just want to see Jennifer, you versus Arena. King g2, because I didn't check the times. What's
That's the time.
clocks?
Yes, the clock says that. I see 16 for Arena, and I don't see for how much for Jennifer.
14?
Yes.
Or 10.
10 against
minutes.
For what?
It went
10
down.
against for 15, yes.
Yeah, it just kind of dropped precipitously just at the end there.
16.
So h5, king g2, Arena, 13 moves for the time control.
Yeah.
But this one feels much better than a few moves ago, right? I have rook h1 followed by h5. Maybe I have my own counter chances. Sure, you took a pawn, but at what cost?
It's
you lost all your
right?
dynamic play in the position, right?
Do you remember what Jennifer said in her interviews, that you have to take every game like you were playing the last the last round?
Yes.
Like maybe it's a good approach to play every game like it's your last game in the championship, right? So
Well, it's getting to that point because we
looks
are
like,
at
yes,
the
it can
penultimate round here.
Yes.
And all the games in progress. What do you have on your board, Cristian?
Actually, I have this game of Anna Zatonskih versus Nazi Paikidze, and I see Anna in pole position as well. And why is this an important game? Not only for the standings, but also we know how crucial of a matchup we have tomorrow between Anna Zatonskih and Irina Krush. So if Anna wins this one, I think right now she's on 6th position, if I'm not mistaken, she will get some momentum going into her play, right?
Yeah.
And definitely will be looking to fight against Irina Krush for much more than just beating her old rival, but actually finishing up on a very respectable position. So a big moment right now for Anna Zatonskih in her tournament against Nazi Paikidze.
Now, my approach to this position is like it's very, very good for Anna. I love the imbalances of knight versus bishop because there are certain moments when the bishop is outstanding. And then there are other moments when the knight was outstanding. In Arena's game versus Jennifer Yu, when if you took off the dark square bishops, I thought Arena's knight on e5 would absolutely dominate Jennifer's light squared bishop. In this position, I see the reverse is true. I see this knight on d4 absolutely dominating. And the only thing, I want this bishop to remain there for the rest of the game. And that means I want the... Yes.
Oh, okay, yes, are you kind of...
I want to that conclusion. Once you
Thank
realize
C5,
that
yes.
this bishop is playing this very awkward defensive nursemaid to this pawn, you want to play this move, c5, followed by
Maybe
king f2, king here. Now, the crazy part is
A4.
everybody would be inclined to play a4.
Yes.
I think this is actually playing into white's hands. What do I mean? I need a passer. I need a pass pawn. I can't just win the game, because I've got this knight on d4 and you're in a defensive mode. I need a pass pawn. Now, once I play b3, I've got my pass pawn. Now I need my king over there to escort the pawn up the board, but you start to understand that I play king f2 so that I can play king e3, and in the very, very near future, I want to play b3, not b4. If I play the move b4, you don't have to play en passant, but I want to play b3 and get a secure pass a pawn. It's going to take me a long, long while, and but look at black structure.
Oh yeah, of course. No, this h5 also pawn is really...
Isolated. What did your What did your teacher tell you about pawn islands? You know, you got a lot of pawn islands, does Najee,
Yes,
in this
many
moment. Yeah.
islands. Yes, be
And
careful.
also, the problem for Black's king is, like, where's the ideal position for Black's king? If you imagine I play the move f4,
Yes.
where does your king go?
There are no squares. Yes. for
Maybe
the
to
king right now.
b7, right? It's not like you're going to king is going to walk to f5 or g4 if I've got my pawn on f4. So I'm seeing a very, very big advantage. I don't know what the computer says.
What about rook a5, for example? Trying
With
to
a4,
prevent. Yes,
right.
after no, cannot play two moves. Yes. Now
Oh, it's
white-
okay. It's okay.
Rook king f2.
King f2, rook
yes, rook
a5.
a5.
Yeah, and
Preventing b3 at least. So if you
For
play
the
now
moment.
b3, I take on b3.
Clear.
You cannot take with the rook c5.
exactly. But I'm in no hurries.
Yes, that's a problem.
So, like, let's say you
Yes.
move your king. Again, I'm in no hurries. It's like your king can't go to you can go to g5 and even try to go to h4. But here's what I'm saying is that eventually you won't be able to prevent me from playing the move b3. And if I ever get this, then I'm going to play a4, and slowly,
Slowly.
away
Yes.
we go. So I do see this as, and Anna is really having a bad competition.
Well,
you
it's
know,
a fight.
if you, however, what I was saying at the start of our show, if you win your last two games of a
Yes.
tournament, it's sort of like
doesn't feel
even
so
a bad
bad.
tournament
Yes.
starts to feel like something wasn't so bad.
And like you get the hope. Maybe if I would wake up earlier,
Then
I could even win this tournament.
Right,
Yes, and
what
then
was
you're
wrong with
in a good
me?
mood. Yes.
Exactly, exactly. So these last two rounds, that's why we call them the championship rounds, because it really does create champions. And by the way, another result just come through. Lanier did draw that 4 versus
Yes,
4,
yes,
2
we
rooks, and
expected this
no real fireworks in a couple of games from this round, Christian.
Absolutely, but we do have fireworks in this one between Tatev Abrahamyan and Rochelle Luen. Tatev has been having a pretty bad tournament for her standards
right.
as well. But right now, if she does take on d3 with the c-pawn, maintains this pin on the g file, how do you defend the bishop on f6? If you try to go king h8, get out of dodge, I will take, queen to f4. Queen takes h6 is coming,
It doesn't look good.
followed by rook to g4, which is coming as well. You're getting checkmated.
Wow.
You cannot
Absolutely.
do this, right? If you're trying to go to the other side, it's even worse. I take and I actually checkmate you in one move,
Immediately.
right? So how do you defend? You want to go bishop e5? I'll take that. Thank you very much. I'll take on h6. I'm going to get the checkmate that I want. Queen takes e5, queen to g7 is coming.
Wow.
There's no way you can defend against that.
Dangerous for black. What happened?
No, it's not dangerous. It's
No?
completely
Lost.
losing.
Okay, so
just lost.
It's
yes.
finished at this point. There's no way to defend.
Oh my goodness.
If you go king to h7, I still take, and the same thing, queen to f4. You still cannot defend on h6.
Right.
So actually, c takes z3 just finishes the game on the spot. Because at least you're going to be a piece down. I'm going to take on f6. Not only that, but I'm also checkmating you after that, because bishop takes h6 is coming. There's just too many pieces swarming around the black king, and there's no defenders.
Yes, actually,
for
all of them,
Rochelle.
4 pieces are taking
All of them.
part in the attack. Look
And
at
the
this.
pawn on h4.
Even the
Exactly.
pawn.
Why not?
Exactly.
It's over.
Rochelle is learning a very awkward lesson in the Sicilians. Many, many times I've watched Garry Kasparov and other great Sicilian players, almost always, Anastasiya, and I mean almost always, in these positions that we have on my board, they choose the square e8.
I see. Okay.
And not d8.
Yes.
And you think to yourself, well, what's that all about? Well, very often, as we saw in the game, there is this e5. There are these moments where you capture on f4, and then the rook is very nicely placed on the e file. Now, if you look at the current game position, and imagine that after all of these moves that were played, the rook was on e8. You
It
could
would be-
also play queen d8, bishop d8,
Yes.
bishop e7, rook takes e4.
So this
The
rook is misplaced.
It's
yes,
misplaced on d8. And, you know, it takes you know, hundreds and hundreds of games and looking at the games of the top players where you see these same familiar patterns recurring time and time again, the rook is actually better placed on e8 than d8. A difficult lesson for Rochelle, but as Cristian is mentioning, c takes d3, the bishop's trapped in the middle of the board.
Yes.
You know, everybody is anticipating that we'll be able to play bishop e5, but as Cristian pointed out, bishop takes h6. How are you going to defend the mate on g7?
And I think we're going to see, by the way, a repetition in Fabiano's game
And
as
queen
well.
takes e5.
Exactly.
Perhaps we can see the shake of hands in
Yes.
this one.
Sorry.
Yes. Fabiano probably will make a draw soon.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Maybe just
and then he will
repetition.
have that half-point lead
Before the last round.
for going into the last round.
Bishop to f3, rook a5, bishop to d1, rook to a1. This seems to have been...
So Sam Shankland actually sacrificed an exchange.
Yes,
Right,
for the
and,
rook, for the bishop, as well as the pawn on a2, and it looks like just a very well played draw.
Yes, exactly. Both players were ready. They knew the theory. Great job.
Great
Game
job.
finished in a draw. Yes, and Fabiano, he didn't really need to push too much in this game.
He was
He
black.
just has a really great position before the last round. He needs just to make a draw and then ask question. Ask Ray Robson, would you like to join me on the first place, or you are fine with the draw in your second position in the
Exactly.
tournament?
There we see Frank, the chief arbiter. What he did, by the way, is he turned to Leonard and said, "Hey, is this a draw?"
No, and
Leonard's
Leonard says,
"Yeah,
"Yeah,
okay." So,
it's a draw.
so Frank says, "Okay, good." So we
can
do
go.
have 3 draws and 1 win in the open section. Levon Aronian has won. 3 draws in the other games. A Wonder Liang versus Darush, that's ongoing. And Sam Sevian.
What about Hans?
Yes, exactly. What about Hans? And let's pick it up where we left it. The Black King just made a beeline straight towards the b2 pawn. And
Rook
White
H8.
has said, look, I'm busted. My only chance is, you know, you go ahead and do your worst against my king. My only chance is to get the pawn on h7 and this pawn on h6 going. Well, let's have a quick look-see.
Yes.
Check.
Yes.
And I'm looking for those wonderful double rook checkmate setups. So let's go check.
Yes.
Right?
King g4.
And where's
Where do we
my,
go?
Yeah, where do
Maybe
I
I can go rook f7, and once you take on h7, I can take on b2. Can I?
Ooh, that's a nice one. And
Yes.
you enjoy the fact that...
For the moment we have the spin. I don't know, maybe White still has some ideas, but and now you arrest my rook on h7.
Do
Look
you
at
say
this.
that, by the way, arrest?
Yes.
Yeah,
Wow, but
you're
it
under
looks-
arrest. You're
Yes,
not moving.
You're arresting my rook.
very
And it's
ni-
what? It's lost for black now? Because your king just goes to g6, and then I'm not in time to, let's say, promote my pawns.
Oh my
I
gosh.
cannot believe it.
But
Unbelievable.
I was looking
I was trying to create a trap. Yes, sir.
exactly, and I fell for it. But
It's the other way around. And in the
other
end,
way around,
You still win.
it's terrible.
Yes.
I know. I hate that. When I win, I mean. Rook g1. Let's take a look here.
Yes.
Who's arresting whom? So your king, you know, like I've got these.
Nice idea.
No.
But go king h4, yes.
That doesn't checkmate.
At least we have a draw.
Always. I just thought there was something much more concrete
No, of course. it
in
should
this
be.
exact moment.
Really interesting position. I mean, you cannot really understand anything. Maybe
Why
actually rook
is-
f2, king g3, and if I take on b2 immediately, let's say, again I'm losing a what?
No.
Now if you take on b2, at least I kind of
Exactly.
defend my pawn on h7.
Very usefully well done indeed.
So if you play rook g8 or I don't know, something like that, yes.
Well, I will
I will run.
probably
Yes.
sidestep, but okay, I think you're on the right track here, just in this moment. So how can we do it? Let's just say we lose a tempo.
For example, yes, rook
Oh,
h7.
but it's still the
But then we
arrest.
go to the same position, yes, when you arrested me last time. No, I don't want to go there again, yes.
Not again, huh?
No. And I don't have time to play something like rook g7. You just will take with the pawn and you'll promote.
I think just a second.
Okay.
Can we just see
Is
this?
it a
Because,
difference?
yeah, the arrest happened when
your
the king was
is
on
far
f5.
away. Okay.
Right?
Yes. You see how you scared me, Yasser. I'm afraid
very,
even
very,
to check the
very well.
version.
Very, very well. So
Okay.
how is this? Okay, I took a pawn,
You go for all.
and you go all the way up here. And
Yes, but you can take with the king, yes, and then I start
and then
moving.
it's another. No, I don't know.
I
This
cannot
is
understand what's
yeah.
going on.
I'm looking for something a lot more simpler for Hans. Hans is thinking it over. Is Sam in some time trouble by
Yes,
the way?
he was actually, and it remained some moves, I think a couple of moves until the time control. In any case, Hans has 20 minutes to think
I see.
for sure about his
Let me
position.
refresh my board.
Yes.
I got move 40.
So it's fine.
So he's
Everybody
made,
can-
did Sam. And back over to you, Cristian, as we have guests in studio.
We do have Levon Aronian. It's been 12 rounds, but finally you got the victory in the tournament. Congratulations, Levon. How do you feel right now?
I'm relieved because I think, not winning for so long can damage your mental system. So I don't think it was a game of the highest quality, but at this moment, I will take any kind of win.
Absolutely, and especially going into the final day against Fabiano Caruana, one of your good friends, but such a critical game for the standings. Now, let's talk about your game against Xiong. Take us through the critical moment.
Yeah, I've played this line with black myself against Lanier in the American Cup. And of course, it's a difficult line to play for black, very strategical. And I think Lanier played c3 also against me, which
And
is...
that's a game you had to win. You were in a must-win situation.
It's a very tricky move, I have to say. Because,
This move c3.
Yeah, because it's basically white is waiting, and you can't really play for c5, because then dc, this, it's a bit too early. Yeah, this knight d4 stuff is very, very dangerous for black.
So you need to make a useful move, and you actually don't have.
Yeah, I
really
think I
useful
also
move.
played queen c7. I don't remember. Yeah.
We don't see it right here.
Oh, maybe I played a6, something like this, yeah. And yeah, I thought that g5 is a bit premature. Now this knight f1 looks very, very bad for black.
And what is the plan behind this maneuver?
What I want to do is play knight g3, and whenever I get the chance, just plant something on h5. So
get the knight out and then get something
h3,
on h5.
knight h2, or bishop d3, and then try to put something
Exchange
on h5.
the lights for the bishops and get the knight to h5.
Yeah, and I felt that this is, this is logical that he tries to, but it should be a bad position.
Just a bad end game in the position.
Yeah, I think I just made some mistakes around here. Yeah,
Bishop to
see,
g6.
my understanding of this maybe is not good. So I felt this is a very good position for white, but the computer, as I see,
Yeah, but
says it's unclear.
from a practical perspective, it does feel like you have more space, more weaknesses to work with.
Yeah, so bishop, I thought that bishop e7, there has to be a move. Maybe I should have tried for rook e c3. I saw this, and knight b8, and I felt rook b3 and rook c7. And I was thinking mainly about bishop d3 here, but then I wasn't sure I can break through if he just castles.
Castle, yeah.
Yeah. It's indeed pleasant, because in this structure, when you take on g6, you can remove the knight, let's say knight e2, and play g4. It's very, very, very pleasant. Then you'll start to play with h4. This g4 move is very typical for the structure.
On the king side, and try to get to h6.
And it really cuts the black knights out of the play. Yeah. But
you didn't see the exact breakthrough. So.
no, I thought it might end in a draw, So I saw this rook b3, knight b6. But, from distance, I blundered that if I take on c6, so bishop c6, rook c6, rook c6, bc, bishop b4. Okay, this is a beautiful cheapo. This is for Yasser, of course. Bishop c2, bishop b7, bishop b3, bishop f6. But yeah, then I take on b3. Yeah, but the problem with this line that after bishop b4, move number 22, he takes, king d7, knight d2. This all looks good, but this bishop c2 is probably giving him enough counterplay.
No more knight b3. Well, if you go knight b3,
yeah, and if knight f1, then rook b8. It's very precise, and knight e3, a5, yeah?
And he's in time.
Yeah.
And you cannot take on b6
No.
because b2 is hanging at the end,
Yeah.
and you're actually just losing this one. Very nice. So
And
you
I
decide
thought,
to go for
okay,
a4?
yeah. I knew that this is probably nothing, but
Well, definitely some pressure, it seems like.
yeah,
At least
do.
confirmed
Rook
by
b7
the
and rook
engines.
e8. Yeah, I saw that after knight b2, I was planning to play. I was thinking to play rook a1, but I thought this is probably equal. Kind of rook a8, and then he chases my rook.
With
Yeah.
very precise play, yeah.
Yeah.
Rook a8, rook b7, maybe knight c4, things of this nature.
So maybe I shouldn't have taken on a7, yeah?
It seems like bishop to c3 was the best move.
I saw this move, but I felt that, you know, if he goes rook b8.
You go on a7, I would assume.
Ah, so knight b2 takes
Takes
rook
and
c6,
take on
yeah?
c6, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't believe in this somehow. I thought black is too active, but maybe, yeah, probably a wrong assessment from me. Yeah.
And the knights don't seem to have a clear path to get back into the game, so
Yeah, I was a bit worried that this is just going to end in a draw as well.
from afar this is not easy to assess for sure. All right, and he took on a7, and,
Yeah, I got lucky here, and I managed to play knight d2, and yeah, this
and
is
after
already.
this you
yeah.
maintain your pawn. He doesn't get to it, and a nice conversion ensued. Levon, congratulations, an important victory for you tomorrow with the black pieces against a player you know so well, Fabiano Caruana. How are you going to approach that one?
I think the goal is, you know, just to stay solid and see what, you know, game dictates. It's not really. I'm not having a great tournament, but you know, last round has its own rules.
Absolutely, always a pleasure to play spoilers. Also, if you're having a bad event, you might as well try to mess up the other players' event. Congratulations, Levon.
Good
Guys,
point.
any questions?
No, our congratulations, Levon, and we'll be looking forward to your game tomorrow. And here is our update, Anastasia, with a few games.
Yes, so Fabio has finished his game in the draw, so he is the sole leader with 8 points, and Ray
Right.
Robson just have a point behind him. Dominguez with 7 points on the third position.
Also a half point.
Jeffrey, Xiong, and Sam Shankland with 6.5, and we still have some games underway, so we'll see, depending on the results, that there will be some
Right.
different
But
standings.
in the meanwhile, it's sort of like crazy
Unbelievable
things
what
have been
happens.
happening between Jennifer and Arena, and it's sort of like the point is being thrown back and forth like a hot potato between the two players, as some very strange decisions by Arena. Right here, bishop takes e5. She decided to play the move rook e8 and then queen f3. And I thought, well, okay, white is a pawn down, but wait a minute, you know, after h5,
It's not that easy.
you
Yes.
know, I mean, could be
Isn't this
good.
much worse for her?
It
could be
be
good
really
for,
good, especially
for
with
Jennifer.
Yes,
You
with
take,
opposite
you go
color
queen
bishops.
g4, you take
yes.
on g6,
Yes.
you get to the king.
Sorry, Christian?
Well, I would assume queen to g7 has to be played.
Queen to g7 has to be played, but then, okay, I mean, I've got a weakness that I can gnaw on. I mean, you know, this pawn, and, you know, on a good day, I prefer white.
Yes.
This looks
I
good.
mean,
sure.
because the extra pawn is b6, and that's not playing a role. So we get right here, and I'm thinking, okay, Jennifer has really turned things around. She's probably doing well. She blundered a whole bishop.
She played bishop a4.
Bishop
Yes.
a4, Arena took it, and after queen f7, the rook is not hanging.
Really,
I
it's
mean,
some
it was
kind
just-
of blind.
Right. It's just like this blind spot.
Yes.
And I'm sure when Jennifer was thinking, I push the queen away from the rook, The rook is unprotected, and then she played h5. She could probably resign
But she's
at this
trying
moment.
her last chance, let's say.
Last
here.
chance, and bishop e2 on the board, but she's now a full piece down.
This blows the standings wide open.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, Talia is winning as well. She's going to be in the same position as Jennifer with 8 points.
The only explanation for this moment is just that everybody is so tired. Also, it's a game of nerves right
It's
now.
the nerves,
So yes, so
yes.
probably she just, I mean, simply blundered because
It was a
doesn't
blind
have any
spot. I mean, we
power.
all have these blind moments
course, of
where,
course.
again, I mean, in your mind, you're thinking to yourself, Queen f7 is overwhelming.
Yes.
You want to believe that Queen f7 check will win the game. You got a problem. You just want to kick the queen out of the way, and then Queen f7 wins.
yes.
So you go Bishop a4, and in your mind's eye, you played Queen f7, and you're taking the rook with check and mate, and
Yes.
you get here, and it's oopsie daisy. Big shocking turn of events. But Cristian, back to you as the guest in studio.
We have the leader of the open section, Fabiano Caruana, with us. Fabi, another draw, another step towards the championship. You're going into the final round with a half a point lead. How do you feel right now?
Yeah, today was good. I was under a lot of pressure. The opening didn't really go the way I wanted, so in the end, the draw was a good result. And it was also good that Ray didn't catch up.
Were you worried that Christopher is going to play a loose game given his past results?
Yeah, he sometimes plays very well and sometimes very carelessly. So today he played a very risky line, but I mean, it's supposed to be a bit dubious for white, this line. It's very tricky because black can lose by force, but I mean, once I saw like the time and Christopher was playing so quickly and seemed to know the position well, I didn't feel like he would lose that game. I even thought that maybe, I mean, if anyone's going to win, it's more likely to be Christopher after the opening. So yeah, overall it was a good day. I don't know if Sam is like, and this game I just can't comprehend.
Sam seems to be a bit worse at this point. This is what we have right now.
Yeah, I just don't understand this position. I mean,
Too much.
well, okay, you'd rather be black,
Yes.
but I don't know what's going on. I mean, it's strange to say black is like white is worse. I mean, it's either a draw or it's winning for black.
Yeah.
Which I would assume it's a draw. Usually these things turn into a draw, but or maybe not.
We don't know. I mean, you have to be very precise.
I mean, that
with
king is in
also.
a rather precarious position. On the other hand, he is two rooks aren't going to mate the king alone. He's winning h7. I don't know, but as long as he doesn't win, it's kind of okay for me.
Absolutely.
And I don't think he'll win.
And you mentioned that you were under some pressure out of the opening. It felt that way as well. With your opening choice, were you trying to keep some chances alive in case Christopher is playing loose?
Well, not really. I mean, I wanted to keep chances alive, but getting a worse position from the opening is not really the way to do it. I just played a line I'm not super familiar with. I used to play it a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
But I just thought, like, I played knight c7 recently, and I didn't expect this choice. No, after. Instead of g6, the other main line is knight c7. And I played it recently, and I thought maybe he'll be ready for this, so I decided, okay, I'll just play g6.
And
tried to remember
a decision over the board?
This was my Kansas preparation from 2016. Yeah, it was over the board, and trying to remember, but failing to. I remember I played a game against Peter Sudler here, and he played knight g5, e6, d3. I played, I think, bishop g7, and he played h4. Or no, first knight g4, and then, was it like, played b6 or castle? I don't remember. b6, h4, something like that, b6,
I think
h4.
castle.
And then
Castle,
h4, yeah?
now h4, yeah.
Yeah, I was losing this game. I mean, this was a brilliant idea at the time. From what I understand, computers just say it's complete nonsense now. But at the time, it was based on this exchange sack, which like white takes on c5 and.
After move h5 or h6?
I don't remember exactly. And then white takes on
Maybe
c5
take on
and take everything.
This type of positions, yeah.
I think it was this.
Maybe not with h6.
Maybe it wasn't this. I don't remember.
h6.
Yeah, it was probably with h6. And here I couldn't. I mean, bishop g7. I was trying to remember because there's like this move queen c4, and I couldn't figure it out. Yeah, knight db4 castle. I was like, okay, I'm going to lose a pawn, and I'm going to regret this decision. I played the more solid move instead. e6, kind kind of just accepting a slightly worse position. But at least I'm solid, I guess. But yeah, I wasn't happy. I mean, his moves are so easy here. He just, everything he did, it's just so natural. Rook d1, king f1. I played this move f5, I don't know. I was a bit worried about it, but I didn't see what else to do. And I thought, this is kind of forcing his hand. He can play a3, he could take on d5, but he'll want to do something because I might at some stage want to play f4. I mean, he has to make a move. I thought e3 is also a move, but then knight db4 is probably, oh, sorry, knight cb4, queen d7, rook d7, and I thought this equalizes.
You have some problems with d3,
Yeah,
some problems with a2 as well.
Probably not a2, but d3 is very difficult. I mean, he might have to play knight d5, and then b2 is hanging, so he's unlikely to get an advantage here. And so I was actually a bit surprised after a3, knight d4. I was expecting queen c4. I wasn't sure what this was, queen c4. It's like, yeah, f4 I wanted, but I wasn't sure gf4. Because if I take twice, then e3.
No,
yeah,
g5.
this I like, it was too chaotic for me to understand. But I also understand why he didn't go for it.
So if you take queen f7, is that the idea? I guess
so.
Queen f7 and
Yeah.
queen h5. Okay.
I mean, it's very risky, of course, to lose, but I really thought he would want to win today. So I was kind of expecting a sharper choice because queen d5, queen d7, I didn't feel like I should be really worse. I mean, tiny bit, but.
And I think you guys entered this very forced line, which the computer, by the way, was recommending all these moves, but it doesn't seem like you're worse.
Yeah, if he doesn't play bishop e4, I thought I might be better. Like, I don't know, some move, bishop e1, and I play like king f7. Okay, he always has bishop e4, I guess,
Yeah.
but if he doesn't at some point play this move, then I'll play rook b6, king e6, maybe at some stage, because I always have this knight d2 trick, which if I can get king e6 and rook b7, then knight d2 becomes a threat and his rooks are stuck. So that's why he played bishop b4, and then I still thought I'm rather, like, slightly unpleasantly worse.
Really?
Yeah, it's a bit unpleasant. For example, at this moment, like, I thought rook b5 was kind of clever. If I play another move, for example, I play rook e6, it was my first intention. He takes, rook c1. I didn't see how to completely equalize this position. Like a4, rook c6, rook d6, rook c8, rook a6, and rook g8. I thought this was unpleasant.
Still a complicated
rook
position, but after bishop to f3, it seemed like you guys went into a drawish line.
Yeah.
Fabi, we'll let you go, get your rest, and we'll see you tomorrow in the championship round.
Thank you.
Indeed. Good luck, Fabi, to you in tomorrow's ultimate round. We are seeing a big result as Irina Krush, our 8-time U.S. champion, comes into the day half a point behind and defeats
2 wins. Yes.
Jennifer Yu with the black pieces to take a half a point lead going into the last round game. And Jennifer must just feel terrible.
Exactly. She
after
just wants to run away from this game, but
it's just too painful.
It's very painful.
Because she somehow, crazily enough, Irina had allowed her right back into the game after move 30, and here she just had this illusion that queen f7 was winning for her. All she had to do was get rid of the queen. She did it with bishop a4, only to realize she's.
We should probably go to Begim's game because we will see a result in
Talia
that
as
one
well?
as well. Talia is closing in on another victory. Her 5th in a row, guys.
Wow, bishop f3 is a
Fantastic.
threat, and there is no way to defend against
No.
it. It's a checkmate, as well as if you take the bishop, then you will win the queen.
This one is over,
Wow.
guys.
Yes, it seems like it's over. Yeah.
12
And Begim
seconds
only
is
10
not-
seconds on her clock.
But
and
it's not about time anymore. It's just that position is really bad.
Truly.
And you cannot do anything right now.
You know, and whoops, queen
Okay,
e4.
queen f4, bishop f3.
Right.
finishes the
F3 will
game.
come. And that's
Exactly.
going to end the game.
If you'll
It's
play
over.
a few moves.
You know,
probably
it was
it's-
just, it was going through my mind there for a moment that winning 5 in a row in the U.S. Championship is really extraordinary. Who else had ever accomplished that? And I forgot about the Bobby Fischer prize for that briefest of moments. Bobby Fischer famously going 11.
That was a bit more than 5.
0. Yeah,
Yes,
exactly. And Begim looks. Another roller coaster player, Begim, in this event. She's she's won on a streak and she's lost on streaks.
Yeah, and she lost a lot of steam in the last couple of rounds. She won that important matchup against Megan Lee, followed it up with another victory against Ashrita. But yesterday's match with the white pieces against Jennifer Yu
that hurt.
Was soul crushing.
That hurt.
Because she was in contention still at that point.
Right.
With a victory, she could have
Queen
caught
B2, yes, also
Jennifer
think about
Yu.
it, but King F2, yes.
And then you just stay, and very slowly you go. Pardon me.
Just don't stay after the
long.
king reaches
F5,
D3.
king,
This is
G5.
the night take.
And yeah, your king can't come to B2, but you've got
It
a
just looks
majority.
nice.
Yeah,
Looks
F5, and you eventually. Okay, she.
She played Queen D3 on different move. Rook E2, Queen D3.
Okay. And that is a win. That is just a stone cold win. But my goodness, Arena Krush.
Yes.
And it was really sad. I wanted to say that Jennifer had actually gotten very nicely outplayed out of the opening. Arena had a huge advantage, probably close to winning. And right here, in my opinion, things had turned positive for Jennifer. She played the right move, and she just had to follow up with
It's
the most
hard,
direct
yes.
move you can imagine, opening up or trying to open up this diagonal for the bishop.
Or creating
Like-
this G6 weakness, yes.
Yeah, something like bishop could I'll take the pawn.
Of course.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, we do understand. But on a good day, I
Wow.
could plant the bishop on E6.
Yes.
And white will be for choice. And Jennifer just had a terrible illusion and was just a piece down for nothing. Went down in a blaze of glory, or so to
I
speak.
don't know, maybe she somehow was in this kind of fighting mood that she should win no matter what or something like that. Maybe
She
she's kind
has
of
such an
overpushed.
attitude throughout the whole
Yes.
tournament. She pushes herself
Really
oftentimes
hard,
to the
yes.
extreme.
Sometimes it can backfire, especially if the tournament is too long and like you cannot have the same energy to play every game
Right.
with this attitude. Sometimes it's too hard. Let's say,
Yeah.
then, sometimes your even coach can advise you to make a draw,
Yeah,
play
pace
normally,
yourself,
and
yeah.
if it's a draw, just accept that it's a draw. It's another approach to try to win like every game and fight in every game. But yeah, I mean, it can be sometimes dangerous.
I saw this extreme approach by Hans Niemann. Like he had come in and he was just like, win or lose, it's the same thing today. I don't care. No draw.
Yes,
I wanted
yes,
to
yes.
play for the win, said
Yes.
Hans Niemann. And sometimes you just you just fall flat on your face when
Yes.
you ask for too much.
Yes.
You force
You
the
have
position.
to be ready for this type of outcome
Right.
as well.
And I think we already had another result. That is Tatev Abrahamyan defeated Rochelle Wu.
Yeah, I saw her position with rook up,
With the-
yes.
Yeah, but it was a rook up, but somehow, okay, we had left it more or less, let's say,
Yes, here.
I just wanted to say here.
Yes.
And the next position I saw was a white king on E4, and I was like, how did white's king go from B1 to E4? Well, it was
Okay.
the extra rook that did it, and
Yeah.
here she goes, and somehow the white king cost her a couple of pawns, but this is the position
Yes.
where Tatev said, okay, look,
has
I'm a
to.
rook up, and
And I
he
have
went.
winning position.
And she did indeed win this game. And we're expecting, again, that Talia will win. And so that will set up a situation where Arena will have a half a point lead over
Yes.
two players who both play each other.
Exactly. Thalia will play against Jennifer Yu in the last round, and Arina will play
Zatonskih.
with Anna Zatonskih.
Exactly.
Right.
And our leader is with Cristian in studio.
Irina, you came to the studio yesterday and we were discussing your head-to-head that you were behind 0-2 and you said, I have the chance to improve that score. And you came today with such an aggressive stance. You played the delayed Benoni and you got what you wanted. How do you feel right now?
Yeah, I feel really good. I mean, obviously that's the result I was aiming for today. I mean, it's hard to understate, it's hard to overstate the importance of this game. You know, when you're half a point behind, there's only 2 rounds left. And, you know, what I've learned over the years, I think I kind of alluded to that yesterday, is that you can't expect anyone else to do your work for you. You know, if you want to win the tournament and you have a head-to-head battle, like you have to take your chances there, because hoping that your opponent, like someone else, will get a draw off of them or slow them down, that's not productive, right? So I kind of came in trying to do this myself today, and yeah, my opening I think was good for the moment.
It was indeed, and you got into a very nice position after she decided to take on e6 and change the structure. Were you still familiar with this position?
Yeah, I was familiar with this position, but after bishop e2, like this is where I had like a 15-minute think after knight c6 castles, my first think of the game. And actually, I was pretty happy with what I came up with, just like, you know, simple developing move b6. So you just have to kind of figure out how you want your pieces to be. Overall, this game, I mean, yeah, it was definitely always like in Black's favor. But there were some moments, of course, that made it like technically tricky to win. We can keep going.
What were the strategical details that you were aiming for in this position?
Yeah, I mean, well, here's the thing. I mean, I got everything in with like bonus tempos in this game because I got to put, I mean, knight e1 certainly cannot be, you know, the way to play this position.
Indeed, yes.
You know, I got to have my knight on d4, then white spent another tempo with the bishop on d3. So there were two tempos to get the knight to c2, where it's not even clear what it does differently from f3. And then bishop e2 to d3. So basically, I just got a, you know, fantastic position. And I had time to put my pieces on all their best squares and start the play on the king side. And here, yeah, I mean, e5. I don't know. I decided that it was time for this move. I was looking at things like knight b8 to c6 here as well. Like, I don't know, I thought maybe I should try to bring another knight to d4. But, you know, ultimately why I went for e5 was because I wanted to play against the light squared bishop. f5, yeah, I see the computer showing this move. You know, honestly, I didn't even think this was tactically possible. It kind of looks like it just gives away a pawn,
and
right?
It probably is giving away a pawn. So
yeah.
The computer goes from like 0-0 to like 0.-6.
It's a very hard move to play. I mean, I would say almost impossible for white to like, you know, figure out now is the time for me to go f5. I mean, knight d5 is a very natural move by white.
And you also have such nice support of the knight on d4 with the pawn still on c5 and e5.
Yeah, so she went for this position, which was kind of what I was expecting, so I took. And here, I really thought like I was close to winning. And I felt like it was a little unfair that she had this amazing g3 trick, you know, a couple of moves down. I mean, come on, like, you know, you think that she just, you know, blunders, right, rook f4, and then to figure out that she has g3, I mean, wow. That's like, I mean, I did not see g3, and thank God that I, you know, thought for a little bit before taking that bishop.
So this was what you missed when you played
I did not see that there was g3. Like when I was calculating all of this and I decided, I mean, I already kind of thought I was winning because if she goes bishop e3 instead of king h1, then I just put her in a pin with rook e8 and, you know, she can't really get out of it. Yeah, like here there's just too much, queen f6, queen h4.
Yeah.
So her, you know, so the pin wins, but so the fact that she can go king h1 and leave the back rank open, and then you just take a bishop and she just goes g3, it's a kind of unusual idea, I have to say, right? Like it's definitely possible to miss that from a distance. So once I missed that, okay, I mean, black is still better, but obviously you're not going to win the game right away. So I decided to keep on playing, you know, on these dark squares. Yeah, I mean,
how do you regroup yourself mentally at that point?
Well, you know, it's fine. I mean, yeah, there's g3. It's a trick. You got to keep going. I mean, you're still better. You still got the dark squares. The b2 pawn is falling. The bishop on c2 is not great. But it really became like a technical thing, right? Which, of course, you know, was not my plan from the outset. And I think, you know, she played quite well. Interesting decision to go queen e2 and sack the pawn. Like right here, queen e2 was not a very obvious move, right? That she, I mean, I thought, okay, I was expecting maybe bishop takes e5, but I think probably her decision is the right one, yeah.
It is indeed.
Yeah, this was quite a good practical choice by her, because the problem is for me to win this position, I got to get rid of the dark squared bishop. Yeah, if I can trade, then it's over, but the bishop in f4 is such a strong defender, and it just wasn't so easy at all.
And it felt like she was getting her initiative as well going on the king side.
Yeah, I mean, it's like she can't do so much, I mean, unless I really decide to go overboard, but this move, rook e8, I mean, I guess, I mean, whoa. Whoa, I did not expect such an evaluation. Rook e8, I mean, I'm trying to keep the rooks on the board.
So here, h5.
Yeah, h5. Wow, well, I definitely didn't think I was, you know, going to be ever in trouble in this position. But yeah, of course, this h5 idea, I was seeing it. In fact, like a move, like even before, like if she goes, in fact, right before queen f3, I was looking at h5 here, but the difference is now I take with the rook, and then I get to play queen f3, queen e7 just in time, and then I'm actually good, right? So I was seeing these ideas, but yeah, queen f3, of course, is stronger because she makes me take with my bishop, and the e-file is closed, and then she goes h5. Wow.
Checkmate going on if you take with the rook, so you
yeah.
take with the bishop. And
that's amazing, though. I mean, to think that black could be worse here, like from what? Well, like, I mean, even if queen g7,
maybe you
what?
have to go for the exchanges, like rook f8.
Yeah, what's wrong with like queen g7? I mean, oh, is there f7, h6 maybe?
No, I think
no,
queen
just take.
g4, just simple.
I just like that. I just invade on the light square. It's amazing, and her bishop actually comes into the game.
Yeah, just take.
Yeah.
f7.
I mean, it was technically difficult, this part. Like I just felt like, of course, I wasn't expecting to be worse, like in this line. And I mean, I tried. The problem is, if I allowed the rook trade, like if we go back to the rook trade, and like let's say I would have just played bishop takes e5 instead of rook e8.
Okay.
Yeah, like, I mean, I just thought that this,
very close to
was
equality.
very close to equality. Like, because the truth is the b pawn is irrelevant, and she's going to be playing on the king side with h5. Like, why should she lose this position?
She's not. Yeah. This one seems very simplified.
Yeah.
And you decided to keep, but then this move came on.
I saw these ideas. I had to check for that because actually, one last thing. Can we go back for 1 second? Because in this position, when the queen was on e2, I also had to check the move queen d1, just in case, right? Because now I can't take with the bishop, but again, now I can take with the rook and I survive, right? So like I was definitely aware of these ideas, and I mean, yeah, she just forgot that the queen on the diagonal was still protecting the rook, right?
So you think it was just a blunder?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think she just didn't. She kind of thought she was pulling the queen away, and queen f7 wins the rook or something, and then she just forgot that the queen is on the same diagonal.
Did she realize when she made the move, or after she made the move?
I honestly didn't look at her facial expressions too much at that point. I mean, I knew that it was a blunder, and the queen was holding the rook. So, yeah, I mean, I think she realized it pretty quickly.
And of course, after that, there's no way she gets to your king.
My bishop is so nice now. It's like defending everything so well.
And you converted nicely. Irina, congratulations. Good spot for you. You're going into the last round with half a point lead, but two competitors playing against each other. Potential to score a victory in that one. How are you going to approach tomorrow's game against one of your good friends and rivals, Anna Zatonskih?
Anna, right. It's funny because I'm playing 3 U.S. women's champions in a row.
Yeah.
Actually, right? I realized that. We got Nazi, Jennifer, and now Anna. And wow, I see I've played a lot of games against Anna over the years.
And this is only classical games.
Yeah, classical, right. So, well, I feel good. I mean, in the tournament, you got to do your job, right? That's the first thing. So that's what I'm going to do tomorrow again. Just do my job with the white pieces, try to play good chess, and try to close things out.
Guys, any questions for
Congratulations, Irina. That was really quite the tumultuous game, and something we expected. We expected fireworks, and it delivered. So good luck tomorrow, Irina, as you go into the last round game with a half a point lead. And I'm looking at the game of Talia, and she's just played a really good move. I like this move very much against Begum. I mean, she's completely winning, but now this move, queen d3, makes black's life a lot easier.
Yes,
because she gets to go queen f1 check. If you move your king to g4, I go and I pick up a2. If you move your king to e4, I go to g2, and I go to a2. And that's exactly what Talia has spotted. And Talia is going to go in tomorrow's game half a point behind Jennifer, and she's going to hope Anna Zatonskih holds, and she could win and playoff galore.
I mean, she's on a 5-game winning streak.
I know, it's just great. I mean,
what a great mood you have normally when you have
exactly.
This. Actually, now if king d4, I thought about queen d2 also, like small trick.
To win
if you go back
make
f5,
a checkmate,
yes.
yeah?
No, queen d2, and I mean, if king e4 and then f5. Or queen d5 even better. I know I'm looking how to win the rook, but queen d5 is better.
Yeah, exactly. King e4, we expect queen g2, and then a hearty hand clasp, as we would say. By the way, in the open section, we have
Yes,
another result.
won his game, same as Aronian today. After the peaceful draw, yesterday they.
Well, again, the defending champion, Wesley So, having a terrible event, let's just put it that way, winning with the black pieces, winning in the penultimate round. Again, it's one of those things that really improves your mood tremendously. And
on the screens, we can see Thalia just finished, and Begin, they finished their game, and Thalia wins the fifth. I really lost this track.
Exactly.
Fifth game in a row, and she jumps on the second place with 8 points.
Right. Crazy game still going on between Sam, Sevian, and Hans. And
I like this evaluation of Fabi. He said that in this kind of positions, normally it's a draw. I mean, he didn't want to calculate, but I like his assessment. You know, like it should be a draw.
And I was like scratching my head too. It's like, really?
Yes.
Should this be a draw? Because it's such an important game for the players here. Sam Sevian, he came into the round with a +2, undefeated score, kind of thinking, if things go well, I could go +3.
I think there is he created some kind of a trap. If Rook H7, maybe Rook H6.
What?
Yes, like you exchange.
We just saw Rook G6 and it's white to play?
Yes, so if it's white to play, Rook H7, so maybe I can play Rook H6 here. Moving to the Rook ending, or it's completely stupid, because I just see my king on B3 and I think maybe I can win this one, no?
It's some sort of a race.
It's a race,
I think I have a big
chances.
Pawn as well, the F pawn. So let's go F4.
F4, King B2.
It's a race.
It's
F5, and then I get F6 going, and King G5, Rook H3. I think I'm just in time to sacrifice that rook.
But it's kind of interesting.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Just thought that it's funny.
Well, the king is cut off, right?
Yes,
so
for the
it's not so easy for white to just escort the pawn up the board.
Maybe I can go Rook H7 now.
Yeah, maybe you have to find the only moves now, because actually what I want is just King A1 and
take some pawns.
Sorry. No. You're fine. Now you just want King A1 and whoop.
Yes.
Why not?
No, Rook H7 maybe.
Okay, Rook H7. Then I go like King A1.
That's okay.
You go what? Rook B7.
No, come on.
You take the pawns.
Come on, you know what I'm going to do. Why did you have to ask? Take the pawn.
Yes.
And give up the rook, and I think one of these pawns is going to force you to give up the rook.
Wow.
Is Sam saving himself, Cristian?
Perhaps this last move was not the most precise.
What was the last move?
Rook G6.
Oh, you mean?
Yes.
Pardon me. Hans' last move was not precise.
Maybe he should have taken the other pawn, the pawn on A5.
Actually, yes, he could do it.
And rook takes A5.
And have maybe after the elimination of the pawn on B2, 2 connected passers. But I mean, these positions are so difficult to calculate, right?
Right.
And no, just continue taking pawns, in fact.
Really?
Take on F2, yes. Keep going.
Sorry.
Keep taking pawns.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, because...
Makes sense.
Yes.
The problem is, and this is something that we looked at, if you go into the other line with rook to A2...
Too many pawns.
Yes.
And I have these ideas that we were discussing. King G5, you take on B2, and then I take back on B2, you take on H7, and I trap the rook with bishop G7.
Arrests.
We were always falling for this this type of ideas. And it does seem like white is in time in this type of
Yes. I already checked it, a couple of times against Yasser. He's defeated me all the time.
I'm an expert in this arresting.
Yes.
But rook G6 was probably an error then.
I think he was really pleased with this idea to show Rook H6 move. Sometimes you think about beauty of chess. You don't really care that much, even if you win the game or not.
Right.
This is just
now
prediction.
from Sam's point of view, he's put his bishop on G7. He's put his rook on H8.
Yes.
He's put everything he's had into winning the pawn on H7.
Normally
he's got to follow up.
Yes,
he's got to follow up, and we're seeing Hans showing some nervousness as he's realizing maybe in a key line that he analyzed, featuring your move, rook H6, something's amiss for him, and he's having remorse, I want to say, about this move, Rook G6. But I think, Cristian,
maybe
do
Rook
we
F2
have...
now. Maybe Rook F2.
Not quite yet. Let's just remind our viewers where we are with the ladies.
Yes, so Irina Krush grabbed the first place, like 8.5 points out of 12 now before the last round.
I'll take that 9th trophy if you don't mind.
Exactly, and Jennifer is now on the second position. She ties for the second place together with Thalia Cervantes, who just won her game against Begim. Yes.
5th game in a row. That's just amazing.
Yes, and she's with Cristian now.
Thalia, 5 games in a row, 5 wins. I mean, you must be on cloud 9 right now.
No, I am. I am extremely happy. My game today was very interesting. Not only is Begim a friend, but she's obviously a very strong player, and I was playing with black too. So this just, for me, it's a great result. And
how did you look at this game? Were you thinking about you being in a must-win situation, given that you have to catch up with the leaders?
So I think technically I was in a must-win situation. I was trying not to think about it too hard, just in case that, let's say I get an equal position, I wouldn't mess it up trying to fight for something else. But I'm glad that in the game I did have a lot of opportunities, and the positions were actually complex. So they gave me some chances, and I was very happy when I realized that.
Let's talk about the game. It was quite an interesting Grunfeld, and that is your specialty. Thalia, tell us a bit about this position.
The thing is, I think it's also a Begim's specialty, because I think she plays it with black as well, so I wasn't so sure if this was my best option. But I was pleased with the position I had. I wasn't entirely sure how to handle it, but I'm more used to seeing the position with the knight on e2 and the pawn on e4, and I feel like that's perhaps a slightly better...
Knight on e2?
Knight on e2.
And the pawn on e4?
The pawn on e4.
Got it.
Like based on some transpositions, but yeah. So I thought that this would be fine. And overall, the way that the game continued, I felt like I was doing okay, especially after f4. I felt like my position was beginning to get comfortable, and her pieces, I wasn't super sure where they were going to go. And after knight f3, rook d8, queen e2, I felt like my position was really nice. So this is an interesting moment after rook a1. You know, sometimes you are thinking during the game and you're like, okay, if I win this game, I have to explain my move, and that's a big problem.
We're not putting any extra pressure.
How do I explain h6? Huh?
Right.
No, the thing is that I honestly just had no idea what to do, and I really enjoyed how my pieces were in this position, because the bishop on f5 stops knight e4, knight c5 ideas. So originally I wanted to play something like bishop to h3, but I didn't want to allow that plan.
Knight e4, knight c5.
Right. It does make sense because it's a good bishop, but at the same time, I wasn't so sure if I wanted to allow something like takes and knight e4, or even knight g5, knight e4, something like that. But yeah, so I was happy with how my pieces were right now, and I thought, okay, maybe she wants to play knight g5, knight e4. Maybe that's one idea that she has.
Knight g5, so you wanted to stop that.
Right,
with this move, h6.
It's just, I honestly had no idea what to do in that position. And here, I felt like I needed to also just have some sort of action. In the position, I was worried that I would let whatever advantage I had slip. But
and why to stabilize, get the knight to e5 and things of that nature.
So queen b5 was a move that I consider. I don't think I can trap the queen in any way. It almost looks like after bishop d3, queen b4, I may have something, but I don't think I do. Like, she can probably just
maybe
get the knight out of the way.
And then queen c3 back,
so
for example.
That's a bit annoying. But after queen b5, I wasn't so sure what I was going to do, probably knight d5. I was thinking either one of them, and then just see how the game goes.
Just a normal middle game position.
Right.
After this one. But she played this move, rook fd1, and allowed you this very nice transition. Attacking the queen, place the queen on a bad square, and now tie this idea of knight to d3 and pick up the exchange if she goes rook to c1. Right. How fast did you spot this idea?
I had this idea in mind. I just wasn't sure which variation of it was the best. So originally I was thinking about, instead of bishop c2, playing c5 right away. But then I felt like the bishop on c2 can block the c file in case her rook goes there. And the rook, you know, it's a lot better on d1 than f1, so might as well put it there.
Absolutely.
And
it was the right decision indeed.
And it just felt like her pieces weren't super coordinated. For example, her bishop doesn't have many squares to go to. And I was just hoping, I wasn't sure what was happening, but I was just hoping that, you know, there would be something for me. And I think tactically there is after this sequence.
Yes. And I think her last chance was to go to a4. Did you consider this move?
I didn't consider it at all, but I assume that after knight takes, it's
and
okay.
Knight to e5 and try to play this position.
I see. Oh wait, in the game when I had the knight on d3, I did have some knight b2 ideas, and I was considering them.
Yes.
But it's funny how here there's knight b2
Yes.
as well.
Knight b2 probably the best move in the position. Still,
Right.
black has a pretty significant advantage at this point. But after this move, knight to e2, you fully took control of the game and never let go of the advantage. Talia, congratulations. 5 wins in a row, and tomorrow you're actually facing Jennifer Yu.
Right.
How are you going to approach that game? Is that a must-win game? Are you playing for that championship? Are you starting to dream?
Yeah, I think at first, you know, especially because last year I didn't have such a great score. I finished like 7th, something along those lines. I was just hoping to get top 3 in this event, but now my chances get more and more realistic by the round. So I'll just see what happens. Obviously, I want to win. But so did Jennifer yesterday in the interview, so I have to be careful with how I handle things. But yeah, it would be amazing if I can win.
Guys, any questions?
Our congratulations,
Yeah,
absolutely.
great job,
Talia.
5 out of 5. I mean, unbelievable. Yes.
Wow.
You already made big news, you know, literally. But I really like how Thalia was coming every day. She was, I'm glad, I'm happy. Today I'm extremely happy. I mean, it's like...
I won 3 games in a row. I feel good. Yeah,
Yes.
I'm kind of happy.
Okay, all the best of luck for you tomorrow. I mean, you deserve where you should be now, and it's really interesting to see the fight between you
Absolutely.
two, Jennifer and Thalia.
Absolutely. Really good luck tomorrow. Well done, Talia. And just to, let's just review the standings.
And the standings, once again, Irina Krush is on the first position with 8.5 points. Only half a point ahead of 2 players, Jennifer Yu and Thalia Cervantes. They both have 8 points.
Right. Alice
And
is still playing.
Alice is still playing, yes, and
She's a
maybe she has some
pawn up.
chances.
Yeah,
Also
exactly.
to catch maybe this field
This
or
would be
stay a little bit close to them. So Liang has 7 points, as you can see, and it's important that Irina Krush will play tomorrow with Anna Zatonskih, while Jennifer Yu will play against Thalia. Everything is still possible, and nobody
Exactly.
knows who will be the champion, and that's the great thing.
It truly is. We're really setting up for a dramatic final there. Just as in the open section, another dramatic final round. We've got 2 games going on, but our current standings.
Yeah, so Fabiano Caruana is still leading with 8 points, still keeps only half a point distance from Ray Robson, but you can see that Dominguez has also 7 points. He came very close also to the leaders. Wesley Saw with 6.5, he just won his game. And we still have the game between Sam Sevian and Hans Niemann, and depending on this result, we will see who will join the leaders group.
Exactly. Yeah, we just saw this move F4 by Sam Sevian.
What's going on here? I don't know.
It looks like
They're
a
talking.
draw.
Maybe a draw?
They're talking,
Did they
or
make
what?
a draw?
Somehow they
What?
want to. They're discussing something. I hope
They are discussing something.
What's happening?
Something happened. What's going on the in the current position?
Did he touch the king and right now? Whoa.
Whoa, touch move perhaps?
What just happened?
Yes, let's see. I see that Hans is a little bit nervous. He's trying to say something.
Perhaps there's
Yes.
that the knight is.
No, there were no knights in this position. It was like pawn.
Sorry,
and
the
before.
king.
Yes, the
There's
king.
something
Yes.
wrong with the king.
Something happened. Yes. Wow.
Oh,
It's
you
really
touched
interesting.
your king,
Yes.
he's saying.
Touched your king. But wait a second. I mean,
I mean, that's not the
Sam is
worst
playing
thing to
with
touch.
white. You know, his king is on h4. So I'm trying to understand still.
No, they actually went into the variation that you mentioned with rook takes h6.
Yes, rook takes h6. I started to guess moves of Hans, you know, at the end of the tournament.
Okay, so the arbiter keeps starting the clock. The players keep stopping the clock. Something is confusing.
Yes, really don't know what happened, but normally you have to stop your clock and then you speak to the arbiter.
Exactly.
Yes,
well,
I
in
think-
any case, Hans is looking at the position after f4. Now, that was the line that we looked
Yes.
at, Anastasiya. Is it a draw, Christian? I mean, the line we looked at was pretty even.
Yes.
Fabi said about it long time ago, guys. It's a draw. I don't
It's
want
a
even
draw.
to calculate
How
anything here.
will it go?
Yes.
We were
He was
looking,
right,
king
yeah.
takes b2,
F5.
f5.
Let's keep going, yeah.
b3, f6. I was trying to maintain the rook on the
G
G
file.
line.
Check this out.
This
All right,
is
so right now it's it's Hans's move.
Yes, let's see what
Right.
happened. Yes.
and then
What?
Whoa!
king.
Wha-
Oh,
Oh no!
he was supposed to pick up a
He
piece
wanted to
off
twin
the
or
board,
something.
and he broke the. That's really
What?
I
What?
cannot
And then
believe
he-
what just happened. Oh my God! He just broke the king for
What is
some reason,
happening?
and he put it back.
And now he's telling him, let's go outside and fight it out. What is this?
I
That
cannot-
is hilarious. I've never seen
What?
that. Now he's trying to put the.
Maybe Hans kicked him under the
the
table? Is that what happened? I mean, he
cross
was
on top of
definitely
the king?
upset about it.
I think we have.
Dude, you can't touch my king. That's not.
This is amazing. This is amazing.
I've never seen something like this.
No, never.
Never in my life. Okay, unbelievable. So,
That's it.
Okay, many players they have this habit to turn the piece right around.
Bad, terrible,
so
terrible
I just
habit.
tried to imagine that perhaps he just wanted to take one of
No,
the
but
pieces.
if you did that, you would be shocked, right? But he was actually motioning like, let's go outside, and then do what outside?
Well, but the crazy part was that when
Maybe
Hans
we
said,
can see
"Excuse
it
me,
again.
dude,
Let's see it
dude,
again.
you're fiddling with my king,
Wait a
dude."
second, let's see again.
Then Sam kind of threw the king to b6.
So,
and
look
said,
at his hands
Yes.
right now.
and he's
Right now.
and the cross has fallen out of the king's socket
What he was
there.
looking.
And then
But
he's
he
kind of just
throws
threw the
it to
king to
him.
b6. It's like what?
Let's go outside. Let's go outside.
No, he's got the cross in his hand and he's like fiddling
Oh
it.
my goodness.
Dude,
What is happening?
I don't know, but somehow.
oh, that is. I've never seen that. That's kind of funny.
Okay, we need an explanation. I hope after the end of this game, we'll have it. I hope. I mean,
I
think the appeal committee is on the way to start working.
Right? Finally, the appeals committee has something to
Something
do.
must have happened between these two guys when we were not watching because they seem distressed, both of them.
I don't know what happened, but it seems like
the
really
nerves. The nerves of
something
the
is
players are.
crazy.
They seem to be a little bit on the edge.
Yeah, they
let's
are.
say.
They are. They definitely are.
You know,
and by the way, Hans just took on b2, took the pawn.
After all of that, give me my king.
Let me take your pawn.
Let me take your pawn with my king. King takes b2.
Oh my goodness.
So my explanation
Yes, yes, what
was
do you think?
that Sam wanted to pick up a piece off the board so he could twiddle with it. And somehow
Still-
as king, he picked up the piece on the board.
Why
the
to
king.
take the cross then? Maybe
well,
he's religious.
then it popped out. I don't know what happened with that, but that was pretty unusual. I've never seen it actually.
Never ever. Actually, what kind of penalty can be for this type of
Yeah,
thing?
just
I mean,
like
I'm
the
just trying to
2-minute,
imagine,
you
like,
know,
you
like-
take the king of your opponent. then-
Like it's almost an illegal move. So
It's-
I'm going to penalize you with an illegal move by saying, you know, you did something that you can't do. You can't, and I'm going to give your opponent reward them with 2 minutes for misbehavior. But I have never seen this. One more look at what we just saw, because, again, this is unprecedented.
We cannot see his whole face, right? At this point, we cannot see his whole face. Is that correct?
I mean,
because I would love to see his face right now.
And Hans is like, what's wrong with you, man?
Dude, I'm thinking it's my turn, and you just picked up my king.
If we can see a
and
wider
you
shot,
broke
this
it.
might actually.
Dude,
but why he doesn't put it on B3? Why he gives it to him on B7?
Right? It's kind of a flippant thing to do.
And Hans is asking, like, what's wrong? Like, why did you do this?
Why are you misbehaving? The disrespectful U.S. championships are continuing.
There's something happening. There's something in the water, man.
In the same vein as when we started. And then he puts it back in. Well, that was very kind, right? I mean, he repaired the king.
I mean,
that was kind.
He keeps touching the king.
And Hans is like, dude, man, you can't do that. I mean, leave my king alone.
The most impressive thing, they just keep playing the game. Like nothing happened. Okay,
wow.
That's why sometimes you need to have these press conferences with two players. You never know how the press conference can finish.
So you get you get the double
opinion.
Right. Just on that note, I remember the press conference in the World Championship in New York. Magnus had lost.
So we have also faces.
Oh,
when all this happened. So the king is...
He took the king.
So he's stolen the king, and now... Sam is like Sam is shocked.
What are you doing, man?
That's the king, Sam. That's the king, Sam.
And Sam is like still not aware that, oh, it's a whole king. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Take it.
Let's go and speak about it. Do you want to speak about it?
He's telling him, let's go outside.
Let's go outside. Why should I go outside? It's just my king. Okay, let's put it back. And I will fix it. Don't worry. I will just fix it. Arbiter.
This is pretty funny, guys.
What are you doing, man? Unbelievable.
Nice.
This is the best
nice
thing I ever seen in
I don't know.
The Hans is asking, what is he doing? Anybody knows?
This final look by Hans says it all. Like, hey man, the dude was messing with my king. That's not permitted.
Wow.
This
is a first for me. I don't know about you guys.
No, never.
I've never seen this before in my life.
I cannot stop laughing because literally I'm almost crying.
It doesn't happen.
This is very, very strange.
No, I was going to say
people that fiddle with their pieces, but I don't think that was it. I think there was much more to it than what we know, because we must answer these questions and we must interview these players, because we have no idea what just happened.
Let's go out and
let's go out. So I remember the New York World Championship match. Magnus had lost. And then he's waiting in the press conference to explain the loss. And Sergei gets held up in the hallway by, I guess, Russian TV?
Yes, it was just, normal thing that both players would normally stuck for a minute or two to give these extra interviews for media partners.
Exactly.
Yes, in the corridor on the way to the press conference. So, of course, Sergei just won his game. He wanted to speak about it, obviously, right?
Right.
And Magnus, went directly to the press center.
Waiting.
And he's waiting for Sergei, and this was normal. Sometimes it would be the other way around. Magnus would still give the interview, and Sergei would be there. So it was the normal situation, except that Magnus just lost his game, and he wants the press conference to start as soon as possible and get out.
Right.
Yes, and actually it was just 2 minutes, but probably it felt like 2 weeks. And I'm there. I'm trying to push Sergei to come quickly, but so at one point Magnus just said, okay, enough is enough, and he just left.
So we didn't get the perspective of Magnus that maybe we could get for this.
By the way, guys, big moment right now. Rook to G2 was the last move, and let's take a look, because there's only one move that draws in the position.
Yes, for white.
That is Rook to H5. If he doesn't find Rook H5,
H3 on the board.
Oh, that's losing.
H3 on the board?
That's
so
losing.
It's waiting for black?
Yes.
How?
King to
I remember
A3.
we checked Rook H7.
King to A3.
Well,
this
remember,
is winning right
your king is stuck.
He just blundered.
King
this
to
is
A3.
stunning.
I mean, to play h3 in this position, because rook h2 was there.
King to a2 right now, or king to a3, win.
King to a2?
Yes.
That makes much more sense. Why am I putting the king on a3
Oh
when
my
it
God.
could potentially
was a
be
bit
for a
different
check?
position. Yes, a
So
little bit.
king a2. And he played it with no time, I mean, without thinking.
He still has 4 minutes. He should be thinking at this point, but
King a2, okay, so obviously b2 and b1. And if we bring our rook as we wanted to before,
rook g6. You're not getting to your f pawn. Rook g6, f7, rook
I
f6.
don't make a queen.
No. I
I
go
play
rook
rook
g6, I go
g6.
after your f pawn. This is a stunning development in
And
this
rook
one, guys.
f6, yes.
Rook f6, rook takes f7, and that's it.
Rook f7 and b1, yes.
That's it. That's going to be an easy win.
If he can find it, first of all, and if he is in like in the shape to find it, you know.
Oh,
after
he has. I think Sam was rattled after that whole situation, because this is very atypical of him. He
Right.
generally finds the best path forward.
Yes.
As
Wow.
This is a huge blunder right
What
now.
a drama in this game. I mean, it's like
h3 on the board. We're expecting king a2, the natural move, just to get out of the way of the a pawn. White will have to give up his rook, and the move that we think Sam missed, Sam's expecting queen. And then he's calculated that after queen, he will take, his king will end up escorting this f pawn up the board. So this is what Sam's calculated, only Hans doesn't have to make a queen right away. He can play rook to g6.
And you don't have time to take the a pawn. That's the problem.
yes, actually, maybe he calculated only rook f2 and then king g5 follows, right? So
Yes.
rook f6, king takes f6 in this case. So what is the difference? Just to show to everyone that king g5 and you actually protect this pawn with your king.
Exactly.
And then you still have time
But-
to play king g6, f7.
King a2
He's
is on
played
the board.
king a2. So that after rook g6, f7, rook f6. In this case, if you play king g5, I have rook f7, and I'm about to make a queen, so you don't have the possibility of rook takes f7
This is simply
winning.
stunning right now.
Wow. I'm kind of stunned, not only because of how it happened, but the interlude that took place before. And I'm thinking of Jennifer's blindness too. There was a blind spot here.
I think
for
13
Sam.
rounds, it's like challenging, you know, for everyone.
For
Is there a
commentators,
way
for
to try to create some sort of fortress in the position of in this endgame? Maybe that endgame.
you mean with the rook versus
With
the
rook on-
queen?
Yes, yes. Put the rook on f5 and get the pawn to h4 and put the rook on g5, something like that.
So queen, you're not going to take the
I cannot
pawn.
take because of queen
Yes,
g1.
of course, queen g1, yes. So rook f5,
So rook f5, and you try to say, okay,
h4, king
But-
g5.
I think
I
this has
understand.
to be-
I think it has to be winning too. I'm sure it's a table base kind
So let's
of
go
moment.
King to h5,
Yes, you're trying to create this h4.
Okay, so check,
king to g5 back,
check. I ladder check you.
until you get to e3, right? But then I
And
go
then
king
I
g4.
force you to put your king maybe on the square you don't
on
want.
g4.
On g4, excuse me. G4. So I feel like I've kind of achieved the maximum. My table base jumped up and it said that I'm winning with the move a6. Don't ask me why.
And it's probably not the only move. Right?
Yeah, in fact, it turns out that there's quite a number of them, but I'm not exactly sure how you win, but you're right.
Perhaps
this
you
is
just bring-
probably his best chance.
Yes, like
I
you
think you
move
just
your
bring the
king,
king.
yes, closer and
Then at some point you will be able to win the h pawn. I cannot go, if I get the pawn to h5, rook h7.
He
on
plays
the-
do
rook
have rook
h7.
And
h7.
if he finds
Rook
g6.
g6.
b2 first,
B2,
B2
first,
first, okay.
yes.
b2 first on the board.
So rook b7.
And after rook b7, rook g6.
So in order to prove, yeah,
Immediately
rook g6.
On the
plays
board.
rook g6. Wow. Oh yeah, this is, I mean,
I was about to say, to claim equality, I would pick up White's king and start,
Let's see Sam's
start
reaction
fiddling
right
with
now.
White's.
yes, what about Sam? Let's...
Because this is a cold shower. that you just received.
Right.
Yes, by this move.
You hoped that this whole endgame was just simply a draw. A simple draw, in fact.
Exactly.
And it just proves that it's not. You just blundered your whole game, and perhaps your tournament.
As well. You
Wow.
played f7. We're expecting rook f6 in the line that we've been looking at. If you don't mind, Christian, you mentioned that h3 was a losing move for Sam, and that he did have the move rook h5.
That was the only move.
And
not
that was
an
the
easy
only
one.
move. And why is that? Why would that have saved White's?
Not an easy one as well. Give me
Of
just
course.
1 second. Let me get
And
to
also
that position.
you allow rook h2. That's why also it's like, in a way, strange move to play, right? Like
Right.
kind of you give this pawn. Not
It's
human
very
move.
peculiar.
So you have to get to the b file, right?
Right.
You cannot go to the b file from h8 or h7 because I take on h2.
And that's a shish
And you're
kebab.
losing.
Yes.
So basically, if you go rook h7 or rook h8, I take on h2, I pick up the rook.
Right.
That's not possible. The only way to get there is
Is
via
through h5.
h file. Now, you also have the threat of actually going behind the pawn, rook to
And
f5. So, for
f7.
example, if you try to stop me, I go rook f5. And
Wow.
that's problematic, right?
Exactly.
Of course, black is still perfectly fine, but you're
Okay.
not going to win this one.
Right.
So after rook to h5, it doesn't seem you have to probably go behind the pawn. And now I go king to g5. And now I go to the b file.
So you wanna
h7 or
tempt
h8, it doesn't really matter.
Yes.
And they're playing very quickly to the queen
They're going straight
versus
into that
rook
line. Yeah.
position. What you've said, you try to make a fortress, as Sam realized he's
But
not
this is-
stopping.
This is a disaster.
It
Yes.
sure
the
is.
only move, the only way he can try to save this game is just if he can create this.
Fortress with the
but-
rook.
Perhaps he doesn't realize that he had this option of rook to h5. Perhaps he thought that
He thought it was
he's
losing all the way?
all the way. And that
that's
might
why
actually
he
help him to try to survive this one.
Right.
And that's why he took the king. He didn't want the king to take the pawn.
H4. Does this move h4 allow Hans to pick up, this a pawn now?
Maybe,
So how do you do it?
if you can do
Well,
it. So
I
like
mean,
some checks.
oops, excuse me. Queen g1 check is a good start. Which,
Queen g1, yeah.
yeah, that came rather quickly by Hans. And he's saying, like, okay, if you go to h5, I'll go check and I
Yes,
can
now
pick
rook
this one.
f5 is not possible.
And if you go to h6, you probably have to go to h6. Now queen to e3.
Queen e1, because you want to take h4 or a5?
That's a move as
I
well.
want to take
Yeah.
h4 and a5.
5, and you cannot defend both of them, but you can maybe take on a7, but then we'll play this.
Wow.
Perhaps this is actually White's best
a7,
chance.
queen e3.
King
actually.
h5 on the board after queen g1 check. The crazy part is when you think about the undefeated players, including Sam Sevian, this will be his
First.
only loss.
Wow.
And again, these cruel championship rounds where you can take this great tournament, you lose your final round game, and it's just sort of like it ruins everything that you did before. Same is true in the penultimate. Here, go talk to Jennifer right now.
You better not.
Better not talk to Jennifer.
No.
In fact, as she just lost, and in her mind, she spoiled the tournament. She has to get herself back into competitive spirit.
You're right, Yasser. It's really hard tomorrow, to get this important mood because it's still not over.
No, of
she
course
still has
not.
chances to win the tournament.
Right,
and,
right.
Even if you don't win it, even the second play, you can miss even the second position. So you still need to fight.
And as you've been explaining through each and every day, there's some really nice prizes for first
Exactly.
and second. You don't win first, okay, the
Okay.
solace of
30
second
is
is
still
not
fine.
bad, right?
Yes.
But if you drop your last two games and somebody writes you a check for $12,333, you're really feeling sad.
Yes.
Queen g1, king h5 on the board, and well, let's see. Again, I can well understand a move like a6 here, but whenever the king is cut off, oftentimes you sort of like say, okay, you're not going to be able to improve your position on the next move. Let me improve the position of my king and bring my king over. And I'm also thinking that through a series of checks, I could probably win this pawn, but then I might allow counterplay with h5. So as black, I'm sitting here looking at your king on h5 and saying, it's okay.
You can stay there.
You can stay there as long as you like. I mean, let me improve my king. And, well, I must say I'm still like rather mystified by what happened, and I'm more than curious. We do have some other games going on in the ladies section. Megan
Sam
versus
is still
Sophie.
giving him the looks.
Yes, sometimes.
right now.
Yeah, I think he's
Look.
really mad.
Yes.
There's
Actually.
something going on between these two guys. I don't know what it is, but Sam is not happy.
No. They seem very, very unhappy with each other. In fact.
Yes, maybe sometimes your opponent can annoy you during the game with some kind of behavior.
Oh, are they?
Stare at each other.
Are they staring?
Sometimes, yeah, I think so.
What is happening here, guys?
Oh my God. Do you remember this press conference Anish Giri was Jabbar Bahadur?
Oh, that was terrible.
Yes.
I felt that King B3.
Somebody will beat
somebody. Yeah,
point.
exactly.
So I have the same feeling now.
But they're close
on,
to fisticuffs, as we would say. Megan is 2 pawns down in a bishops of opposite color middle game, late middle game, early end game position. I thought that Sophie had been winning this for some time. It's, well, you always have to be careful whenever I see these bishops on these open diagonals, these, crazy things I've witnessed happening here. It's not as over as I thought. And Alice Lee, she's enjoying a very nice ending against,
Sabina for sure.
Against
yes.
Sabina. I would be thinking of something like rook c6. I'd be wanting to play f5 myself, but okay. And this all-important game going on with Hans Niemann. Finally, I just wanted to say, a wonder. Whoa! It's enjoying an extra pawn, and seeing it's not a mate in one threat.
No.
It's just, but it does look a little bit peculiar.
But at the moment you play rook e2, for example, to threaten checkmate to your opponent, you get it, rook h8, yes?
Exactly.
Immediately. So, interesting.
So it's a wonder to play. Just a second. Okay, can I just see
Maybe
this? What's going on here? Sukswan?
Maybe. Take.
If I go after your pawns, thump.
I take on a2 and c2.
Well,
maybe if you allow
I take with check.
Oh, you take with check. Okay, so.
So
this for example, king h4.
Or g4 doesn't matter. Yeah.
You take. And now I don't have king h3 because you play rook.
You just keep doing a lot of checks.
Okay, yes.
You can still get to e3. It's not clear. So I'll give you a check.
Check king f2.
King f2. Now I give you another check. King e3. I take on h2 and king d4.
Well, now
this is losing, right?
Yeah. Now I've just.
Maybe rook f6 even.
I think you were too cooperative, right? About maybe here.
Yeah, that
you could have maybe gone after the c2 pawn.
Like king f.
Pardon me, the c3 pawn with rook c2 and king f3. Yeah, rook c2. That's got to be a good move. And that, even though you're 2 pawns down, that feels like the very, very active king. King is coming to f3. Should be enough for a draw.
I'm not sure. Rook g6 and rook g3.
Rook g6 and
rook g3.
Rook g3. So what do you do for another move? Maybe. How do you make
improve
progress?
your position? Yes.
Yeah.
Because if the
am I in
king
a
moves,
Suzwang?
Yes.
Okay, but I'll try to put you in a Suzwang as well. King h1.
King h1. Okay, rook
King
c2.
h1.
And now rook d3.
Rook d3.
Rook d3.
And how did I improve my case?
Yeah, we're making it.
Again,
this might be it. We're in a variation from the game position where we traded rooks on h5 and went after the double pawns with rook b1. Crazy. Well, I mean, I have to say that Sam is doing his best. He went for the fortress idea that you proposed, Sam, but according to my table base, there's no fortress here for Sam, and it looks like Hans Niemann might win. Anastasia, I don't know about you, but I think we just take a break and try to recover ourselves from what happened with Arena. And
before that, maybe we can have one more look at what happened.
We have to understand what happened.
Yes,
okay,
once
so
again.
Sam seemed to be wanting to reach for a piece that had been captured, twiddle around with it, and he just inadvertently picked up the black king.
Yes, and Hans asked
Which
him,
was
where's my king? You also broke my king. Like, what's wrong with you, man? Like, not only that you took it, you also broke it. So give it back to me. It's my king.
But
I
then,
want to play.
like, Sam kind of like, well, that's a little bit insulting, like, oh, he should be saying, I'm sorry, I apologize.
But it doesn't look like this. He says, let's go out. Let's speak there. And he says, Hans keeps asking, like, what happened? Like, what are you doing?
Right.
Yes, okay, put my king back, king b3. Okay, let's stop finally the clock and ask the arbiter. And Sam is trying to fix his king, yes. Okay.
Remarkable occurrence, for sure. Unprecedented in these disrespectful U.S. championships. We're going to take a break. We'll see you on this side of this break.
Yes.
As part of the World Chess Hall of Fame lecture series, author and international master John Donaldson will be doing a live presentation on the 1972 Fischer-Spassky match, examining their early lives and careers leading up to their classic match. You can join John live on October 18th at the World Chess Hall of Fame, or watch the live stream on the World Chess Hall of Fame YouTube channel. That's October 18th, John Donaldson Live. More information at stlouischessclub.org.
Welcome back to round 12 of US Championships. Irina Krush is leading with 8.5 points right now. Jennifer Yu and Thalia Cervantes are tied for the second place with 8 points. Aronian has 7, and we are waiting for the results in the games, which are still on the way.
Alice Lee could possibly win and get 7.5, and the standings in the Open with 2 games remaining there as well.
So Fabiano Caruana leads with 8 points. Robson is just a half a point behind with 7.5 points. Dominguez has 7 points. Wesley saw 6.5. And we have still some games on the way. And Sam Sevian is playing against Hans Niemann. And depending on this game result, we will see if Sam will join the third place or not.
Or not. Now, Sam Sevian, with the victory, could have joined Ray Robson, but he's actually losing against Hans Niemann.
At the moment, it doesn't look like at all.
And we saw something that was, well, you said it, unprecedented, as just in a certain moment that Hans was thinking that Sam just kind of inadvertently lost concentration, just picked up
the
king of Hans on the board and was just kind of fiddling around with it. And Hans said, "Hey, dude, man, that's my king. Give me back." And it seems like there's some tension between the two players as they had daggers in their eyes towards one another.
Let's check the moment again.
He's like, yes, I just picked up your king for no reason.
I just wanted the cross.
He beheaded the king.
He's like, you want the king back?
Yeah. Like, hey, you want your king? You can have your king. You can.
Yes. So place it by yourself. And then there is, and let's go to speak about it.
Let's go. Yes.
We're very, 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 very confused. Like Hans is like, dude.
Do you want to speak about it?
Hans is
no,
like
I just want my king back.
He's like, just give me the king back. Let me play chess.
And Hans said, enough is enough. Arbiter, please come here. And
I have a very confused
now, this is very important.
Going.
Are we going to see a shake of hands in this game? Because we might actually not see a shake of hands.
Don't push your luck on this one.
Yes.
I would say.
Are we going to see chess boxing? I think.
By the way,
because it's coming. The resignation is coming very soon. King to
Hans
H6.
has made a very, very important progress as he's clipped off the A6 pawn in a series of queen maneuvers, which were very nice and probably not all that needed, but it was very, very helpful. So we're expecting check, king g5, another check. King has to go in front of the pawn, which is what you don't want to do, then queen g2, and then the a pawn just runs,
Wow.
and that's all. That's all that's required of this game.
Yeah, it looks really sad, the position of white, but what to do? Hans
Exactly.
found this really, really nice way how to convert this position, which, I mean, white could make a draw at certain point, but at some point, Sam Sevian failed to find the only move in the position,
And
which
I think king
would
d8
make a
just
draw.
might pick up the rook somehow.
Queen d8 picks up the rook.
Maybe.
Not sure.
For example, go king g6, you go queen d3, but now...
King g6 was
Yes.
a landmine square. Yeah, I can't step on g6, that's for sure.
So let's
Now
see.
a5, so it just protects the a5 pawn.
Yeah, as soon as the king steps in front of the pawn, then the pawn can't make any progress, and you always want the king to sit there so you could
So
make
he
a move
resigns.
like...
Okay.
We do see
With
a
the
resignation
handshake.
and a
With the
handshake.
handshake.
Yeah, okay.
Like, and now they're talking. So what happened? Now it's important moment.
To ask.
Yes. It seems like all is fine. That's great.
They were having fun with it.
Phew.
Like
Oh my gosh. I'm so actually relieved
yeah.
after that. You know, I was expecting that it can be something crazy, but
somehow Hans said he's sorry about something, right? And then Sam was like, yeah, no problem. But
yes. I mean, it's
we-
still
yeah,
unclear what happened with
we
the
need to
king,
find
but-
out what exactly happened. What a crazy moment.
Exactly.
By the way, in the other game, in the sole remaining game in the open section, Wonder Liang is still a pawn up and enjoying his extra pawn, I want to say, against Darush. Wonder is one of those players who is undefeated. He's at +1. A victory would get him that much closer to the podium. Still a lot of work. It's not
Of
even
course.
close to winning at this moment. But, well, I mean, why not keep playing? And I would be looking at King F4 and trying to advance my pawn. Okay. Again, I suspect we're much closer to a draw than anything at all, in fact, in the position. But still, the extra pawn speaks for itself.
It is, yes. Let's see if he'll manage to convert.
And what's happening in the ladies, Anastasiya?
Yeah, Megan, we have the position between, if I'm not mistaken,
Alice Lee?
Yes, Alice Lee, and
Ooh.
against Sabina, so she had an extra pawn. Now I see they have
Not
the same
anymore.
amount of pawns, and doesn't look so winning as before.
Not at all. In fact, Sabina looks like she's... Well, wait a minute. Rook e3 is still an annoyance.
Yes, it is. I mean, but at least we see. And then what? The pawn A is not running. Rook d5.
Right. I was thinking of rook a, and I realized I was about to suggest rook a5, but then after rook e3 check, king f2, rook takes.
e4.
Yeah, I mean.
f4 and h4 are also hanging, right?
Yeah. They were. She
played king f2 to prevent this check. Yes.
Okay, but
If you play
still rook e3 we would expect by
And it's
Alice.
Zugzwang. Because if once you play rook e8, I start pushing my pawn probably a5,
Exactly,
yes?
a5.
Oh my god. Is it?
Okay,
Zugzwang.
well we can, so for example, rook e3,
Yes.
I'm just throwing it out there,
Yes.
a5, and I don't want to lose my pawn, and do something like this, so that I will, I'm trying to trade just one pawn off now.
Well, I think you can go rook a7 first.
Rook a7 immediately.
a3 and then e6.
There you go. That would be the best. That would be the simplest way of drawing. Pardon me. So in this position, after e5, a4, go rook here, a3, and then go e6.
And that forces the trade.
Yes, you have to
And that's
take.
the trade. I don't lose a pawn. I just trade, and it's 3 versus 3, and that's an easy draw.
I think Sophie in the other game might be winning
Really? Against
against Megan.
Megan. Oh
Yeah.
no, don't tell me Megan will lose the
It's
fourth
just-
game in a row.
It's just, it's been
Just a disaster then.
absolutely,
Yes.
and that is the game of Alice.
Yes,
It was
rook
a great
is
start
on the move.
for
and
her, but Indeed, what a disaster in the last 4 rounds.
Yeah, this is just terrible, as Sophie has just played this move, rook g4. She's got a mate on h1 thanks to this long bishop. And, well, we can imagine that that just wins the game. So that leaves us with Alice Lee. We think
In
that
women's championship.
exactly. We think that rook e7 and e5 is enough for Sabina to draw, which she has just played rook e7, and then one remaining game with a wonder Liang.
But look,
That's some progress.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
So we're going to see.
So he traded 2 pawns on b file for h pawn. So
This
No.
is supposed to be a
The
draw.
theory is supposed to be a draw.
try
But
to
it's
make
not
a draw.
easy.
I
Yes.
have never had to win it or draw it, fortunately
Lucky.
for myself. Yeah. I'll probably embarrass myself because I haven't studied this ending.
Supposedly, you should defend it like you would defend the Philidor position. And you can do the Philidor position on the 4th rank as well, if you want to.
He's put
Just
his
stay on
rook-
the side and wait for your opponent to... The problem is that your opponent is actually going to push the a-pawn. He's going to go
So-
a4, king c2, king b3, get the king on the other side, and then start pushing pawn.
So I should, in this position, be playing for a4, but as black, I should just be waiting
You
for
should
that
just
moment?
wait, yes, yes. So right now you continue waiting, I think. And of course,
So at a certain-
I only know it in theory.
So at a certain moment, I don't want to push and allow your king.
I would assume king b5.
Yeah, that would make it too easy.
I'm not sure, because you still have c4 ideas, right?
It looks like Darius is sure. I mean, he went for this position.
c4, maybe king c6, king b4, and it feels like you are making some sort of progress, right?
And
By
there
the
we
way,
see
he's going for that king on b3.
Exactly.
He's going to test his endgame knowledge.
Three decisive games in the open, 3 drawn games in the open. How will the coin roll? Will it be a 4th draw or 4th victory?
I'm not sure. Yes, what will happen. Yes. I'm not sure. I think it's going to be a draw somehow.
And did Sophie win? No,
Not
Megan
yet,
Still,
but that one should
what a
be-
disaster for Megan. I mean, she was leading the tournament.
Yes.
She was doing
She was
great.
leading, yes, and
And
then 4 games in a row.
Games in a row. Oh, how does that even happen? That's so painful.
Yeah, it's really pity. I mean, I don't know how you feel at this moment.
Terrible.
Yes.
Just simply.
It's just horrible.
Yeah, like the world is against you and everything else. I mean, it's just like, painful, painful. All right, and Alice Lee, we're expecting rook e7, that's on the board. We're expecting e5
E5,
and a draw to come in this game. And again, rook and pot ending. We've got to this position after king b4. What is the prescribed way to draw this game again? Isn't it time? I mean,
We just have to take it move by move.
well,
Really?
with
Okay.
the white, I'm afraid white's pawns are making too much progress. I'm afraid that rook check. Isn't it
So
time
what
that
would
I
you
should
play
go
right now? Okay, but let's get it to the game
behind
position.
Oh,
Let's take
I'm
it
sorry.
to the game position.
I'm in the wrong position. Yes.
So right now, how
This
do you
is-
continue?
As white.
As white. I just played rook h1.
Rook h1, so...
I would assume he's trying to go after king b3, rook b1, and just keep him at bay like
okay.
that.
Does it make a sense to ask the question of where you want your king?
Sure. King c5.
You always want your king on c5, not on the
both
a
of
file.
them, both of them are draw.
Both are drawn.
Supposedly, yes.
Oh my goodness. All right. He played king b3.
And
did
check. And he had his king on...
a3?
A,
King goes
yes,
to a3
on
now.
a3.
Yes.
I wonder plays king a3. Okay.
So what if I play rook?
Okay, I've got a big threat.
Rook
Rook
b4.
b4 check. You
Rook
have to
c1?
maybe
Maybe
move
king,
your
yes, move the
king.
king, yes.
Or rook c1. I think both are completely playable. Rook b4, rook c1.
And we're just being
King
told
B2.
that Sam and Hans are actually in the parking lot right now discussing the game.
Are they moving towards the...
We will be getting Hans.
Okay, good.
Okay.
They're not
In
throwing
studio.
hands. That's
They're not throwing
no,
patties.
no. They're,
Okay,
they're
good.
just
Good.
discussing the game.
This is really good.
Very good news.
Okay.
Oh my. Well, I mean, in a U.S. championship, that's just about giving us everything we wanted, maybe even more than what
Than we wanted,
yes.
Yes, let's see. I mean, it's really interesting, like what has happened
King C5 on the board.
today.
So what's the progress idea? How do you make
Well,
progress?
I'm thinking we play Rook B4.
Okay.
I'm thinking
Rook C1.
Rook C1. I'll go King B2.
I move
Okay.
the rook.
Rook, and then I'm going to play A4. And I'm just going to move my A pawn
He's going for it. yeah.
until something
Something happens.
happens. Like you're going to end up having to get your rook maybe defensively minded.
Okay, still it's unpleasant to defend descending, right?
Oh,
I mean, white has
absolutely.
nothing to lose. He's just trying.
No question
And
about
you
it.
are really still suffering, trying to make a draw. But maybe you know everything. Maybe you've played this position hundreds of times with your friends or with the
Hundreds of
computer.
times.
Yes, with your second. And then you are very sure about this draw. Yes. I think, I mean, like top players, they spend some time studying this type of positions, like queen against rook. You know, there is this chance to keep your rook far away. Computer finds it and survive for many, many moves like
Right.
that. So I think it even happened that some top players, they even saved positions like that.
Right.
If you know the principle how to do it, which is very hard for a human being. But if you keep trying to
And
remember
learn the
this
principles,
position,
yeah.
you might really learn how to do it. So, I mean, the same thing. Like you know that there are a certain amount of positions which can happen in your game sooner or later, maybe never, but still. Imagine that it's possible, so then you can keep studying them for some time and like devote your time. Like now it's time for endings. So let's study these types of positions. I know that I remember once Ivanchuk played against Magnus this game in London, rook ending with 2 extra pawns, I think, which he eventually won. And he said that, oh, okay, this position we've studied, let's say 10 years ago for, I don't know, a couple of weeks, so I kind of knew everything.
So now there's
Yes.
a dilemma, because you only have a few moves that draw. If you keep the rook on the first rank, you actually lose.
Right.
So you need to go rook h6, rook h7, rook h8, or move the king.
Rook H6, Rook
but
H7.
not stay on the first rank or give a check.
So if we make a bad move like Rook to the first, this is where the A pawn
Goes all the way to a6, yes.
And our
we're
congratulations to
Megan.
Sophie.
Yes.
As Megan, oh my gosh, she had
Yes.
such a marvelous start. 4 losses. I mean, Talia, 5 wins in a row, but
Yes.
that means somebody's on
Suffering.
the losing side of that. So this is where essentially there's this big threat of A5 in the position, which Black has to address. And we're thinking he can move his king, he can drop his rook back either to H8, H6, or H7, and then that's all in our table-based zone of draws. But a move like rook to G1, A5, and you've just lost it. Suddenly the table base says, "Foop,"
Oops.
that's
Yeah,
it,
missed it.
winning.
It's still unclear if White knows everything until the end how to win this position, but let's say now we know at
Yeah.
least the evaluation.
And
by
I
the
was just
table
saying
base.
that this endgame, I haven't had it in my practice. I'm aware it's supposed to be a draw. I wouldn't want to defend it. I wouldn't want to try to win it. But very, very difficult. I was speaking with Maurice actually
just
the other
thought about
day, and he was explaining to me that I had to, how did you like your rest day? He said, not very much. I said, well, what did you do? He said, I spent 6 hours on a rook and inspired by the
Arena
Alice
Crush.
Lee Arena Crush game. He was looking at rook versus 3 pawns, and he came up with some incredibly obscure, triangulation to win what was called a borderline position. I didn't know about it either.
Yes.
And he said, I mean, it took me 6 hours to figure it out. It was like,
This is real love to chess. You know?
Exactly.
This is when you really love this game.
You're
Like,
right.
You spend 6 hours analyzing some endings which most probably will never even happen in your life.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, Maurice really showed
His love.
His love to chess and how much he's devoted to this game. Like,
Exactly.
he can write a book now about this kind of
Well,
endings.
he's supposed to be writing a book. I mean, that was the whole thing. You know, he was saying like, I messed up my writing schedule. Jump right in, and if you can, Cristian, explain to the viewers some general principles, what they need for winning this ending, and maybe for drawing the ending.
Well, right now you just need to keep the king in front of the c-pawn. So this
Okay.
is the most important aspect of this endgame. Now, the question is, with the rook on h1, how is white going to make any progress? If you get the king to a3, I'm going to give you a check and then return. So, by the way, and this is very, very important, white king to c6 and not, let's say, rook to g1, right? Now, after a5, the position is lost because you have to go back, and then I continue going a6, I will put the rook on a4, and this is just going to be losing. Also, I can start with the move king to b3. Get my rook behind the pawn, push the pawn. You will have to use your resources to capture that pawn on a6, and that's just simply going to be a losing kings and pawn endgame, because my king is going to go to c4. Very interesting. Now, this is the position that we have right now, still a draw. But white has a lot of ways to try to make progress. You can try to go c4, followed by king to b3, king to b4, and king to a5. My guess is that once you play the move c4, I'm going to cut you on h3 with the move rook to d3. How are you going to continue making progress?
I have to play a5.
You have to play a5.
Yeah,
right?
let's go.
So I think you would like to get the king to a5, but unfortunately you're not getting there. Let's go a5.
Right.
I'll stay. I'll wait for you.
Okay, a6.
a6. And now finally I have to go. Otherwise you go a7.
Exactly.
So for example, if you make any other move, I go a7, and then rook to b8 is game over.
Clear. Right.
So I have to go to h8.
Okay. And now I can advance my king?
Yes, but now I can probably just go here, right?
And
here,
rook goes behind, and king b4.
Here, and this
Uh-oh.
is... Oh my goodness.
Yes, you cannot take on h3.
The only move is king to a7.
Wow.
To start giving checks.
Okay.
So this is the idea. You just want to start giving checks.
Yes.
But this is...
That's not obvious to my eyes.
No,
rook
no,
a4,
no, no. King a7, are you kidding me?
Rook a4 in that final position after king a7, and then I want to go king c5 to d6.
So check, king c5. Now I go here. This is so difficult.
King c6. That's what
King
I'm saying. I
c6.
wouldn't want to have to
Rook
be
c1.
c5.
Okay, pawns are moving.
Now I just wait.
King c6.
King
I think we
c7,
just
I would
found
assume,
another-
right?
Sorry.
Now I go on the side to try to give you some checks from the faraway side.
Wow. c6.
Oh, this is scary, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
This is
That's
super
what I'm
scary.
saying. I would feel that the challenge is really, really hard.
This is super scary.
Right.
Yeah, no, this is not going to be an easy defense. A Wonder is going to put a lot of pressure on his opponent. And by the way, Darius only has 49 seconds. 49 seconds to defend this endgame.
Not easy.
Thanks
at
God
all.
he gets 30 seconds
each move,
per each
right?
move.
Yes.
What we've just gone through in this table base of moves, by the way, forcibly reminded me of the discussions, the contractual discussions between Garry Kasparov and Deep Blue. So the idea was that Gary said, look, you know, I'm playing against the computer and it's got this knowledge, this perfect table-based knowledge. Whenever we get in a position where it's a draw and the computer knows how to do it, he'll make a draw. But we never get a position where it's a win, the computer will know how to do it. So any table bases, the players had to accept the result of the table base.
I see. Okay. So something happened in this game or what? You
Yeah, it
repeated
looks
the
like
position or what?
I
Like-
don't think there's been a repetition.
No. I
Something
don't know. The
about the
arbiter is
clocks?
talking to the is talking to the players once
So
again.
Frank,
What happened? I think they're trying to claim the draw because they are looking on Leonard's
What?
direction.
No, it's not even close
I don't
because
think so.
on move 69, the position changed. The pawn moved to a4. So there's only been 1, 2, 3, 4. What? Hold on. Maybe. Is he trying to claim a draw? No, can't be.
Oops.
No, it's not.
No, I don't think so, yes.
No,
but
not even close.
probably he's checking, yes, but
It's always worthwhile to check.
I think, yeah.
As we sort this out, let's jump to Cristian, who has a guest.
Hans, another victory, a tense game, but complete mad scenes towards the end of the game. What happened when Sam picked the king?
It was just a misunderstanding, nothing too serious. We had a cordial conversation after, so I assume there's no hard feelings there. But, just a misunderstanding.
So it wasn't just an instinct to pick the king and start twirling it. It was he wanted to get your attention. Like what was his?
No, I think
his idea?
the pin of the piece was the king had fallen off. So he just picked it up, but I was just a bit annoyed because it was on my time. But again, I'm not. There's just no need to discuss. It was just a misunderstanding. So.
And you guys discussed after the game, and
there's no. It was just a misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding.
I don't want. There's no drama. I know you guys are desperate for views. But
No.
No drama.
But why he said let's go and speak or something?
Sorry?
It seemed like he said like let's
what
go
was he
somewhere.
telling to you at this point?
Yes.
Well, he wanted to
towards the outside.
Again, it's a misunderstanding, but he wanted to glue the piece.
So he wanted to go and glue the piece.
Yes. I was just very confused. So.
Got it. Okay. That makes a lot of sense right now. Okay, let's talk
But
the
the
game.
chess is much more interesting than
Yeah,
that.
absolutely. Let's talk the game.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
Talk to us about the game.
Yeah. So he started thinking after the semi-tirage, which was just. I guess he wasn't expecting it, and he had a game against Jeffrey, so he repeated this line with bishop f4, and if I had not checked this, that would be very foolish. I played rook c8 and said, which is the best move, but
and this was a novelty as well.
Well, okay, it's not much of a novelty. Okay, I think it's relatively known if you're playing this opening, but anyways, in Jeffrey's game, because Jeffrey played bishop b3, and it's not that bad, but it's very inaccurate. But this is actually quite a critical line. So after rook c8, he plays g3, bishop b3, only move. Knight h5, also only move. These are all only moves, and I checked this morning. Bishop b3, f5, g4. This is the first sort of place where after f4, white has the choice. But white has bishop a7, white has bishop d4, and white has gh5. So those are the three kind of moves. Maybe there are more, but from what I remember, these are the three moves. And let's say after gh5, that would be the top choice, take, bishop e7, knight takes, rook f8. And goes rook f1 and some stuff. I don't remember the precise. I think. Yeah.
Position is pretty good for you.
I think it's equal on a higher depth, but because I was checking it was equal this morning.
Equal.
Yeah. So yeah, bishop d4. This I remember this being quite challenging. Yeah, knight f6, and I remember h6 rook g8.
And it felt like he knew what he's doing.
Yeah, he definitely knew. But after knight f6 was when it moved him, because here he started to think, yeah, h6 is what I remembered. And rook g8, rook g2, take on h6. I didn't remember this specifically. I stopped after rook g8, but I could just figure out that after king e8, yeah, knight e4, hg5. This has to be okay. I just the bishop on b3 shuts down the rook on a1, and the two bishops combined with the rook coming to c2 should be more than enough. And then he played rook g2, and I played bishop c5, which, yeah.
And how he surprised you with
we
this
discussed this after the
game.
h6. But I didn't. No. Before instead of bishop c5, h6.
H6 for
and
black.
yeah, knight e4, take rook c4, knight d2, rook d4, and then now rook d7, and rook d1. And I wasn't quite sure how to bishop b4. Wow, that's a nice little tactic. Yeah, I missed that. I don't think that's pretty easy to miss. But I wasn't after. Let's say not even rook. I wasn't. Yeah, king f1. It was sort of weird, I wasn't sure how to untangle my pieces, but probably the computer just says it's equal. But I thought bishop c5 was much. Yeah, bishop c5 just felt much more natural. It's a very forcing, and it gives some opportunities to sort of mess up because he could have played bishop f6, gf6, and knight e4, bishop d4. And
did you feel like he's?
I thought I could outplay him here. I wasn't. Yeah, there was rook g3, bishop b5. Yeah, I saw this, and there was a critical idea: rook g3, bishop b5, rook d3. No, rook g3, bishop b5, rook d3, king e7, knight d5, take, bishop b2, and at rook e1, I have rook c1, which is critical.
Yes.
So that's just the only detail that you need to see in this variation. Because otherwise this is fine. Yeah, so he went this, and I'm like, what is this? What is going on? Yeah, okay.
So you did not anticipate this move at all?
I don't think it was.
This was not part of your candidate moves.
No. There was many different emotions that I felt after this move. Yeah, so okay, bishop takes. So here I have king e8, I have king e7. Those are the sort of candidate moves. I felt king e7 was much more natural. Knight c5, yeah, so here I play bishop. Okay, I thought about bishop h5, rook g7, bishop f7, now knight b7, and here rook h g8. He told me this after the game, yeah, if rook h g8, there might be rook f7, so it's smarter just to play rook cj to avoid this, take, bishop a7, and I thought rook g8, and
rook
here,
G2, or?
Rook g1, sorry, check.
Rook g1 check.
And I wasn't sure now you might have bishop h5, but I thought the point was if king d2, I could play rook g2, and I can sort of try to pick up the pawn. But again, it's sort of a race. This is what we discussed after the game, even. But black is obviously to be preferred. So there are some concrete ways. But my idea initially was bishop g4, and I thought if h3, the idea was to play rook to d8, and now if bishop e3, I play bishop f3, rook g7, king e8, and now I thought knight d5 was coming. But maybe this is not as precise.
Where? 95 coming for
black. Yeah, something like that, yeah. It felt quite dangerous.
And then rook d1, yeah.
Yeah, so, and also even, yeah, so like rook b7, knight d5, for example. Oh, there's knight d4. Yeah. But anyways, I thought, rook c6, rook d6, yeah. That's quite smart, yeah. But anyways, I felt with the bishop and rook, the king stuck, there had to be some tactics, because the knight on c5 can't really move, because always sort of a rook takes c3 idea. For example, if instead of the knight b7, there's rook c3, knight d8, rook d3, which is quite critical.
There's checkmate. Yeah.
Yep. And
nice.
and yeah, so he plays takes. Yeah, take. Yeah, and this endgame is quite nice. This rook e8 check is important to get rook c7, and I was quite happy here. Yeah. b6. This is an interesting. I wasn't sure. This is quite a nuanced position because I'm happy. Okay, so it's whenever you have these endgames, putting your pawns in a square, it's a very difficult thing to sort of evaluate because you just cannot see the future. But I felt that with b6, it wasn't really possible for him to play. If he didn't play a5 immediately, I thought that a4 could be weakness. So I thought a6, a5 would allow him the hold. So I thought b6 was quite nice. He goes h6, yeah, allowing rook e3, yeah. So this was great. And now my rook is activating, yeah, king e6. Rook d3, yeah, rook b5, yep, okay. Bishop, yeah, okay. Okay, wow, so rook f4. Can I just check this? So there's rook f4.
Here.
Rook f4, rook e2, king d5.
Okay, it's probably not such a big difference.
And bishop g7, what is the difference? I guess the rook is better placed on g4. Maybe there's some. Yeah. And rook e8. Okay, yeah. So the rook e8, the pawn's hanging. Okay.
It's a small detail.
Interesting, yeah. No, rook f5 felt very natural to me, and I also was trying to press on the clock. Yeah, okay, take bishop g7.
I don't think it's a huge difference.
Okay, yeah. So let's So this so here I played
rook f7.
I played rook f7. He played rook. What did I blunder? King f1, b4. Oh my God! I actually was playing. No, oh wait. So I have to take on h5. I have to take on h7. I have to take on f2.
What did you calculate here?
This is just so confusing to me. I was like, it's just so ridiculous. Like, for example, let's start from the position where I played rook f7. Like, I'll talk about what I was calculating. Yeah. So he plays rook h8. Rook h8. On 40. So he plays this move. No, even maybe one move before that. I play rook d7, yeah, so rook e8. So here I have so many ideas. So I have rook d2, I have b4, I have rook f7. So I was thinking like rook d2, rook h8, rook f2, king g3, and I thought check, king f3, take, there, and I thought, and I wasn't sure because I was like, okay, let's say, b4, rook h8, and I guess the computer is just stalled. Yeah. I don't know. I guess I just got in my own head here. This is probably just the simplest. I was just too afraid. Didn't have the nerves here. But I was like thinking, maybe f8 is coming, rook g8, and I thought, how do I win? Like everything's covered.
I guess you just have to go for this pawn and then.
Yeah, and then I just go
start
for the
pushing
pawn.
your
Yeah,
pawn.
I guess
It's not easy.
Yeah,
of
it's
course.
probably not the. I was looking at this, but then so when I played in the game, I was also thinking, okay, instead of b4, no, I play rook g5 check.
Yes.
So let's go back instead of rook g5. So I could play take on f2, and then king g3. Yeah, and I thought rook takes b2, because I thought this rook endgame. Oh, this rook endgame's a draw. Okay, yeah, I'm just stupid. Yeah, okay, let's just
take.
And rook b8 and
a6, rook b7 probably.
yeah, that makes so much sense. Yeah, okay. Okay, I did not understand that. And I'm supposed to give a check. Yeah, I guess I just have to win the h2 and f2 pawns, and I'm just winning. But I thought like this was clever, and he plays king h4, and I go rook g6. Yeah, I just completely misevaluated this. But he has a very ridiculous draw. So the draw here,
Yes.
b3. He has to play f6
And rook h5.
Yeah, that is.
Did you guys discuss this position after a game?
It's funny, we both actually just missed, even after the game, we just completely missed rook h5, yeah. Oh
So
my
at
God.
this point, I think, or
Wait,
he
so
thought
king-
that
king
you
A2?
guys should be going into that variation.
So king
that you
a2?
played. Yes.
Rook b5,
Yes.
rook g6,
Rook f5 now.
and b2.
That's a good question.
Okay, I guess that is just. Okay.
And you're not getting checkmated.
I guess
somehow.
I guess humans make these mistakes. So,
By the way, I think we might have missed something like a6. Giving you checks.
Oh my God. Okay, this is he had a little bit of, he had like no time, but okay. I knew I was playing it very badly, but it was not. Okay, so king a2.
And
now
after
it's-
this, I
now
think it's just,
now it's over. Wow, that is so ridiculous. So can we just go back to see how could I? So the critical mistake was rook g6.
Yes.
Can you go? No, all the way back, So rook g6. So let's say I need to play rook a5, rook h7.
Yes.
I play rook f2.
Sure.
And he plays king g3, for example. I have to
Let's
play rook
go
f7, rook h8.
Yes. Let's go.
Oh no, there's rook g5 here. Okay, so then let's say king g4 instead. King g4, or king g4, rook f7, king g4. I could not figure it out. Now rook a1.
Sure.
Okay, and I go around. Yeah, I guess I'm just I
G1,
can't calculate for my life.
Push the pawns.
Yeah,
Not easy.
It looked very scary to me, and I was struggling to figure it out. But yeah, it's just there's so many options and so many weird things happening. I was just confusing myself. But yeah, I should have just been like, okay. I needed some of my arrogance today, to be honest. I was a bit too humble, and it cost me.
What happened 4 days ago when you came here? You said that you were going to come to stage a comeback, and you did. You just won your last 3 games.
4 days ago.
Yes, or 3 days ago.
I think after I beat.
We had the rest day.
Sean.
Yeah.
Well, I think that I have.
What changed?
Well, I think that I've just managed my nerves better, and I think that early on in the tournament there was a lot of pressure that I put on myself to perform, and combining with outside pressure, I think it just sort of really made it difficult for me to play, because I think that I can assure you to everyone that playing chess, as I said during the Singfield Cup, playing chess under sort of unique conditions or unstable conditions is extremely difficult. But I think after I lost 3 games like an idiot, I sort of realized, okay, I'm not going to win the tournament. So I relaxed a bit, and I also sort of realized, I really hate losing so much. It keeps me up at night. So I wanted to sleep more, so I decided to start playing better chess. And I also just hated the fact that, it's just, I don't want to give anyone the satisfaction of watching me lose, because I'm sure many people take satisfaction in that. So I also take satisfaction in winning and seeing people who want me to lose win. So I took a bit of spite and motivation, and okay, you got to start playing good chess. Yeah, you can't be an idiot forever.
Yesterday, you said that the tournament has been a disaster. Has the tournament improved for you? Do you consider it to be a success now?
No, why would it be a success? I've won 4 games, which is very good, and if for any other player, would be good. But unfortunately, I lost 3 games, which I don't think anyone has. So, okay, it's definitely, I think it's a success from considering the circumstances. It's definitely a significant success. But of course, I hold myself to a higher standard, and I expect more of myself. And I believe that this is not even close to my peak level of play.
Guys, any questions?
Just congratulations on your win streak, Hans, and we'll be seeing you in the ultimate round, the final round tomorrow.
Whom Hans actually plays tomorrow? Okay, Avanda.
Avanda.
Avanda, yes.
Avanda with what?
So how do you feel yourself? I mean, it's the last round. And actually, today you managed to stop Sam Sevian. Now he lost his third position.
The job's not finished. You know how many games you need to win an NBA series? You guys aren't going to get that joke, but
yes, you have to win four.
But the job's not finished.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
All the best.
All the best. Indeed, and I wonder is still ongoing in his game with Darush as he's the one trying. He's got the 2 pawns to win, and in the ladies. Everything is done. Leslie did make a draw with Sabina, and here are our current standings. Anastasiya, with all the games finished.
Finished, yes. So we have still Irina Krush on the first place, and second place we have 2 players, Jennifer Yu and Thalia Cervantes with 8 points, and then we have Alice Lee and Yan with 7 points. And so on. It's very important what will happen tomorrow in the games of course, Irina, Jennifer, and Thalia to understand who is going to win the tournament.
Exactly. Jennifer and Thalia will play each other. Irina Krush will play Anna Zatonskih. And in the open section, we've got 1 game left. And here's our current standings with 1 game going.
So Fabiano Caruana leads with 8 points. Only half a point behind has Ray Robson with 7.5 points. Linier Dominguez on the clear third place with 7 points. Wesley So follow actually with 6.5 points. Not so bad on the 4th position.
Not so bad at all. As we prepare to close our broadcast, Cristian, your final thoughts of this what can I say about this event? I'm running out of superlatives.
Yeah, it's just incredible. And today's round has been incredible. So many topsy-turvy games. Of course, that big match between Jennifer Yu and Irina Krush that completely changed the dynamic of the U.S. Women's Chess Championships. And this last game of Hans, I mean, we have so many things to talk about, but we still have one more round, the championship round, and we will be here to call all the action tomorrow.
Exactly.
Well put.
Exactly. We will be here tomorrow. Please come. It's the most important round tomorrow, right?
Absolutely, Anastasiya.
Yes.
I mean, I'm just
looking forward.
I'm running out of words. Thank you all for joining us and sharing your day. Be sure to tell your friends where you've been hanging out, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
With your friends.
With your friends. Good night, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.